All right. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us this morning. It's a little bit early for individuals on site. Today, we're talking on a workshop on connecting open code with policymakers to development. And an agenda that we have here today, we're going to go through a round of introductions and then overview of connecting open code with policymakers. Then we'll move directly to our panel discussion and then a Q&A. Feel free to ask questions also to our online participants as well. I'm going to hand it over first to Mike Linksvayer to do an introduction. One second, we have slight technical difficulties and so one moment while I fix that, I'm going to hand it over to Halani and, oh, never mind, we have Mike now.
Hey, thanks a lot for resolving those technical difficulties. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I'm Mike Linksvayer. I'm the VP of Developer Policy here at GitHub, former developer myself who's now been doing policy work focused on making the world better for developers and helping developers make the world a better place. Kind of open source is a big part of the way that happens, and I'm really excited about measuring it, informing policymakers about what's going on. And so I'm really excited about this panel.
Great, and I'll pass it over to our speakers here, Halani and Henri.
Is there a specific question? Or
just to introduce yourself.
Oh, right. Okay, I'm Helani Galpaya. I'm the CEO of Learn Asia. It's a think tank that works across the Asia Pacific on broadly infrastructure, regulation, and policy challenges, but with a huge focus on digital policy. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I'm Henri Verdier, French ambassador for digital affairs. Just to mention that I'm not a career diplomat. I was a French entrepreneur a long time ago, and I used to be the state CIO for France.
Great, thank you. So we're going to move directly to our panel talk. And to start, let's talk a little bit more about challenges from unmet data needs. So let's start with Halani here. What are some of the challenges that you've seen over the years on unmet data needs?
I mean, from a development perspective, understanding where we are in whatever those development objectives, that's the starting point of any kind of development, and that's a problem if there is no data. And particularly when it comes to developing countries, which is where I come from, this is a particular challenge, right? So traditionally, we've relied on government-produced data sets. Take, for example, the census. Every 10 years, it's supposed to happen. And low levels of digitization has traditionally meant it takes about 3 years after the census to actually get some data out in many countries, by which time, you know, the population has changed, the migration patterns have changed, and so on. But we know now there are obviously lots of other proxy data sets that we can use. But, you know, the timeliness is one concept that, you know, we worry about in development because the data is slow to come by, even when it is available. The second unmet need is, if you're outside of government, is the availability of data to actors outside government. And frankly, within government, sometimes the data that's collected by one department or ministry is not even available to others, right? So there's a very low level of data access possible within government, and certainly for civil society and private sector outside government to access data. Many governments have signed on to open data charters and all of those things, but really the data that they put out is sometimes not what most people need. It's not usually in machine-readable format, so you spend enormous amounts of time digitizing it and datafying it. So these are sort of, basic challenges. And basically, I mean, from the government point of view, governance and regulation in particular, the oxygen that feeds that engine is data, because there's a huge data asymmetry between the government and the regulators versus the governed entity. Take telecom operators, for example, right? How are they doing? They have a lot more information about their operations than the regulators or the governing party would. So there's really multiple data challenges that we have. And increasingly, the conversation is that the private sector data can act as a proxy to inform development, but negotiating that and accessing that is particularly hard. So there's multiple data challenges in developing countries, particularly from our point of view as a research organization sitting outside government and outside private sector.
Thank you for the question. 15 years ago or something like this, government understood that open government data was very important. And together, we did work a lot to open our data, and then maybe we'll commit later our source code. And we learned some lessons that those data could create much more value if more people can use it, that it was a matter of transparency, democracy, but also economic development, efficiency, and maybe citizenship. And more and more we understood that government don't have the monopoly of general interest, and some very important data are in the private sector. So it's time probably, and that's the moment to start thinking deeply, even philosophically, about the private sector data. In Europe, first there is a growing consensus that first we need to help research and to promote knowledge. There are a lot of topics where we have to know. I can speak about disinformation, some impact of social networks, but also climate change or some important topics. We need more knowledge. And for example, if you look at the DSA that we did adopt last year, we do organize a specific access to private data for public research. Of course, I know that there are important issues: privacy, intellectual property, sometimes security, because if you share everything, you can organize, you can allow reverse engineering and hacking, etc. But we can fix it. And for example, there is an important field of research regarding confidential computing. You can use the data without taking the data. So this is a growing consensus, and probably we will have collectively the international community to make the public research stronger and to organize ourselves to be able to understand important mechanisms. But then there are also other actors that need access to those data. For France, for example, first we do encourage the private sector to be more responsible. Let's think, for example, about the transport industry. If you don't have all the data, you have nothing. If you don't have buses and taxis and personal cars and motorcycle and metro and train, you don't understand the system and you cannot take good decision. And this is in the interest of everyone, the public decision maker, private actors. Everyone needs a good comprehension of a good knowledge of the system itself. So we do encourage cooperation, sharing the data, etc. Then we think that we can go further. Maybe you know the French economy Nobel Prize, Jean Tirole. He did publish a lot about the economy as a common good, and we consider that it's time to conceive some incentive to make the private sector share some important data. And this year in the French government, we are starting to work deeply on what we call data of general interest, des données d'intérêt général, because as I said, government don't have the monopoly of general interest, and some data should be considered as too important to be allowed to remain private. of course, this is complex because we need a legal framework to give a status to this kind of data. But really, we did open the case to create a status for some very important, impactful data, and to decide that those data has to be open, even if they come from the private sector.
Perfect. Yeah, I do also wonder, you mentioned one thing about policy and standards. A lot of metadata has very clear standards in financial markets, in healthcare, for instance. I'm curious to know, are there any unmet needs within the standards of metadata? It's currently governed quite well, but is there a certain standard that isn't out there that could be?
I mean, the data we deal with, my data scientists deal with mobile telecom network, big data, basically call detail records, for example, that we get from base stations, trillions of call detail records. These are not standardized under any means, right? In fact, the team spent 4 to 6 months cleaning up the data, because when you get data from 4 to 6 telecom operators, they're actually not standardized, how the numbers are, so they're not interoperability standards. There are many, many sectors where there isn't interoperability standards. And of course, some of the coolest stuff that comes out is from unstructured data anyway, right? Like social media data and so on, right? So, I think, the financial sector has traditionally been well forward in this. But many other sectors haven't. Health, I think, in developing countries is less developed, interoperability standards. And certainly for cross-border data sharing, this is a fundamental problem, right? Like when you look at taxation data, all of that, there's a lot more work that needs to be done, I think, particularly when it comes to developing economies.
Yes, I did join the French government 10 years ago to lead the open data policy. The lesson learned is that if you wait for a perfect standardization and a good metadata, you will never do anything. When I did join the French government, we wanted to index every data set through an index that was conceived during the Middle Age for the National Archives with 10,000 words. So it was quite impossible to publish a data set because you had to come back to Philippe le Bel to decide where you did. So I take from the open data movement the idea that share your raw data as they are and don't wait. But it doesn't mean that standards don't matter. Of course they do. But let's start by publishing. The second lesson is that maybe the APification process is more important than the indexation on metadata themselves. So first, during maybe 5 years, you did publish everything, but it was not always very useful, especially for data that has to be refreshed very frequently, and you need the last data and not just a data. So for this, we did then take 3 years to organize a proper API ecosystem. And again, people told me, then first you have to conceive a good architecture of the API system. I said, no, let's build APIs, and then we will optimize the API system. So my lesson is that, and my personal experience, don't wait for a perfect standardization, because you will never accede to this goal. This is a moving target, so don't wait.
Thank you. And I think that brings us to our next point quite well on, you both highlighted this as well on private sector data for development purposes. And I know Mike also has some thoughts on that. But I'd love to know, you mentioned on private sector data, a lot of times it's a little unstructured, but that's interesting because it's wider. You can take a look and analyze that in an easier way. Tell us a little bit more on that. What has been a surprising find?
On private sector data?
Yes, you said, and some unstructured data.
So, I mean, unstructured data that we work with include, let's say, for misinformation and disinformation identification, automatic identification of mis and disinformation that spread across platforms in languages outside of English in particular. And there, I think there's sort of two types of problems. One is just the low levels of data. So, I mean, even assuming you have all the language resources, like a language corpus that is needed to identify this on, using natural language processing, you at some point you're going to need a fact base to check against, right? So there, the unstructured data is, well, structured or unstructured data comes from government resources and maybe other sort of credible sources, right? So you're dealing with two types of data. To fact check numbers, you're looking at usually trying to find government, and to fact check other things, you're looking at reports and so on. And there's a serious lack of data. So for example, if you look at like the big popular English language models, they are trained on millions of articles. We tried this in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka to fact check. We are down to 3,000 articles that are credible, sort of data sources that we can use to fact check against unstructured, So we are working with a very, very limited universe of credible data that's actually out there, because there's very little out there. So I think that's for us the biggest challenge.
Sorry. It's a very complex question. First, I was thinking that completely unstructured data are very rare, because usually someone did produce the data and did pay something. So a data set is the answer to one certain question, but usually it's not your question. so they have a structure, usually. Of course, in the world of Internet of Things and sensors, and you have more and more quite not structured data, but if you do observe, we are living in a world of data with purpose, so they have a structure. So the question again is to think about interoperability and to build bridges. One other question with unstructured data or with a minimum structure is that if you want to share the data to give them as more value as they can have, you also have to protect other important securities, like again privacy. But not just privacy, like interoperability. And if you don't really understand what is within the data, you are not sure that you are protecting all the securities you have to protect. That's why I pay more and more attention to the field of research, as I said, of confidential computing. We have to learn to work with the data, to train AI model, to ask questions. For example, let's in France, as you know, we have an ancient and very structured social security system. So there is one database, the social security, with every prescription that every French doctor made during the last 20 years. Can you imagine this? 70 million people, every prescriptions made by a doctor during 20 years. And then we make a statistic archive. So you take 1%. And here, of course, you have a lot of knowledge and science. You can discover new drugs, because you can discover that, I don't know, someone that had a lot of headache at the age of 20 don't have Alzheimer 40 years later, and you can discover a new principle of some drug and a lot of things like this. But you cannot just open this kind of data, because this is pure privacy. This is my health and your health. But you can organize a technical strategy to accede to those data without sharing them. And if you do this, you can control a bit the people that are using those data. And if they don't respect some laws or principles, you can disconnect them. So this is probably an important field. So again, I'm not looking for a perfect standardization, but we can organize the ecosystem of how to access to the data, when, why, and give another relation between knowledge and data.
And I mean, I agree with the minister. Some of the solutions are technical, like we've certainly worked with like differential privacy methods, you know, when we use call data records to sort of still have the data be as usable to inform policy, but without revealing, you know, where an individual might actually be, or, you know, what that person's number is and all of that, right? The other part of the solution, I think, is policy, is to have some kind of governing structure to make sure that, you know, we are able to use it and preserving the privacy and and having some sort of rules around what that what that data is used for. So like in the healthcare system, that insurance companies cannot use it and then drop, you know, private insurance companies cannot drop coverage because they have so much more information about a set of users. Even if they're not individually identifiable, once you're in an insurance pool, you can identify that this is a much higher risk. So there's sort of, you know, policy as well as technical solutions there.
On the privacy part, I'm very curious to also hear from Mike on what are your thoughts on privacy and private sector data. Love to know your thoughts on that too, or anything to add.
Okay, yeah, well, I first would say that I should have said in my introduction, and shouldn't assume people know what GitHub is where I work. It's the largest platform where software developers from around the world come to develop software collaboratively, a lot of it open source. And there are a lot of themes I'm hearing that you can, I mean, software development is kind of a very specific thing, but I think there are a lot of themes we've talked about: unstructured data, APIs, and privacy, that maybe I can paint a little bit of a picture about how it works with data about code development, and that the code that programmers are writing is data itself. And indeed, you could think of it as unstructured data. It's a text file, but it also, each programming language has its own structure, that because it needs to be able to parse the individual statements. So it's really a matter of how much work do you want to do, and what are the questions that you have that you have about, for example, software development. And then APIs is another aspect. You can, if you want to crawl all of the code, we call it repositories, is where a particular project on GitHub or similar platforms are collaborated on. If you want to crawl all of the code in the world, that will, you know, take you a long time and be very resource intensive. However, GitHub and similar platforms also make APIs available. So I think that's another kind of common theme that we can look at, how exactly that looks with code, where you can both kind of do queries to ask questions about kinds of projects that you're interested in, or you can kind of try to ingest all of the activity as it comes out, because GitHub has a very open kind of everything, all events feed, but that also is extremely expensive to do. So as a, and some researchers who do kind of research around programming trends, I don't know, cybersecurity, there's a bunch of different kind of research areas that you can look at GitHub data to do. You know, a lot of them spend a lot of their time kind of gathering data before they can even answer or, you know, kind of validate whether they're asking the right questions. So one approach to that, and dealing with privacy, is publishing aggregate data that will be, you know, helpful for some use cases. And that's what we've done with a new kind of initiative we have at GitHub we're calling the Innovation Graph, which is basically longitudinal data on a per economy, roughly country basis at various kinds of activity. And so that, and we did it particularly to inform you know, policymakers and international development practitioners who want to use that data to understand, you know, things like digital readiness within their sphere of of influence. And we're able to, publishing aggregate data kind of satisfy some of these use cases, or at least allows people to explore the aggregate data to figure out what they want to make an investment in, crawling more. It also sort of neatly deals with the fundamental privacy questions that you don't want to identify, individuals and things like that. So you can do that by kind of, thresholding. A certain number of people have to be doing an activity within a country in order to report aggregate statistics on that. So that covers a lot of different themes I think we've heard covered there. And I think there's a ton of promise in, a range of technologies like confidential computing, differential privacy. And I'm excited about them all because developers are building them, and a lot of the research / the R&D is open source. But simple, I guess I'll just highlight here that, very simple approach, kind of very low tech approach of, as a first, step at sharing data, can be just sharing aggregate data that doesn't have any privacy concerns. Can be, it's actually very much kind of to Henri's point about like sharing data before you do all of the standards work, because that will, you might be waiting forever. Also, sharing aggregate data is a way to kind of take that first step, share data that's going to be useful to a range of stakeholders, and then, work on the harder part that might be, pending more advanced technology to deal with the harder issues.
Oh yeah, please.
A small answer. First, we know and cherish GitHub. When I was a state CIO, France was the second public contributor, government contributor in GitHub. And I don't know if you know, but by French law, every software that the government develops has to be open source and free software. So open source and freely reusable. And more than this, every time that the government uses an algorithm to take a decision, he has to publish the source code, but also to tell to the citizens that we are using algorithm, and to be able to explain in a simple word how it works. So that's an important and coherent policy. And regarding the structured or unstructured data, what I learned from my open data experience, as I said, the first duty is to share data as they are. And then some people will structure. And if we think again about GitHub, so as I said, we cherish GitHub, but we work a lot within GitHub. And then, for example, in France, I don't know if you know the Software Heritage Project. So here, some researchers from the INRIA decided to build the biggest possible archive of every software. So taking GitHub, but also some dead forges like the Google one, and they are working hard to structure it now, to be able to track the genesis of a soft. So they are working, but we did allow this because we did publish unstructured software, and then some people can continue. And maybe someone will do better, I don't know, but we will have a variety of experiences. So my lesson is to separate, first publish and then structure. And you can have a diversity of attempts to structure if you have a common ground of raw data or software.
I think you mentioned a really interesting. Oh, sorry, please, Mike.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to add to that. I mean, thanks for cherishing GitHub. I definitely cherish software heritage, and really the, archiving is almost a third part that is also extremely important, and I think underinvested in. So I think in the software preservation space, software heritage is doing an amazing job, but I think that's, preservation of data is something that can be decoupled from the making available unstructured, but I think is extremely important to think about.
Yeah, Absolutely. I think we actually have a slide here as well on, yes, the innovation graph that Mike had mentioned. And I also saw in the audience here, we have Mala Kumar, who helped on the standardized metric research, because we wanted to understand exactly what type of data would help and what type of data would public sector or the social sector require. And as you mentioned, we have the API, which is that large set of data that Henri mentioned at first. And then now we gathered all the data sets into specific aggregated data that based on economies, just in the pattern that Henri had mentioned. I'm not sure, Mike, if you want to mention anything on there. I think you also may be able to share your screen if you'd like, but also huge thank you to Mal Kumar, who led that standardized research, metrics research, who's joining us online.
Yeah, I can share my screen briefly if it would be useful. I'm not sure if folks will be able to see in the room. So maybe I'll share and you can tell me whether you can actually see it in a useful way. Okay, can you see anything on the screen?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. I think I'm sharing a window that has the page for France in the innovation graph. So this is just to show that we have a bunch of data on a per economy basis. Some of them are fairly technical. Git pushes is basically code uploads to GitHub, and you can see that summer vacation actually happens. And repositories, as I was saying, this is the kind of unit of a project on GitHub, and similar platforms have using the same concept. Developers, those are people actually writing the code, or in some cases doing design around software project. Organizations, which is kind of a larger unit of organizing projects on GitHub that sometimes correspond to a real world organization, sometimes do not. Programming languages, this can be very useful for thinking about skilling within a country. And licenses are about copyright. And then probably, and then topics are, this is currently very unstructured. Basically, maintainers on GitHub can assign keywords to their projects, but this can also be, so it's kind of very noisy data, but can be helpful in, really diving into like identifying a set of projects that you want to study more. And one thing that I'm excited about, so you can tag with any kind of text. So even going forward, people might tag that, your project is relevant to a particular sustainable development goal. And so you'll be able to kind of navigate the tags in that way, or the topics in that way. And finally, perhaps most interesting and new is this kind of a trade flow diagram. You can see economies that France is collaborating with, that developers are kind of sending code back and forth. So you see US, Germany, Great Britain, Switzerland. It's unsurprising that those are some of the top ones. You can also combine all the EU member states. And this is kind of a first release. There's obviously a lot of other exciting analysis that can be done. The data is actually open in the repository. You can see the data here. And at the end of the day, data can be extremely boring. This is literally a CSV file. And so, but that boringness is fantastic because it means that you can use your tool of choice, whether it's a spreadsheet, a Jupyter notebook, or something fancier to analyze the data. And then I'll just show really quick the reports that Cynthia and Mala mentioned worked on, and that kind of really drove our requirements for this project, looking at what kinds of data about software development would actually be useful for international development, public policy, and economics practitioners. So did a lot of discussions with entities that are part of the data development partnership, for example, to help design this. And then I also pulled up Software Heritage because I'm a big fan of it. They have a page on here that I can't find immediately, kind of showing all of the different projects that they index, but I cherish that too. So anyway, I'll stop sharing. If people later have questions about a particular country or metric, happy to share again.
Yes, thank you. Very, very promising. We did agree, apparently, that the best policy is to first publish and think later. But we also have to think and to understand. I observe that we are more and more living in a world of interdependent, free and open source software. And there are dependencies and security issues. If we don't understand a bit the very structure of the soft ecosystem we are living in, we'll have to face important concerns. We can remember Log4j, for example. We can remember that we can observe that sometimes when we discover a security failure, because we don't know the story of the evolution of the code, the forks, etc., we are not able to correct everything because we don't have a proper vision of the history and the evolution of the codes. And probably that's a very important new frontier. We have to build new tools and new approaches to understand and to control this very complex system of softs. Do you agree?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think, Sri Lanka, just to one example, it has a really vibrant open source community. So this kind of data, if they are using GitHub primarily, could be really interesting to understand the evolution of that community as one thing. But just on the, many countries are technology takers and product takers when it comes to e-government systems, so don't have the luxury of saying, everything will be open. They're buying software from big companies, which will not certainly make the code open, right? Not even APIs. It's a very close, tight licensed system is what they're buying. And I think as countries go along that technology maturity road, like Sri Lanka at some point came to the point where there was enough capacity with the CTO, with the government agency who was able to say, okay, we will build some of this in-house. I will use the open source community who's working around the world to build some of these tools to set up the basic government architecture. But that takes a bit of time, I think, to get to this stage. Because the easiest thing is to get some donor money and to do a procurement of a closed system. And that's really problematic. Yeah.
Small comment. When I was in charge, the budget for buying software in France was 4 billion euros a year. Half of it was consumer products, like, I don't know, Windows or... So for this, of course, we cannot negotiate. But half of this 2 billion were proper, yes, backend system. And here, you can decide by law that in the procurement, the software has to be open. And we try to do this, and now that's quite a standard for French procurements.
I have many thoughts on that because I'm very curious. We've been talking a lot during IGF about digital public goods and how that could be discovered a little bit more, but that is maybe a little bit off course, but maybe think a little bit about that. I think.
Well, actually, don't. If I could interrupt, it's actually not off course in a way, or at least maybe I can tie it in.
Yeah,
I think
please.
and maybe I'll share my screen again really quick. I mean, this might have been something we're planning to talk about later, but I think it's a good opportunity to actually. So this that I'm sharing now is the Digital Public Goods Registry, which in part, digital public goods could be software, could be data, could be AI models, could be a lot of different things, but it's mostly software. In fact, you can see the breakdown here between software, data, and content. And you can see that they're all tagged in relation to a particular SDG. A big part of the motivation here is we're going to find and share solutions, to progress on the various SDGs. The same kind of concept can be useful to kind of just basically curation of information about open projects is its own data project in a way, and can be very helpful in not reinventing the wheel, finding that a government or civil society institution is already, serving a particular need in that software was developed in country A and people in country B can maybe take it and use it or customize it. And so they have a little bit more, I guess, sovereignty or autonomy to use those words that are quite popular now. See, the way it's really tied together, I think, is that yes, these are tools that can be helpful for development, for SDG attainment, for sovereignty, but it's also a data project, kind of doing this kind of organization, and which is its own effort. And I'll stop sharing now.
No, thank you, Mike. I did also want to highlight the Open Terms Archive, which I believe is a digital public good incubated with the government of France. Linking back to you mentioned on security, having ways to publicly record every version of a specific term, and I think it does tie in very well with security. And I was a little curious to go to the next slide about our topic on data, privacy and consent, and then also widely security. Would love to know some of your thoughts on how to really safeguard all the data that impacts the users. How should public or private sector provide data that is secure and ensures privacy? It is a big question, and there's no perfect answer, of course. But another way to think about it is if there's one suggestion for private sector data that are thinking of releasing data sets, if they release a wide set, is there anything they should keep in mind before doing so?
Yes, yes, that's a very complex question, and there is no silver bullet. In Europe, we started with the principles. So the GDPR, which started in France in 1978, decided that regarding personal data speaking about you, the consent of the user is needed. So it's mandatory. So then we had to, you can conceive legal approaches or technological approaches. And for example, I'm very interested by an Indian project, the Digital Empowerment and Privacy Architecture, that does organize technically a way to check the consent in a way that's try to be an infrastructure to unleash innovation. This is not a burden, this is an infrastructure for innovation. So you can implement it on various approaches, and some are better than others, but there is a strong principle there. And for example, just to mention it, there is also legal controversy between France and Anglo-Saxon countries, because we consider personal data as something like your body. You are not the owner of your body. You cannot decide anything regarding your body, and you cannot decide anything regarding your personal data. There are some fundamental rights. In the world of the copyright, this is a different approach, and that's great. We can exchange. But in France, we have strong commitment that you cannot treat personal data as an average data.
I think that is the approach many countries are taking, seeing a difference between like sharing weather data, for example, and very different from personal data. I think we talked about it earlier as well. I think what the minister is talking about is sort of the policy legal, and then we talked about some of the technical solutions. And I think at a practical level, there's private data, but there's also commercially sensitive data. So our approach, for example, was to say we will not work with one telecom operator's data, because that's highly commercially sensitive, where the base stations are, which direction it's facing, you know, the power on those base stations, etc. we said we'll go into this sort of kind of data and analytics to understand, where people live, where people move. All of that is possible with mobile network data, but we will only do it if we have more than one company contributing data, and then we sort of anonymize at a company level, like the base stations are not known whether it's company X or Y. So the more data that you pool, that brings another level of protection on commercially sensitive data in our case. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Statistic anonymization can be useful for some purposes. If you want to make epidemiology, for example, if you want to understand where population goes in case of natural disaster, if you want even to check if France or Germany did respect more the lockdown during the COVID, do you know that we did respect the lockdown more than Germans? Yes, we learned this through operators' data because, of course, everyone, including me, would have bet that German would have been more, more strong. So you can have a very important use of statistic data, but except this approach, I think that you can never really anonymize a personal data. The data describing one person. You can delete the name, the age. At some point, someone will find you. So if you want to build knowledge regarding one person, someone, here you need other approaches, like confidential computing, technological solutions.
Agree. And I think sort of it depends on the situation and what the company is releasing data for, right? I think what we're saying is at aggregate level, there's a lot of use you can make out of it. You don't need, anything that's even remotely identifiable. You can talk about groups of people. But I mean, COVID was a classic example. To understand movement, that was good enough. Facebook check-in data was being used, in some governments to see where people are. But at some point, if you're looking at an outbreak and then you're trying to contact trace using data, then that's a very different level of privacy violation, and you need the legal backing to say, okay, this is a national emergency, and I'm now going to actually identify who owns that cell phone, because we need to know where that person may have spread, moved and then spread the virus. So it depends on the question you're asking, really, what company data can do and what the safeguards should be.
Thank you. I also want to make sure, give an opportunity, Mike, if you have any thoughts on safeguards and privacy and consent on private sector data being released?
I think really all of the key points have been covered already. So I don't think I really have anything substantive directly on point to that, but maybe I'll just relate it to another thing that's happening now that's kind of related to open data and open code, which is a debate around how open, quote, open source AI has to be. And and the reason why there's a link is because a lot of times data can't be fully opened for privacy and other reasons. And yet society can still benefit from having some of the outputs of that training, often called the model. And so there's kind of a debate about what kinds of sharing of data that's being used to train an open AI model makes it open or not. To some extent, this is a very academic debate, but at the same time, it could end up being, reflected in law as, because it's often recognized that open source might need special treatment because of its non-proprietary nature, but there are kind of a bunch of different ways that you can, for a data corpus that's used to train an AI model, the raw data is extremely useful, obviously, but there are other things that can be useful as well. For example, a description of the schema of all of the data that you're using so that other people can bring their own data and replicate the model. If like two parties have access to similar private data sets, then they can be close substitutes for each other. So I think that's a burgeoning area that all of these issues kind of come back together around.
Sorry, Mike, this is not just an academic issue, the question of which data you did use to train the model. First, you are in California, I feel. I have read that one of the important reasons of the screenwriters' strike was generative AI, because they wanted to be sure that the work will be respected. So it can have very concrete and important impact. And if we don't pay attention to this, first we will delay all the international architecture of intellectual property. Then we'll create new disbalance and inequalities, because some big companies will take the profit of every creation of all humankind, because they will take everything we did dream, write, learn, publish, share, and they will use it to train some big monopolistic models. So from my perspective, this is not just an academic controversy, this is one of the most important topics of those days. And we have to be sure, and we can also think about security issues, security concerns. So the traceability, if I may, of how was this model educated is a very, very important issue. And we don't have proper answers today. Because you can go...
I agree with you. Just to clarify, the academic comment was exactly what can you call open or not is this thing that's somewhat academic, but the fundamental issues are of extreme importance, and I really appreciate the French government's direction around open source AI. It is extremely important.
No, I mean, just to say there's like a million conversations about training data and the problems of using certain data for training. I don't think this is the forum for it. Women, people of color, developing country people are at the receiving end of decisions made by models made that were trained on data that does not talk about them. So that that's a whole other field, so I don't think we need to talk about it. Just to say that completely agree, the issues around training data are very real and huge.
Another important concern is the definition of privacy itself. Because 10 years ago, to protect my privacy, I just had to protect my personal data, and I was protected. Today, I can know a lot about you without knowing anything about you, because I will educate a model and it will predict something about you. Right. So I cannot protect myself just while protecting my personal data.
And not living in the digital world is no longer a safeguard against not being profiled. You can profile me even if I have no email address, no presence online, so yeah.
Yes, definitely on. On privacy, I think being able to layer in different data sets, and as a result, you have a profile of a person. I think it is fascinating to be able to say different data sets. I think as I'm looking at the time now, I want to move on to our last point on promoting and supporting open code initiatives, considering all of the topics we talked about with security, safeguards, privacy. What is the best way to really promote open code initiatives, and how can member states do so?
So first, there are more and more approaches, and that's great. So you have a strong European policy, for example. You have a network of open source officers in European governments. You have, I did mention the French law. It was named La Loi pour une République numérique, so law for a digital republic, that imposed to the government to publish everything on open source and freely reusable. We are promoting, this is a European Foundation for Digital Commons, because we want Europe to take its responsibility and to contribute to finance commons that are important for freedom and sovereignty and self-determination. So there are a lot of initiatives, but the more I work on this field, the more I observe that financing is not enough, and maybe it's not the most important part. Really using free software, open source, contributing, allowing your public servant to contribute, paying attention. For example, when we did prepare the DSA, we did quite kill Wikipedia because we said companies with more than, I don't remember, 400,000 connection a month in more than 7 European countries has to be a legal representative in every European state. For a big tech company, that's not very expensive, but for Wikipedia, that's very expensive. So we need a conviviality, we need a proximity, we need a constant interaction, we need a mutual understanding, and this is maybe the most difficult today.
I want to add just 2 things to this, which is, I think, one is capacity. Public sector has very low technical capacity in many of the majority world countries in the, in the developing world. And the expectation of, except for a handful of public sector officials, anyone else being able to contribute code, I mean, it's a dream for many countries, right? So maybe what we need are, and that's great if you can do that, and that's kind of the aspirational stage you want to be. So instead of that, another solution is to build the communities, because the private sector is a lot more evolved and highly skilled, right? So it's like, I keep going back to Sri Lanka, but the really vibrant open source community, highest number of contributions to Apache, for example, right? So that comes from Sri Lanka. That comes from being in high-paid, export-oriented software companies, but a couple of people really getting this community together to create this. So how can they participate in government-related stuff? I think that needs 2 things. One is that community building, but they can't participate in government procurement. That's really hard. Government procurement is a system that puts out a bid and gives points to a company that has done this 10 times before in 5 reference countries, right? A group of people who come together who don't have that references. It's very hard to signal that they can do this. So I think there's some problem there. Then at a practical level, I think if you want to maybe not go all out, but at least give some preference for open source, some governments, what they do is, out of 100, allocate 5 to 10 extra points, which you get as a bonus if you are proposing an open system. And there's variations on open, completely open code, free and open, open AIs, etc. So, a gradated set of systems, marks in the procurement. So different types of companies can at least have a hope of participating and competing against the large firms. This is kind of the same strategy that governments in the South have used to promote local companies when it comes to government procurement of IT systems. It's very hard to compete with, I've, for example, purchased when I was in government, pension systems, right? A big company will come and say, I've done pension systems in 5 of these 5 countries. It's very hard for a local company. So then we say, well, if you at least have a local partner in the first year for technical support, in the second year for actual deployment, you get 5 marks. So the same way, you can build up this sort of legacy of open source by allocating marks over time in procurement systems.
I totally take the point, and that's interesting because if you do observe the story of governments, they had technical skills to build bridges, roads, railways, and there is something different in the history of IT. Maybe because this history started in the military era, as you know, with projects to launch rockets from a submarine, and it was from the beginning, very big procurement, very expensive, with very bizarre rules of conducting projects that are, and governments should learn to work with ecosystems, as you say, to be maybe a bit more humble, to learn about agile methodology, to agree to start with an imperfect project and to improve it, to have a constant improvement policy. So this is a cultural change. And just to finish, maybe it will be time to conclude. That's why, from my perspective, there is a strong connection between open source movements, open government movements, because you need to learn humility, to be an actor within a network of actors, and state modernization, and maybe the new democracy that we need with collective intelligence, citizen engagement, participation, contribution, etc. You cannot work just on one of the three topics. You need to cross the three topics.
Perfect, thank you. And I think looking at the time, we are almost at time, but before we go to Q&A, I want to make sure, Mike, if you have any thoughts as well on this topic of promoting and supporting open code initiatives.
Sure. I mean, everything already said has been great, and I have too many thoughts, but I'll just say one thing. You know, I think what doesn't get measured doesn't get paid attention to. It's fantastic that we have free and open source software advocates within government now, but a much broader set of policymakers need to appreciate the role that open source plays in the economy and development, et cetera. And that's kind of one of the motivations of the innovation graph that we launched, that we want to, if you want to see numbers that are kind of tuned to your jurisdiction, then you can look at those even even if you don't have a fundamental appreciation of open source, and understand that it's a really big driver of jobs, economic growth. People have used GitHub data to show that more, including policies that foster open source, leads to more startup formation, more jobs, and things like this. There's a really important study from or commissioned by the European Commission, I guess, several years ago, kind of putting a floor on the contribution of open source to the EU economy of, I believe the range was like 65 to 95 billion euro a year. So quite significant, and would love to see that replicated in in other jurisdictions in a way that's very legible to policymakers who don't know anything about, don't have any affinity for open source, don't know anything about technology necessarily. So I think those making it legible is super important.
Thank you, Mike. And I think before we move to our Q&A, particular open source in the social sector, there's a lot of organizations that work in the social sector that are also open source. We mentioned digital public goods, and there's also research in India, Kenya, and Mexico, taking a look at what were the drivers for social sector open source organizations. How are they funded? What are their initiatives as well? That I think in another section we can explore more on open source in the social sector. Okay, and I believe also Malakumar was instrumental in leading that research. As we move to our Q&A section here, open the floor up to anybody who has any questions here in person, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Sumana Shrestha. I'm a parliamentarian from Nepal, and I was very curious to attend this because I have a lot of questions. So the first one is, how do you incentivize these entities to actually share data? When you think about different actors that exist to improve the society, you've got private sector, obviously, you've got government, and you've got a very influential INGOs and UN that work. So what are some of the ideas, what has worked maybe in Sri Lanka or other parts of the world to incentivize these different actors to actually share data in whatever format, right? Whatever privacy setting format. The reason I ask that is one of the things in my previous life before parliamentarian, what I've seen is there is a massive incentive to hoard the data and then come up with insights to then present and say, okay, I have some advantage over everybody else, that then sort of warrants funding for me to go out and do something. It could be going and distributing relief material when there are earthquake or disasters, for example, right? That's one. And then it'll be really great to understand a bit more on this French procurement law that you mentioned, that you require a certain percentage to be open source. How did you, in Nepal, we have a very big mistrust towards anything that's open. They think anything that's free is not good quality, etc. So we tend to procure, and you're smiling, maybe because we see the same problem.
That's exactly the contrary.
Well,
if
so
you have a closed system, you don't know if there are backdoors.
right. So I think maybe it also, I understand, but how did you go about building that level of trust in open sources? If you've seen, if there was something fundamental you did, I think it also maybe pertains to the capacity, right? How many people can actually have the capacity in Nepal to go check the open source code and then see if there are backdoors? So what are some of the inbuilt assumptions that you have? And what are the maybe very focused attention that you paid to strengthen those pillars to then bring this level of trust in open source? I think let's start with that.
Okay. I mean, I'll go on the data part, I think. Sort of the, superficial answer is it's actually very difficult to get the incentives right for data sharing, right? Data is power, and therefore the incentives are to hoard it, whether you use it or not, actually. That's the interesting part. So we've spent the past year looking at public-private data partnerships across Africa, Asia, Latin America, Middle East, and the Caribbean, and mapped like over 900 different partnerships around data and done some in-depth case studies. And we see a couple of things. One is that data sharing is a really high transaction cost activity, right? Because capacities are different. Particularly if you're dealing with a large company and trying to get some data, you don't even know who to reach because there are regional managers, marketing managers, somebody in San Francisco, et cetera, right? So it's high transaction cost. And what that does is it privileges the really large companies because they can come negotiate with the government, spend the money, and they can also enter a market and subsidize something with data with a very long-term view. So I mean, Microsoft, for example, is a case in point where they can go and do something in a country that's in the early stages of development, digitization, because in 10 years, when everyone gets a computer, you know that operating system is more likely to be a Microsoft one. So they can make those kinds of investments for the long term in data partnerships, right? Many small ones don't. So partnership building, this is why I said the easy answer is it's difficult, because partnership building around data are really difficult. So the incentives have to be set up. So we talk often about this incentive of, you can get data from Uber, if it is in Nepal, but I'll talk about Sri Lanka, that has some percentage market share. Uber can give it to government or civil society to understand, where people are or something. But actually, if you now combine with 2 other local taxi companies and share the data back with Uber and everybody, in a non-commercially sensitive way, it's now suddenly much more useful to Uber, it's useful to the local person, it's useful to the transport planning person in government as well. So you kind of find the incentive system that makes it worthwhile for the large and the small operators to come and play. And then you set up the technical infrastructure for data sharing, of course, right? And you give them the kind of confidence that says, we are not going to share sensitive data, like in the telecom example I gave. You also then put the legislation around it for telecom data. In particular, we really had to sort of make sure that the telecom regulators didn't have a problem. So you need sort of research exceptions or public policy or journalistic exceptions in data sharing, particularly if it comes to sensitive data. So, I mean, bridging those transaction costs and getting the incentives right, those are the broad principles, but really finding the incentives are a case-by-case basis. So we find the successful ones are often where like a middle broker is involved in getting these data partnerships going, right? Somebody who can convene multiple people. So a classic example would be In India, UN had a now defunct, but a Pulse Lab Jakarta, the UN data governance system, sort of, they would sort of sit in the middle and convince government that they need to play in this data game, that they need to use private sector data. They develop that capacity because government doesn't automatically say, I'll use private sector data, right? And sometimes governments can't say that either because privates, like the census department often has a rule that thou shalt conduct national surveys, not use call detail records for population projection, right? So they don't give up on, so work with government. Then bring like 5 different private sector players together. Sometimes it involves paying for the data, sometimes it's setting up the incentive systems. The Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data in Africa brought together the group on Earth observations, which allowed satellite data about Africa, like as a block, and to any country who wanted it, they made it available. So data brokerage also plays a role. I'm not saying government can't be a data broker, but that role of a data broker is really important because otherwise what you have is one-off data transactions, right? I mean, during COVID, everyone managed to get, some Facebook data to understand where people were. That's not really useful because now COVID is over, none of those data is flowing anymore to government or to civil society. So to set it up in a sustainable way that you can understand development and use that data requires a bit more.
Thank you for your very precise and important questions. First, as you said, most people of power has quite an instinct of hiding the data. But this is the old approach. First, this is not, obviously this is not the best global organization, as you can easily see in the bureaucracy, for example. When I did join the French government 10 years ago to lead the open data policy, sometimes 4 different administrations did build the same data with mistakes, and they did spend a lot of time and money to sell data between administrations of the same government. So it was unuseful, expensive, long. I discovered, because it was expensive, sometimes some administration did use very old data sets because they did buy it just every 4 years, for example, to the neighbor, and with the same money because we are one state. So this is not the best global organization, and maybe this is not the best strategy. What I've learned from the digital economy story is that platform strategies are better if you have data, you share this, and you become the center of the ecosystem, and you have more influence, maybe less direct power, but much more soft power. And the story of, I don't know, Microsoft, Google, Amazon is the story of people sharing their data, not of people hiding their data. So first, yes, this is a natural instinct, but we have to fight it because this is a stupid strategy to hide your data. Then, regarding the controversies regarding open source, yes, in France, we usually consider that open source is the best security approach because you can check, you can contribute. So if you discover something, you can fix it. That's funny because, for example, if you observe the story of European countries, now everything is converging, but 20 years ago, the French public sector did use a lot of open source and free software and not the private sector. And in Germany, it was the contrary. The German companies did use a lot of free software and not the German government. So you have also national histories, of course. It depends of your... But in France, probably it's also political. Most public decision makers consider that open source is less expensive. And if it's not, because sometimes it has cost, of course, but you will spend your money to pay national workers, not benefits in Seattle. So that's a better use of your public money because you create value in your country. And usually it's less expensive. A better security and maybe a better democracy. You know, in the Declaration of Human Rights in 1789, we say that the government has to be accountable, that every citizen has a right to understand what the government is doing and to check if this is the most efficient approach. So now most of the governmental actions are made through big and complex systems. If you don't have the right to understand the black box, you are not a perfect democracy. And you have to rely on someone that pretend to make the best, but you don't know. So the mix of cost, security, and democracy makes that in France this is not a controversy anymore. Most people in the public sector encourage this approach. If you need a strategy, you did ask for, the first easy step is about public procurement. I'm not speaking about buying software. I'm speaking about buying services. I remember 10 years ago, the city of Paris wanted a network of self-driving cars. But they did write in the procurement, and I will access to every data, and I will share it in open data. And the companies didn't want to, but they say, that's my market, my procurement. If you don't accept, I will take another solution. So for water, for transport, for when you buy a service or you delegate a public service, just think about writing one clause saying, and I will take the data and I will share the data. That's not so difficult if you have a competitive market. A second thing, of course, is to explain, to exchange, to build an ecosystem. And yes, to be frank, I don't think that those strategies can be done if you don't have any ecosystem. It can be an ecosystem of open source software. It can be an ecosystem of startup or a big tech company. I don't care, but you need to work with private sector, the civil society or private sector. You need to work with outside of the government. If you cannot rely on some skills and competencies and energy and innovation and creativity, that's very difficult. And regarding la loi pour une république numérique, so to be precise, we wrote that every software that the government develop or we pay for development has to be open source. It was built on the premises of the law for free access to information. During the 70s, we decided, so we wrote that the citizen has the right to ask for every information regarding government action. So how did you pay? Where did the money go? And we did build on these premises. So of course, when we buy, as I said, a consumer product, we don't ask for open source. But when we finance the development of the product or when we develop ourselves, this is mandatory. Regarding the competencies, as you said, this is very often a problem. But you know, you don't really need very, very, very skilled people because we are speaking about a simple IT. And sometimes, for example, just a funny story. 10 years ago, I did create also the job of a chief data officer for the French government. And I did hire a great data scientist to fix and to build good public policies. And I did hire brilliant people, and we did help maybe 100 administrations to improve some public policies. And after 4 years, they went to me and they told me, this job is a bit boring. We did just use Excel software and linear regression. Because government has very structured data and very simple questions. You don't need to make a generative AI on a big data with a big you don't need this to fix 80% of the problems. If you have simple people with simple software, but very focused to have an impact. And very often we did build, for example, in France, the French ID system, France Connect, which is used now by 40 million people every week. We are a small country regarding to India. So 40 million people is something in France. I did build it with 6 developers in 6 months. The global price was 600,000 euros. Of course, if I had decided to buy it to some big companies that you can imagine, it would have cost, I don't know, 30 million euros. But when you do it yourself with simple principles, with this agile methodology I did mention, so make a first minimum viable product and then improve it, that's not so expensive and you don't need Nobel Prize, if I may. You just need good and serious developers. And maybe one last thing, I was there, when we did decide this law regarding so some people had concerns. So we decided to mention a cybersecurity exception. So if the cybersecurity agency say that publishing the code is dangerous, we won't. It was 5 years ago, it did never happen. They did never find a software publishing the code was dangerous. So it was a security to make people comfortable, and it was never useful.
Let me just make a quick thing. I think this is quite amazing. Just one little challenge, depending on the structure of your civil service, is to attract people with skill to do this kind of development. You need to look at what other options you have, and particularly in South Asia, they can work for a global IT firm, usually for 5 to 10 times the government salary, and that's a real incentive problem. So the way some countries deal with it is to have these other structures, like a government-owned private company that does a lot of this IT development, who don't have to abide by government pay scales, and that then suddenly makes it attractive. Somebody who wants to do civic tech, public technology, but also isn't compromising and sort of, making low government salary.
If I can say something, because that's very important. So most of the people that went to work with me did divide their salary by 2. But you can have very skilled and dedicated people if you give them a mission and autonomy. But if you ask them to divide their salary and to obey to a big hierarchy chain and to respect a stupid and a very complex framework, and so you have to give them a mission, a real mission. Let's fight unemployment. Let's educate. And kind of autonomy. And that's why we have to change the way we do organize bureaucracy. But that's not impossible. And actually, a lot of countries did it, and more, I feel, and always with people coming from the private sector. Private or the big, important open source ecosystem. It can be also Wikipedia, GitHub, OpenStreetMap. In France, we work a lot with the OpenStreetMap community. So Linux, Debian. It's not always private firms. It can be, but that's outside of the government.
Thank you. And taking a look on our virtual attendees, we have some questions on whether there are government tools regarding securing data. Let's double check. And potentially, I think let's start with that first. If there's any thoughts on that. If not, we do have another question as well. Let's take a look at
I have I have a small comment on that might not be directly addressing it, but I just want to highlight how important cybersecurity is for protecting data. There's, if you have a breach due to an exploit, then your data is exposed no matter what other measures you have taken. And I want to kind of tie that back into the previous discussion. I think the idea that open source is more secure because everybody can audit it and see exploits and fix them is sort of true, but also a little bit of a double-edged sword, and can actually be useful is very pertinent in policy conversations now, because one analogy is that open source is free, but it's also like a free puppy that you have to take care of. And due to incidents like Log4j, I think the attention of policymakers has been focused that open source is part of our societal infrastructure, and it's something that we can't only rely on the developers of individual projects to adequately secure. So there needs to be kind of investment from a bunch of stakeholders, including governments, in making sure that ability for everybody to review the code and make fixes that actually acted on, and Germany is really a leader in this with the sovereign tech funds, but there are others in the US Open Technology Fund and kind of others brewing. But I think that's a really important point, that potential for open source being more secure actually needs to be actioned and needs coordinated action. And I think in sort of another way that this kind of loops back on itself is that those decisions about where to invest, what open source code is actually critical, for power plants, for elections or whatever, you actually need data to be able to identify where you make those investments. Otherwise, you're boiling the ocean. So it's fairly tangential, but basic cybersecurity is just absolutely crucial for protecting data.
You're completely right. Open source creates a possibility to check, but someone has to do it. Or I have another funny experience. In France, we had interesting free bureautic suite, so Word, Excel, it was named Framasoft. And during the COVID, the Ministry of Education decided and said publicly, I will use Framasoft. And the people from Framasoft did yell and contest this, and they say, but are you crazy? Are you really considering to put 1 million teachers and 10 million students on my infrastructure without giving me anything? But I will die. You have to finance infrastructure, servers, or you will kill me. And that was funny because it could have been seen as a big victory. That's the French Ministry of Education, one of the biggest international administration, bigger than the Red Army. So it could have been seen as a victory, but it was the kiss of death. And so we have to be serious and to nurture and protect and finance this ecosystem, or we will kill it. This is not there is no such thing as a free software, free lunch. Someone has to pay a bit.
Thank you. I know we are at time, but I want to double check to see if anybody has any questions in the audience here or online. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for attending. Any concluding thoughts from our speakers here? No, not a problem. And well, thank you so much for everybody to attending this very early morning in Japan session. And we look forward to any other thoughts that you have on open code on development. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning. If you're here for the Universal Service panel, we'll be starting soon, but we'd love for you to move up to the table. We don't bite, so if you don't mind, if you feel like it, you don't have to, of course. It's helpful if we have more people around the table, but all good. Just putting that out there. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Workshop 292. The workshop organizers are sitting here with our wonderful panel. I'm Jane, and this is Senka. I'm going to give a quick overview of why we're here, in theory, and we'll talk more about it throughout the panel session. And Senka is going to introduce some of our panelists, and then we'll get to the panelists and the lineup. We have until 12 o'clock, and we have 2 sets of speakers. We'll have Q&A in between and after each set of speakers. So we have 6 speakers from around the world. We're very excited they're here. We're here to talk about universal service or universal service and access funds. These funds have been around for over 20 years. Some people are not aware of that. They were originally created by regulators around the world to subsidize fixed networks, which are fiber networks that were in the ground. Some of you may only be familiar with mobile networks, but there are fixed mobile and satellite networks, and originally universal service funds were meant to subsidize those fixed networks. They were developed, in fact, with some of the big telcos that deployed those networks at the time. Over the years, as technology has changed and new technology has emerged, particularly mobile and other, Wi-Fi. Mobile in particular has also been subsidized. If you receive phone bills still, from your providers, you may see certain universal service taxes on your bills. At least in the United States you do, and in some other countries. And you start to realize there are quite a few fees that build up. Generally, that money went into funds. Throughout the years, some of those funds have been very well administered. Some have been extremely corrupt. They've been used by some governments, not for the purposes for building out networks. And there's been lack of accountability in some of those funds, meaning providers were given the money to build out, and they didn't build out to the rural, remote, unserved, and underserved areas. If they had, we wouldn't be where we are today with about 2.6 billion offline. Now, we all recognize, all the speakers here, and Senka and I, that building out certain places with fiber is just not doable from a geographic and from a geographic perspective and in different territories. And this is also, I should say, an urban, rural, and remote issue. This is not just rural, remote when it comes to universal service. There are some communities that have been what's called redlined, excluded from connectivity, and that's a whole nother issue we won't get into necessarily. But the funds have been administered over the years generally by regulators, in some cases by ministries. Senka wrote a paper recently for APC under a certain program that is linked to the workshop description, and you can see some great examples of different universal service funds from around the world. We also want to give a shout out to A4AI, and now it's called GDIP. That team has done so much work, and Natalia Frodic, who's our first speaker, was from that team in the past, who's done research in Latin America on universal service funds. The A4AI team also at that time had done some work in sub-Saharan Africa to posit that there were ways that you could use those funds to help also women and girls in connectivity, to connect women and girls, but also to broaden the funds. And it's something that we've all talked about, is how to take those funds and distribute them to potentially internet exchange points, to community networks, which has been done in Argentina recently, so that there's more diversification of those funds and subsidies out to other areas. So we have a wonderful range of speakers, from practitioners who've been in the field building networks, to policy experts, to folks that have done extreme work on how to fund networks. That's Ben. And Josephine, who's worked with a group in Nairobi called Tanda. It's a community network. Konstantinos, who's a policy expert. And I'm going to turn it over to Senka so she can give you better bios. But we just wanted to set the stage that the idea here is that we need to think of ways to reboot these funds, to create a new way of putting the universal service funds out there.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the session. I'm going to introduce the 6 speakers that we will have today. Our first speaker is Natalia Frodic. Natalia is the Director of International Programs at Connect Humanity. She's a licensed attorney and expert in technology and communications policy and regulatory issues with over 15 years of experience. Natalia is joining us online from Brazil today. Our second speaker, Konstantinos Kamaitis, is here in the room. He is currently a non-resident fellow and senior researcher at the Lisbon Council. He's also a non-resident fellow with the Digital Forensics Research Lab and at the Atlantics Council Democracy and Tech Initiative. Previously, Konstantinos spent 10 years in active policy development and strategy as Senior Director at the Internet Society. And he's also an author and public speaker. Our third speaker is joining us online today. It's Ben Matranga, who is the managing partner of Connectivity Capital. Connectivity Capital is an impact investment fund focused on expanding internet access in developing countries. Ben has nearly 20 years of experience leading private equity, venture capital, and debt investments in emerging markets. Like Jane said, after those first three speakers, we will have a short Q&A session. And then we will move to the second part of the session, which will be more focused on specific sectors. So in that part, our first speaker in the second part is going to be Teddy Woodhouse. Teddy is a ICT for development expert with almost a decade of experience in public and nonprofit sectors. Currently, he's the international policy manager at Ofcom, the UK communications regulator. And in this role, he's responsible for Ofcom's engagement within the ITU. I believe that Teddy is joining us from Geneva, in fact. Before Ofcom, Teddy was with the Alliance for Affordable Internet. Like Jane said, we actually cited a lot of work from the A4AI in our background paper. After Teddy, we'll have Josephine Melisa, who is here with us in the room today. Josephine is a digital inclusion and transformation consultant. She's one of the pioneers of the community networks movement in Africa. Currently, she's the regional policy coordinator for Africa within APC's LockNet project. She also co-chairs the Africa Community Network Summit and is a member of the MAG, the IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. And last but not least, we have Sol Luca Detena here in the room. Sol has worked as a strategic program manager within technology and development, capacity building and policy advocacy for 15 years. She's the former CEO of an award-winning community-based ISP in South Africa. And currently, Sol is a connectivity solution specialist at GIGA, which is a UNICEF ITU joint initiative aiming to collect every school in the world to the internet by 2030. As you can see, we have a very diverse panel from different stakeholder groups, civil society, private sector, government, UN agencies. I hope you enjoy the discussions, and I will hand over to our first speaker, Natalia Fodic.
Thank you, Sanka. Well, first of all, thank you so much to you and to Jane for organizing the session. It's a pleasure to have so many of you. Well, I envy you a little bit, as I mentioned in the chat, because I would love to be in Japan. But it's so nice to see you and see be able to be in this panel with Teddy. I know Onika, my former colleague, is also, I saw her as one of the persons who will attend the session. So it's a real pleasure. So I have been working with connectivity issues for around 15 years. I'm currently working for Connect Humanity, which is a philanthropic fund focused on connectivity. Prior to that, I was at A4AI, and as Jane has mentioned. And well, regarding the document that Jane has mentioned, that was a document that was published about 2 years ago. And it was focused in Latin American and Caribbean countries. In part, we did that in partnership with the Internet Society. And in that document, we came to the conclusion that, most of the funding of universal service funds go to large operators, right? So that's a first issue here, because this various types of stakeholders should be able to access these funds. Another issue is that a lot of the times the disbursement rates are really low. So in the region, Argentina, Chile, Colombia, and Peru had high disbursement rates. However, many of the countries either were not using it at all or were using for other purposes, such as creative accounting, right? So you use it for other purposes other than telecom policy, for example, uh, helping the country reach certain federal budgetary goals like surplus, right? Um, from a perspective of equity and universality, as I was mentioning, there is a key issue on who is able to access these funds, not only whether they are disbursed or not. As Jane has mentioned, Argentina had some recent changes, like about 3 years ago, recent legal changes that actually allowed uh, community networks to access the funds. However, it just came back from the LACNIC-LACNOG meeting and the LAC-ISP meeting with all of the stakeholders from the region. Last week, I was there talking to them, and they said that, this is not working that well any longer in the country. So, I mean, I don't have precise information, but that's what I heard from them, from Argentinian colleagues in the meeting last week. So in the US, there is also $42 billion now to support broadband, right, to unserved and underserved communities. However, and the program is called BEAD, which stands for Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. However, Connect Humanity, the organization I'm working for, has recently, together with other organizations in the US, has advocated for changes in how these funds are being designed to be disbursed, because the smaller ISPs, whenever they are trying to get access to these funds, they have to get a letter of credit of 25% of the amount plus a 25% match requirement. And a lot of times that amounts to a total amount that is much higher than what they can afford. So that basically shuts them out of the program. So, and similar fears to that happen, for example, in Brazil. Brazil is, going back to the Latin American examples, is one of the countries that actually is a pretty famous one, because it has had a fund for literally 20 years. However, the fund was completely dormant and was being used for creative accounting purposes. However, 2 years ago, a new law was enacted in which finally, first of all, the funds can be used towards broadband, because prior to that, it was only phone lines, not really internet. And then second, finally, we are advancing towards actually disbursing these funds that have been accumulated for so long. But then there are also fears related to whether all types of stakeholders will be able to access these funds or not, whether it's just like same old, right, like large operators only. Just a quick uh, overview of how that's going. Like, the National Development Bank is the financial agent behind it. So right now, the BNDES, which is the National Development Bank, is the only financial agent uh, responsible for the funds. There will be reimbursable and non-reimbursable um, lines of credit. However, the reimbursable ones are much clearer than the non-reimbursable ones. And precisely the smaller stakeholders like community networks would be the ones that will benefit from the non-reimbursable lines. And this is actually, they're gonna finalize the details of how that's gonna play out only next year. And well, I don't know, how much more time do I have? Well, and well, in regards to community
Natalia,
networks,
sorry
there
to
is a new,
interrupt you. You have about a minute.
okay. Regarding community networks, it's something that used to be not even um, known by some of the public officials, in even in within the national regulator or the ministry, right? So over the past 2-3 years, finally there is more awareness of it, and now finally there is a new working group that has been created within the national regulator. I'm sorry. And I actually have a sprained ankle and I'm taking a lot of medicine, and this is my stomach basically. I'm sorry. So we hope that we hope to create more awareness of this community networks through this working group that was recently created in the regulator, the national regulator. That's it for now for the first round. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Over to Konstantinos.
Thank you, Jane. Good morning, everyone. It's really good to be here, and thank you very much for asking me to come and speak. So I would like to start by saying that I think that at least I will bring the perspective of Europe and what's happening in Europe, where discussions on infrastructure have really picked up again. I think that the COVID pandemic did two things. First of all, it made us all realize how important the internet is, and made us survive what was an unprecedented, a very difficult situation. But at the same time, it highlighted the need to have a conversation about infrastructure again, and also the political need for this to happen. In Europe, at least, the way the conversations about infrastructure have been taking place for over a year and a half now, unfortunately has taken a direction that is not really about how to create sustainable models to support infrastructure, but it is done in a way that is really premised on ideas of digital sovereignty and protectionism. And for those of you who might be following a little bit what is happening in Europe, I am talking, of course, about the fair share debate, which effectively is this idea that telco providers need to be paid, or are entitled to payment by content and application providers for the traffic that they carry. It is very unfortunate that in Europe this debate has been shaped in the way that it has, because it has been sensationalized, and currently we're at a place where it's not really based on facts anymore, but it's really purely emotional. And what I mean by that is that the way the story has evolved, we're even seeing terminology being used that is, basically completely mistaken and misinformation. For instance, companies like Google and Facebook and AWS and Netflix are being referred to as large traffic generators, which is fundamentally wrong, because anyone who has spent at least a little bit of time in this space knows very well that it's users that generate traffic. That's it. Users want to access the services that are being provided by these companies, and they pay their ISPs in order to be able to access those services. So effectively, what telco providers are asking is some sort of double payment. So it's really double dipping, right? So we're getting what we want out of users, but we're also going to be getting what we want out of those very large companies. we are at a place, and actually a lot has happened in the past 12 hours, in Europe at least. Once the debate started, and of course there was not a lot of information, because beyond the idea of give us money, there was not really a concrete plan as to how this money will be calculated, what sort of measures they will be used, why USFs are not being utilized or are part of the conversation. So by the time, however, everyone started engaging, I cannot remember, I've been doing this for approximately 20 years, and by this I mean internet policy, and I cannot remember any other time in Europe where stakeholders that traditionally have been at opposing ends have come together in order to fight this. Because this model and this idea is really going to materially affect the way the internet works. It is going to affect the open internet. We are talking about changing here the way interconnection agreements are made. We are talking about minimizing and narrowing down a lot the scope of IXPs, internet exchange points, which are effectively the place where interconnection happens. And we are talking about, of course, consumers and how they will be affected, because somebody will need to pay for all that money that will be spent. So we have spent a year and a half fighting the Commission on this. There was never a proposal. There was a consultation that opened up in February and ended in May. And yesterday, of all days, after 4 months of waiting patiently, or impatiently in my case, the Commission released its results. Of course, there is no consensus about the fair share proposal. So for the time being, it's being shelved. However, we do know that there's going to be some sort, most probably, some sort of a policy recommendation. We know that the Commission is not really willing to give this up, and that it is going to continue. And before I just wrap up, a little bit of it's not really a self-pitch, but because Europe did it, and that has been one of the unintended consequences, or perhaps even intentional, a lot of other jurisdictions have started picking this up. Brazil, India, South Korea, the Australia, somebody pinged me on Twitter, and many other jurisdictions, some places in the Caribbean, are starting to pick up this conversation as well. And of course, the thinking is, if Europe does it, which is a democracy, which is the biggest trading bloc, which is the third largest economy in the world, why shouldn't we do it? It must be a very good idea. It is an awful idea, and we need to resist this global trend, because one of the side effects is going to be that if this thing goes through in many jurisdictions, even in one jurisdiction, we are talking about fragmenting the internet, right? So as part of that, and all these concerns, a coalition of global civil society organizations released a statement today calling out on the governments to resist such policies because of the adverse effect that they might have on users as well as the open internet. And I'll stop here, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Konstantinos. And we have one more speaker, and I would posit, and we might want to talk about this after Ben speaks, is it triple dipping? If you get money out of users, get universal service funds, and then you put a tax on people who ride on top of, well, carry your traffic for you in some instances. In any event, we're over to Ben Matranga, and just a shout out also to a great report that Ben and his colleague Anup put together with Connect Humanity, the Internet Society, and the Association for Progressive Communications and Mozilla. Last year, there's a great report on innovative financing for all types of networks, and in particular, some of these smaller, medium-sized ISPs, which are both commercial and non-commercial. Ben, we are going to turn it over to you, and Ben is another online speaker.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Jane, and thank you, Senka, for allowing me to join. We're excited to be here. My name is Ben Matranga. I'm managing partner at Connectivity Capital. Connectivity Capital is an impact investment fund, and what that means is we mobilize capital from the private sector and work by and large with public sector private partners. So these are development finance institutions to mobilize capital to expand internet access in frontier markets. So to date, we've had investments in over 15 countries. Our focus is broadly sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia. And I think it's, it's an exciting time to have this conversation because we're, we're, meaning the global we, are at a place now where we really do have all of the tools to reach 90% plus of the people on this planet with broadband access. And that's pretty, exciting, bold, but also limiting. And what I mean by that is, this is not a technological problem. This is not kind of physics of how we promulgate, the characteristics of an IP-based network. This is not a question of whether we do fiber or wireless or what kind of mode of transportation of how we get data to people. That'll all be solved by actors on the ground that are close to the problem. We really see this as a coordination and then an access to capital problem. And if we can solve those two problems, we will see access to broadband increase, in vast swaths of the globe. And I think I want to break down both of those things: first, coordination, and then access to capital. And I'll start with access to capital. Now, the way we kind of view connectivity writ large, I think one thing that is incredibly important for everyone to kind of accept and understand, something we kind of already intuitively get, is that there's this idea of the dual ecosystem of connectivity is what we call. And what that means is every single person has two forms of connectivity. They have one form, which is mobile, which is connected to the person, which is optimized for go anywhere you want. You can take it on the go. It's amazing what you can do. When we look at migration patterns in places like Kenya and what you can do because of the mobile phone, because you can, in your life, you can kind of call your mom on her birthday to send mobile money transfers, everything that's kind of those smaller data uses. It's done a fantastic job over the last decade. We like to call that kind of the first wave of connectivity in emerging markets, but there's limits to that leapfrog. And the second form of connectivity, which is predominant, which we're all using right now, is broadband connections. And broadband for us is uncapped, always on. It is thinking about the internet and thinking about the data, not as kind of some episodic thing that you do. It's just always there. And when it's always there, it becomes a utility. What we like to see over time is the pricing for that service no longer becomes a luxury good, but it's a commodity. You don't even think about the price to transact on it. And today, in most parts of the world, for the vast majority of people, data is still a luxury good. And our mission is basically to make a commodity everywhere in the world so people can jump online whenever they want to, interact in whatever way they choose to, and then exit and know the internet is still going to be there when they're done. Now, I think, what I really want to hit the point on is kind of the challenge of blended finance and how we use blended finance with private sector partners to expand access to the internets in all of these remote parts of the world that need that uncapped, always on broadband connection. And I think the challenge with blended finance is less that it's needed. The track record of using blended finance and universal service funds in Europe and the United States is pretty universal. You take most sections of the population and they required some form of subsidy. I think the bigger challenge in emerging markets is who pays for it and then how much blending is needed. The stark reality is in most of the countries we operate in, the governments have a ton of pressure on their budgets. And that's to provide for social goods and services, healthcare, education, et cetera. And there's constraints on those parts. And it seems to have shaken out that providing additional subsidy for telecoms is something that is just always one of those things that is just not the coalition of actors there to provide that subsidy that you would have in other sectors. Now, the good news is that the cost to actually build these networks is falling through the floor. Kind of global supply chains have reacted, and the cost to build a network, even a fiber-based network in most of these markets, is extraordinarily cheaper than it was even 5 years ago. So less subsidy is needed, and how is that subsidy then provided for? Our belief is that governments may be able to provide some subsidy. The exciting subsidies that we see are coming around anchor institutions. When we talk about anchor institutions, we think about these as universities, community centers, hospitals, et cetera. And what that does in terms of network architecture is it pulls kind of what we like to think of as the trunk, the kind of fat part of the network, your backhaul distribution, into new places. And it just lowers the landed cost of bandwidth to get into new communities. Then that kind of ground game that ISPs can build off of it drops their price to then reach the end consumer. So in certain markets, we're most excited about seeing the potential of that. Giga has certainly done that at scale in certain African markets. Once you get the landed cost of bandwidth into new communities, by and large, ISPs are extraordinarily creative. They're probably, riding on the backbone of some of that infrastructure even before most of the public sector clients know it. They're, it's extraordinarily crafty and kind of fast-moving entrepreneurs that do that. And once they see that landed cost of bandwidth drop, they know their economics well enough that they can deliver that service to end consumers. Now, the second part of that question is who, and I think, building a broadband network really comes down to what we like to think of as revenue density. It's just the cost to serve denser populations is always going to be less. And that's how, it's kind of always been the case. And that's where kind of the need for thoughtful public policy of how we think about the amount of subsidy that's needed to reach some of those lesser dense populations comes into play. The good news is, I think in emerging markets, we're not kind of even there yet. There's still a lot of runway to move with private sector builds in these in most of these markets. You take a country even like South Africa, for all intents and purposes, feels well developed, is a brick, is kind of solid second world country, still has broadband penetration rates that are just around 15%, right? So there's just a lot of movement to go to get an uncapped always-on connection in everyone's home. I think what's critical for us, and I think I just want to end on this point, and this is something that A4AI, the Alliance for Affordable Internet, really hit on early on around the importance of meaningful connectivity is, what is broadband and why is it important? And the pandemic certainly hit that home for a lot of us. You're only going to use a sliver of the internet if you have episodic data use. You're certainly not going to have a call like this and be on, we'll be on this call an hour and a half. That'll consume about 1.5 gigs of data. So just as an example of real time for people that want to be able to participate, you do need that uncapped always on connection. We think that's kind of the way what customers will demand in these markets. With that, let me send it back over to Jane and Senka.
Thank you, Ben. And I should have said earlier when we started, thank you to the host country. The connectivity here has been amazing. So thank you to the to our hosts here in Japan as well. And we're very lucky, as Ben said, that we can have this call. We have about 10 minutes for Q&A, and we've just heard from Ben, Konstantinos, and Natalia. There's a theme we could pull out on subsidization and public policy, and I would say multi-stakeholder participation in that policy making, because Ben, you as a finance expert certainly could, not only are you helping subsidize networks, but you're working with governments and public sector organizations to help them flip the policy so it's not just them making the decisions without talking to experts. I would ask you all, and Konstantinos was just talking about Europe, subsidization of connectivity has been going on a very long time, and especially some of the biggest networks in the world, the biggest ISPs. Why wouldn't we want a strong public policy, multi-stakeholder consultation to shape those policies, to either develop funds, to have the right public policies put in place? Natalia, I'll start with you because Connect Humanity is doing great work in starting up funds to also work with the public policy folks. And you've recently, as you noted, put something out on the letter of credit in the United States, and or you're in Brazil yourself and you're an expert in that space. And from A4AI in general, talk to us about, and we'll give it a minute each, talk to us about what you think can be done to improve multi-stakeholder consultation on some of these really critical issues, particularly USFs, Ben, when it comes to just financing in general, and Konstantinos, how this relates to fair share and the subsidization as well. So Natalia, over to you.
Well, regarding the fair share, I'm also following that closely. I'm following the debate closely, as Konstantinos has mentioned. It has become a really strong topic in Brazil too. We recently had a consultation from the national regulator now there are rumors that they will propose that big techs contribute to the USF too, as like one potential solution for that ordeal. Um, and then regards to the consultations, um, well, one of the fears that smaller ISPs in Brazil have is that the money is not going to be dispersed at a fast enough pace, and whether they are actually going to be able to access them or not, right? Like we should have more participation at the design itself of these details of how the money will be disbursed, which is not, I mean, there is some multi-stakeholder participation, but is limited to particular institutions that are part of established group, an official group, but not all stakeholders are represented there, right? I mean, I'm talking about the Universal Service Fund now, and also there are issues with double or triple dipping, as you have mentioned, potential overlaps in incentives, right, that large companies get. So, for example, like we had recently the 5G spectrum auction, and it was actually auctioned at a lower price, and now they have the large operators that actually got the spectrum have to cover schools. However, they are also getting public funds from the Universal Service Fund to connect the schools, right? So that is an issue. And for that particular type of example, we need a stronger public involvement and involvement from different stakeholders to make sure that, you know, there's more transparency and actually the funds are actually used and not there's like not double or triple dipping in these funds. That's it.
Thank you, Natalia. And you've hit on something that I'll segue over to Konstantinos on. For years and years and years, we all talked about best practices in public consultations, which is transparency, publishing the different proceeding results that you've got. So if you've contributed to the proceeding, and then working with a large range of stakeholders so that you can hopefully have a better policy in place. Konstantinos, have you seen that recently?
Short answer, yes. So to me, it has been quite a remarkable experience, especially Europe has been quite a remarkable experience in the way this has been handled, because we did have a public consultation process. FYI, this was an exploratory consultation, meaning that it is a tool that the Commission uses in order to be able to identify whether there is actually an issue before they proceed to actual drafting of legislation. And according to its own toolbox, the Commission's own toolbox, if the consultation, the exploratory consultation comes back, you know, and they're against it, they should not really proceed with legislation. So all that was, you know, there was a little bit of a hazy moment in Europe because we really did not understand what is happening and why this is happening. But even beyond that, I just want to make a couple of points here. The first one is that there is not a clear policy objective why we're doing this, especially in Europe. Connectivity issues in Europe are not as, of course, there are connectivity issues, but in terms of fiber, we are actually meeting the targets in terms of 5G coverage. We're also actually meeting the targets in Europe. And also there has been a study by WIC consultancy on behalf of the Commission in the European Union that actually said that even though these targets are met, consumers are not using them. They're not making use of these services because they don't know they exist, they haven't seen the utility yet, and so on and so forth. So we are at a place where we are actually meeting those targets. The second point that I want to make is that telcos are making money, right? I mean, it's not that they're not making money. The question here is, and the policy seems to be, and that was always an issue for me, and a question that has never been answered, the policy always seemed to be to try to make big telcos, because we're all only talking about big telcos in Europe, as big as big tech. Right? And I do appreciate that in the internet environment, telcos might not be as big as big technology companies, but that is their issue to solve. This is not a public policy issue that requires regulatory intervention. The other thing that I want to make is about the diversity of infrastructure and the point that the Commission seems to be missing. When it comes to the internet, one of the most basic rules is that no network is more important than another. And what the Commission seems to be implying is that access networks seems to have some sort of priority and privilege over other networks. We know that when it comes to internet infrastructure, it is extremely diverse and everybody contributes their own share. What do I mean? Telcos invest in upgrading their networks. Technology companies invest in creating CDNs and data centers in order to be able to facilitate the traffic and make sure that users get access to the content that they want and the services that they want in a much faster and more reliable way. In fact, the OECD is working on a report, and they will be coming out, that most probably will be coming out next month, where it makes exactly that point about broadband infrastructure. It tries to demonstrate the diverse set of actors that are participating. And the report will identify, of course, telecom providers, of course, big technology companies, but then you have tower companies, you have hedge funds, you have pension funds, you have municipalities, that they're all being part of this infrastructure ecosystem. So it is very important, and I will keep on repeating this because I believe that it gets missed in all this noise. We need to talk about infrastructure, right? Our reliance on the internet will only increase. But pitting technology companies against telcos is not the way to do this. The only way to do this is to collaborate, and only to collaborate. USFs might provide that framework to collaborate, and yes, we need to change a lot of things. I heard transparency, the word transparency being thrown out. Definitely transparency. We have a mechanism. In some cases it has worked, the USFs. In some other cases it may not have worked. Let's all work together in order to try to figure out how to strengthen it, boost it, and actually facilitate this infrastructure building.
Thank you, Konstantinos. And Ben, sort of riffing off that theme of collaboration, but in a different way, in a financial collaborative sense of universal service funds being part of a capital stack for investment. Can you just pull a little bit on that a little bit more, and why that is part of a potential blended finance stack? So over to Ben.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Jane. And I think the reality is that universal service funds are, most governments in the world utilize them. So it's a pot of capital that it just exists in most of the markets, even kind of the lowest end countries that we finance projects in. So it's, the money's there. The challenge is always, how does it get out to the end users? And I would plug just one more time the report that Jane mentioned. We wrote a report with APC, Connect Humanity, with ISOC, and around financing mechanisms. And one of the things that we really highlighted was getting in the weeds of what a subsidy looks like. And the real importance with subsidies is understanding what we would in finance call the difference between capital expenditure and operational expenditure. But it's really kind of what is the one-time versus the ongoing costs of subsidy. When you're doing subsidy type programs, the ongoing costs are the ones that they tend to be tougher because do they go on in perpetuity? When do they expire, essentially? Whereas the one-time costs, you can really get your head around right at the build. The great thing about one-time costs is you can drastically lower that number when you have coordinated billings, builds, right? So the cost to actually build multiple different areas when you're doing it at once, when you're doing it up front, is actually quite a bit cheaper. What we call truck rolls, bringing out a crew, mobilizing resources to continue builds after the fact, it can be extraordinarily expensive. Now, I think the key with capital, with CapEx, is kind of understanding what types of numbers we're talking about. I'll give you an example. We just put out 2 loans, one in South Africa, where we look at the core CapEx of a network. We're putting that out at about $80 per user. That's $80 per user to provide core network CapEx to build out in these markets. The subsidy needn't be very large. We're talking kind of in the range of 10 to 20% is typically what was done in the United States. So in a situation like that, we're talking $20 a user to be able to bring broadband services. In India, it's even less. And in India, they're doing fiber at such tremendous scale. So this is durable, long dated infrastructure that is in the ground that'll exist in perpetuity. I think the last point I would just make is understanding the difference, and this is where public policy really is needed and is challenging, is how you divide different geographic areas. The way we typically think about any given geographic area is it falls into one of 4 economic buckets. One of them is that they're great economics, solid returns. The other one is there's marginal economics. The other one is there's insufficient economics. And the other one is there's permanent subsidy that's required. The ones that are solid economics are by and large are being serviced. The telcos are already there. They're there at scale. With great public policy environment, there's competition that bids down pricing. Those are by and large solving themselves. And no one would be surprised if you looked at the maps of those. It's in the CBD. It's in the highest, most populated parts. The second phase, which is the marginal economics, by and large, the builds are happening. It's the longer duration capital that really constrains those from being built. The way capital formation works in most emerging markets is long-term dated capital, and especially in high inflation environments like we're in now, it does kind of constrict the ability to build to some of those projects. And that's where mechanisms of international finance that are still private sector led can really increase the build there. The next bucket, marginal economics, that's where you do need USFs to come in. And those are communities that are predominantly impoverished, a whole host of other challenges. But by and large, that if you can get that subsidy in there, you can build out to those places. And I think the smartest subsidy programs that we're seeing are focused on those areas. The last one, which is kind of insufficient economics, part of that is just deep rural remote areas. And I think the good news is, as a percentage basis, those are almost always single digits in any given country. So there's kind of a needed discussion about permanent forms of subsidy that's needed, but it includes that both one-time and ongoing subsidy.
Thank you, Ben. And I would throw in, if we're going to have permanent subsidies, midterm, short-term, long-term, we're going to need a little bit more accountability in some countries where if a provider is given a certain amount of subsidization, it would be good to know what they actually did with that money and if people were actually connected. There's some great universal service programs out there. We're going to hear a little bit more about that, and that's a good segue over to Teddy. So the next set of panelists are Teddy Woodhouse, Josephine Meliza, and Sol Luca Detena. So Teddy, over to you. Teddy's coming to us from Geneva. And thank you to Teddy and Ben, because it's very late where they both are, and Natalia. And we appreciate your being so fresh and giving us great data at a tough hour. So Teddy, over to you. You're in Geneva. We appreciate that. And you're with Ofcom, the UK regulator, for those that may not be familiar with Ofcom.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Jane, and hopefully everyone can hear me all right. It's absolute pleasure to be joining you all, no matter what time zone it is. It is worth the effort. So yeah, as Jane mentioned, I'm at Ofcom, the UK regulator, and so I wanted to focus a bit on what the regulator's role in trying to achieve universal service and what that looks like. Because there's some nuance to what a public policy role is and what a regulator's role is going to be. And so focusing in on that regulator role, which is the stuff I love. Hopefully we can get into that. In the UK's experience, one of the key nuances that defines the UK market is we have a universal service obligation rather than a universal service fund. And so what that means is it's actually implemented that there's an obligation on 2 providers in the UK, BT and KCOM, which are kind of chosen by geography, who have an obligation to provide universal service to broadband in certain geographic areas they're assigned to, rather than necessarily there's a central fund that disperses the funds out to other service providers, or how you have it. The way the application works in the UK, just to briefly describe it, is kind of created in 2018 through legislation, and then 2019 Ofcom creates the implementing forces as the regulator of what are the expectations of this. And this has expectations around the speeds. There's a kind of minimum definition there, and then also kind of naming who this application will sit on. And so the way it works is for a user is if they don't have a decent broadband connection at home, they can request to either BT or KCOM, depending on where in the country they live, for coverage to be provided to them. They have to, if coverage gets provided to them, they pay no more than what an average commercial consumer would pay. But the build of up to, right now it's £3,400 gets covered. If it's more than that, unfortunately, and for some truly remote and rural parts of the UK, it's going to be it's more than that. And so then there has to be a question of, okay, how does that excess get paid for, whether it's by the consumer or other public financing mechanisms that exist in the UK. And that's where it kind of then starts to lean in to the government work that can happen in this sector. So it's a brief description of how the universal service obligation works in the UK. And so that's one model of approaching this question of how do we connect everyone in the world. Some of the other parts that are live in the UK market that are going to be relevant to how we understand this issue are things like the shared rural network, which is a kind of agreement essentially between the UK government and network operators here, mobile network operators here in the UK, to build out into rural areas set to targets that are monitored by Ofcom, the regulator. And so that's the regulator's role, is actually this kind of transparency and enforcement role of making sure that what gets agreed to and what the expectations are in terms of rural coverage are being met. And it's important here to think about the driver that's the benefit of having 4 major operators all working together on this program is you have the prospect for competition, which can be a really thorny issue when you're trying to think about universal service in rural areas and feel like if you get coverage of any kind, it's great, but then it's, oh, but there's only just one. So now you're creating the conditions for a monopoly, and how do you address that by design is also an interesting question when we think about universal service. Another program that's in the UK, and this one is operated by Ofcom, is the social tariffs program. And so this one works with fixed broadband, where essentially Ofcom, the regulator, has negotiated with broadband providers throughout the UK on creating a specific tier of broadband packages that are more affordable, targeted towards low-income households. So if someone is on universal credit here in the UK or receives another type of public benefit, they become eligible for this program. And it again has expectations of minimum speeds and performance for this network so that people are still getting a good user experience, even in these conditions where you're trying to use kind of a public intervention to provide connectivity. And so I'll stop there just because I also want to hear from the other 2 panelists personally. I think they're going to be incredible, and they're also on site, so that's much more interesting. But what I'll just say is from the UK experience, some of the things that I hope are kind of the transferable lessons that make sense are things about you have to have a role of different stakeholders, and particularly a role between the regulator and industry is really important. The universal service obligation, for example, was designed so it was actually an application basis. So BT and KCOM come forward and said, we want to provide and feel we can meet the obligation in these areas. And so that was something that was done at an earlier stage so that it works for consumers at the later stage when they're requesting access. It's also about analyzing the market, and this builds a bit into Ben's 4 categories of economic investment. Here is things like the shared rural network here in the UK build out of what is feasible with just no interventions and doesn't need something, but where are the areas in the country where we do need to intervene and do need to kind of set targets. And the last part is about kind of adapting and iterating as you go through. And so this is actually going to be one of the upcoming issues for the UK is what are expectations around speed and performance, and if we need to revise the universal service definition of broadband. So currently it's 10 megabits per second is the minimum download speed. Does that need to increase to a higher number potentially in the future? And so that's hopefully just a few examples and kind of bits of wisdom that we can share from the UK experience. But I'll hand over to my other panelists and thank everyone for their time.
Thank you, Teddy. And you gave us a lovely segue there with the point that you just made on adapting and iterating. I had experiences years ago where I worked with regulators who thought the rules went in place and things didn't need to change. And of course, with new technology coming on and new types of networks being deployed and new ways to subsidize those networks or help capitalize them in Ben's case and others, it really is important that we look at regulatory flexibility, and I think many people will call it fit-for-purpose regulation, which has to change over time. Josephine, I know in Kenya there's been some really great work being done with the regulator. I know that from a community networks perspective, you have perspectives on universal service. We're turning it over to you now to hear a little bit more from your perspective and from your on-the-ground perspective. Thanks.
Thank you, Jen, and to my other panelists as well. I think I'd just like to start by setting a context around USFs in Africa. In general, is that currently 37 countries have been able to establish a USF. Some are still in progress. And with regards to how they are set up, there's those that are independent, sort of independent agencies, and others are housed within the regulator. And I think similar to other continents as well, there's still gross challenges around dormancy, in as much as many of them are established not at the funds and not disbursed. We have issues around transparency, impact and sustainability of some of the projects that the USFs undertake. So for example, you'd find that in some countries they've set up infrastructure, but there's no ownership of that infrastructure beyond those funds. Some undertake projects such as setting up digital ICT centers, which after they're handed over to the communities, there's no follow-up, and so you find that this lies dormant. And so in trying to unlock USFs, especially for community networks, it really begins at first understanding that majority of our African countries do not recognize community networks as complementary access models. And so this means that automatically you are locked out from accessing these funds. Kenya is an example where there has been good collaboration between the regulator and civil society organizations. In 2020, during the pandemic, I think the silver lining was that we realized that in as much as we were talking about these technologies such as AI, IoT, we really had a huge percentage of our population which is still unconnected. And so as part of the COVID-19 responses, the government looked at how it can be able to support last mile connectivity. And so together with APC and Kictanet, with support from the UK government, we started looking at how can community networks be licensed or introduced into the telecommunications market structure. And this resulted into the development of a community networks service provider license, which addressed the issues around affordability, because at $50 as an annual operating fees is quite affordable for community-based organizations or NGOs that would like to start and operate community networks. And it came at a good time because 2021 was just the end of the cycle for the USF strategic plan in Kenya. And so at that time, we began now engaging on how then can community networks be able to benefit from the USF. So one of the issues that came up was that for you to access USF, you also had to contribute to the USF, and the license for community networks exempted community networks from contributing to the USF. So one of the arguments that came up was that since community networks do not contribute to the USF, they should not be able to benefit from the USF. And so together, again, providing technical assistance and contributions to the USF process, engagements with the local community networks, we were able to advocate for the removal of that clause. And so in within the draft framework, 2022-2026, the regulator looks to establish 100 community networks, which I think was a great milestone in terms of the wins for community networks. And this really helped in terms of our advocacy across the continent, because at least now we have a reference point with other regulators. And last year we had the Malawi regulator visit the Kenya regulator just for an exchange. And from that now, within the Malawi strategic plan, they are now looking to support community broadband networks. So for them, it's not community networks, but community broadband networks. But even beyond Kenya, we've also seen success in Zimbabwe as well, where there's that close collaboration between the community network there, which is Murambinda, and Potras, which is the regulator. So what is the role of CSOs? I think first is raising awareness. Regulators still are not aware of community networks. There's still a lot of misconceptions around what community networks are and what they're not. And so there's need for that raising awareness, capacity building as well. We've had workshops together with the ITU in Kenya, Nigeria, and Cameroon, also just to raise awareness around the licensing framework and also how USFs can be able to support community networks. Kenya, for example, even though we have a license and within the framework of the strategic plan, they'd like to support community networks, the regulator still does not understand how that is going to happen. So beyond that, there's still need for hand-holding as to how we can be able now to, structure it. How much does a community network need? How much funds can they absorb? What is feasible? And beyond that, I think is also the providing technical assistance where resources are available.
Wow, shout out to the multi-stakeholder model and working with the Kenyan regulator, and also just this good news about Malawi, Zim, Nigeria, and Cameroon. This is exciting. And there are wonderful regulators like Teddy and the people that Josephine's working with in Kenya and some of these other countries. So this is a really interesting ecosystem of work that has to happen, and it's not done overnight. Sol Lukadetana, we're going to turn it over to you for a perspective from an intergovernmental organization and also from your personal experience.
Thank you very much, Jane and Senka, and I really appreciate the richness of experience and knowledge in this panel. 2 points that other panelists have highlighted and I keep hearing repeated throughout the IGF that really pertain to essentially reaching this internet for all are the need for more transparency and the need for different stakeholders to be involved and informed to attain digital inclusion. I want to share with you what we're doing in Giga that speaks to these 2 points and also go a little bit deep into one of the success cases. So essentially, Giga is a global initiative by 2 UN agencies. We have UNICEF and ITU, focused on connecting all the schools in the world by 2030. And now I think it's really important to understand here schools as a marker of community, or as Ben mentioned, as an anchor of community. Often not only for access, but also to access digital literacy and tools. They also function as hubs during social services or shelters in times of disaster and emergencies. So to better understand the unique position of intergovernmental stakeholders, let me just explain how, from Giga's perspective, we are leveraging UNICEF's presence in 190 countries, decades of a wealth of know-how working with critical issues with children, youth, and education, and of course, ITU's unique position within the telecommunications sector across the world. So together, we work with the Ministry of Education on one side, the Ministry of ICT, private sector, and civil society organizations. But okay, what do we do and how can we help revitalize USF? GIGA works in the access layer of the digital divide, essentially developing open source tools that create a common language, evidence, and bring together best practices. We do this with three main areas of work: advocacy, technical assistance, and procurement. If you can see my slide here, yes, everyone's highlighting Brazil somehow. It's a good example. So what you see in front of you is every dot represents a school. So roughly 138,000 schools, and their color indicates the connectivity status. Green dots are good connectivity, red dots are no connectivity. And this data gets updated every 4 hours. We're also working on the yellow dot, which is whether it's enough or not. So using this map, I want to just go over the three areas of work that we have, right? In many cases, stakeholders don't hold the same information and don't understand the same information. And this map shows very quickly where the need lies and how large the need is. So I'm going to refer back to the Brazil case that Natalia mentioned, where UNICEF Brazil and GIGA joined forces to advocate for this reform of the USF. And from 2020 to 2022, eventually succeeded in this reform of, as I don't know if Natalia mentioned, but it was a $24 billion accumulation over 20 years of funds. Essentially, these changes did lead, at least at some level, right, to improve focus and mechanism for dispersing the funds, reducing regional inequalities, and as pertains to our focus, right, unlocking this commitment to connecting schools. And this translates into about $675 million for school connectivity, which is about 18% of the annual fund. In technical assistance, I wanted to highlight, firstly, this map, knowing what the state of connectivity is. GIGA has mapped 2.1 million schools in 138 countries. In some cases, the governments don't have full databases of these schools. So we are using machine learning AI to identify schools as well. And to date, this has just been started. We've mapped 20,000 new schools in 8 countries. Then understanding connectivity status. We've developed together with Ericsson and MLab a user device app that sends measurements through, and there are about 80,000 schools reporting connectivity status near real time. But we're also going further, right, to understand from an ISP's perspective what their quality of service is or just what their status is. And we're working with several ISPs currently who are sharing their network data. And so in triangulating that experience and quality, we're really getting a sense of what the connectivity reality is. There's also other tools for improvement of procurement and management of public connectivity contracts, which for many governments is very complex. So briefly, connectivity credits is a way to incentivize connecting the difficult areas or the high-risk areas, you know, technically or financially. I think Teddy went into that quite well. And gig accounts would also, it's another project to support the management of high volumes of contracts. Lastly, in procurement. So initially, Giga connected 5,500 schools in 20 countries, just creating a basis for better procurement practices. And now it's focused on procurement recommendations, templates, assistance to support more efficient school connectivity. I want to mention 2 brief examples. So in Kyrgyzstan, together with the Ministry of Education, the contracting was able to reduce costs of connectivity by 43%, representing about a saving of $250,000 per year. And in Rwanda, it was able to also catalyze a cost decrease by 55%, so from $20 per Mbps to 9, and improve the speeds by 400%, so from 5 to 25 Mbps. Further to that, Giga helps to unlock more, and has helped so far to unlock $1.7 billion for financing school connectivity in a blended format. And in addition to the case in Brazil that I mentioned earlier, I've also been able to help unlock $5 million for a loan for Sierra Leone and 100 million for Niger. So, and these different areas of work support one another. So if USF are to be effectively revitalized, I think what our work focuses on and what I think is imperative is that we look at the life cycle, right? That we look at coordinated planning, that we look at deployment and monitoring of, is the fund, are they connected? Are they staying connected? And yeah, we hope that Giga can help with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sol. This is exciting work that the two UN agencies are doing with, as Sol indicated, of course, with the regulators, policymakers, and others to help, bring about change in how connectivity is being distributed, but also financed. We do have some online questions. We'll turn to our online moderator in a minute. We'll ask each participant that just was in this other block, Teddy, Josephine, and Sol, a question, and then we'll open it up, of course, to the floor here in Kyoto, but also the online floor. Teddy, one quick question for you. Has Ofcom provided universal service funding to community-based networks or municipal networks, or whatever the correct terminology is in the UK?
Thanks, Jane. So when we talk about universal service programs, it's not so much that Ofcom is providing the funding ourselves. We kind of see our role as creating the market conditions for network providers to exist. And so when we think about, community networks or altnets, as they're called here in the UK, what it is, it's about creating market conditions so that communication providers of all variety of types can succeed. So in part, that's going to be aspects about having a regulatory framework that is simple enough that anyone can do it, no matter whether they have a huge legal team behind them or if they're a really small operation. But also, looking at other aspects of how, market competitors work with each other. And so to, provide internet services throughout the country. And so that relates a lot to how we understand, wholesale services and kind of the separation of BT from OpenReach and how that process has been managed from a regulatory perspective, because it's, BT being a retail operator and then OpenReach being kind of more of an access network that other networks can then build onto and provide access in new areas. That relationship is really important to making sure it's working correctly so that you have a competitive and diverse market of different providers, because what we're having as a really positive experience in the UK is this diversity of market players. Hopefully in part because of Ofcom's role, but there's other aspects at play as well, that enable consumers to have a good and affordable experience in terms of broadband services.
And thank you, Teddy. That is that important differential between the fact that you're not dispersing funds, you have an obligation, and you're looking at those market conditions, which is great from that regulatory perspective. I think it's in sharp contrast to what Constantinos has experienced recently. Josephine, on setting the stage and working with regulators, what would your advice be to CSOs that do want to interface and work with regulators and help influence policy? Because for those in the room that have done this, I'm looking at Eric Huerta, who's in the room as well, from Redis, and Carlos Baca, Sol, and others. It can be tricky if you're not experienced in working with government. So what would you suggest, Josephine?
I think in our case, a lot of I would say patience first, like patience, because an experience that we had in 2019 with one of my colleagues was that as we were trying to get in, just having meetings with the regulators, the doors were just like being slammed on us. But I would say 2020 was when things began to shift. So, and Jen, you were with us, I think, since 2017, 2016, 2017. So it's first, I would say patience. So it's not a patience and resilience. But also think, as you mentioned something, that it's an ecosystem type of advocacy. In our case, we really built on the collaboration that was existing between the UK Digital Access Program with the regulator in Kenya. And so that helped in terms of, one, building sustainability into some of the programs that they support. Because if there's no policy change, then even if you're building capacity or you're building networks, then there's no sustainability to that. So I would say also looking at who else in the ecosystem has those types of relationships and can be able to introduce you or bring you into the room because they have a sort of validity. Yeah, we can see like even our collaboration with the ITU, for example, also helps us in terms of those advocacy efforts. And also there's no need to recreate what is already existing. So in our interventions, for example, we also built on a lot of experience from other countries and other regions as well. So these resources exist. So more partnerships and collaborations with other existing players or stakeholders within the ecosystem.
That's awesome, and thank you. That's a shout out to FCDO as well, who you worked with closely in ITU and Go UK. You guys are 2 for 2 here. And also your point about data, getting those case studies out there, and segueing over to you, Sol, on the data side. Help us with some of the sort of insight you have on what you think Giga could do more in the future of working with countries to highlight the importance of that ecosystem and funding and data.
Thanks, Jane. Yeah, I mean, ecosystem, I really also appreciate Josephine's mention of, the need for different stakeholders, also gathering experience, right? And I think that's the privilege that we are in the position to have, right? With these 2 different agencies that pull on already existing relationships with at least 2 ministries, already creates a channel of communication. And I think we are working more on that, and I think we can work more. And I think I go back to my struggle, not only now, but also previously in my life as a community network practitioner, around creating a common language. And, that's not just between government, private sector, and civil society, which we know, kind of are driven by different things and speak to the same issues in different ways, but also between government departments, right? Different foci and different ways to explain, or different, I suppose, challenges. So I think Giga is in a very good position to create, I hope the map illustrated, the kind of simple tools of trying to understand the same problem, trying to understand that based on facts and evidence and cases. So I think that what we can definitely bring to the table is a common language, not only across different departments in public sector, which are our natural interlocutors, but also with private and community-based organizations. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. We have about 12 minutes for some Q&A. Is there anyone, I think there was a question, let me give Carlos a microphone. Carlos, was there a question online? Is there anyone in the room that would have, oh, Eric, okay. So we have 2 questions in the room, and we did have a question online, I think. Oh, good. We have 3 questions. Okay, and could we just say, if you could ask concise questions so we can give like a minute of an answer so we can get everybody in. Thank you.
Well, regarding the GIGA project, says that help to download the cost of the schools in some country. Can you explain a bit more how did that happen? And also they mentioned this tool for global or big contracts. No? So one of the challenges and some of the difficulties is that that the government usually do all those big contracts, but there are sometimes small providers in close to the communities that can bring different costs or cheaper costs or better access to those schools. So I don't know how is this dealing with this. And yeah, well, and the other was with the first questions. The model of yeah, I mean, there has a lot of complaints about the concentrations of these platforms. And I think it's not only affecting the carriers, but also it's affecting the content creators and such of. Do you think or what would be the ideas to change this, or sort of allowing to spread more, to spread the money they get instead of the concentration they already have? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm from civil society in Paraguay. Perhaps a question for Josephine and Natalia, I think. We've seen a lot in Paraguay, which is where I'm based, denaturalization of the universal service funds for funding surveillance and security programs throughout the country. So first, I'm quite curious to see if there are other examples, because I think Natalia in the beginning was sort of like mentioning how the USF sometimes is used for other purposes, but perhaps you can talk a bit more about that as well, because we're quite curious in network with and see if other countries also have these sort of initiatives that are quite different from the purpose for what the USF was created. Particularly in Paraguay, we've seen that USF funds have been used to acquire surveillance and biometric technology to be deployed in the streets of the capital and other cities. Thank you.
Any other questions in the room? Please just ask the question and then we'll do a collaborative answer there. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, the speakers, and online and offline, for such interesting insights. So I have a question, I think it was Ben, on capital financing. I liked the different tiers you spoke to in terms of investment economics, and so I have a question. To what extent does private and public sector financing, in whichever those models are, influence the costs related to entry into the ecosystem by community networks? So is there a linkage between the model of capital financing, whether it's private or public, and the barriers of entry for community networks? And also then a general question then to the whole team, because I have a sense that we can, and I think someone talked to it, you can get to the same objective but using different tools. So how can we, maybe from the experience of the community networks, is there sort of a one-size-fits-all kind of model, or there is room for you to appreciate what is the context and listen in, especially from a public sector perspective, and see how you can plug in a way vis-a-vis highway or no way? Yeah, thank you.
Hi. We also have a community network in India, and it's called CowMesh, and it's community-owned Wi-Fi mesh network. So one of the things we struggle a lot is how to, when do the community take operational ownership, and how is that possible? So with this, we struggle in terms of what internet is for them. And when Sol mentioned common language, I've been thinking, for us, internet is hypertext, hyperlinks. So if you are low literate, if you don't have the text in your repertoire of possible media things, how do you do hypertext, hyperlink? Like, what is internet for these people? Are we stagnated? Are we stopping the idea of what internet is? Or can we push this to community networks on, like, who are the people who can push this internet idea itself to people who have left before, and like 3 billion people. So that's my, and maybe this connection is also about hardware, not only, but services, the idea of internet and all that.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for those great questions. And if we could do speed round on your answers, a minute. So Sol, over to you on Giga.
Thank you. Thanks, Eric, for the question. So how did the lowering costs happen? I have that. I think essentially it's about being better informed. What does the internet actually cost? Better access to understanding technologies in certain cases and what the options were. So some of it has to do with conditions. So longer contracts, better pricing, as well as what you mentioned of bigger contracts, right? So demand aggregation in some way, and better supported, I think, is one of the key elements. So yeah, an informed ecosystem, I would say it. And in terms of contracts, I think it's exactly to your point. It's not about making bigger contracts the whole time, but I have experienced it both now and previously as a community network, how difficult it is for public institutions to manage contracts. And they don't have just one. I mean, whether it's a municipality or nationally, managing hundreds and hundreds of contracts. Do they pay on time? Because they don't know how to manage that. So the idea here is not to exclude small operators. I think on the contrary, it's by helping to manage those contracts effectively, seeing that and linking that perhaps to the connectivity status. Okay, I can see it's connected. Still, yes, you get paid.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Paraguay, question on denaturalization. Josephine and Natalia. Natalia, you have 1 minute.
Well, in regards to the question on Paraguay, I actually cited the case of Asunción specifically in the report I have mentioned. And in that case, they bought surveillance cameras with money from the Universal Service Fund, which is not a use we consider appropriate, right? And then I remember that was one of the most extreme cases we have found. However, there are other cases too in which, it wasn't clear whether the impact of the use was as relevant as wanted. But I remember that the Asunción case, that's probably the one our colleague is referring to, was cited specifically in the report. And well, I had more things to say, but I guess we don't have time, so.
Josephine.
Yes, I think there's definitely reallocation of funds, but the challenge also within Africa, I think GSMA is just currently reviewing a study on that, is that there are no clear reporting or there are no clear reports as to how the funds are spent. So yes, there's reallocation, but it's also difficult to track exactly where the money went to.
Back to accountability. Okay, Ben, there was a great question on the issues you raised. If you could give a minute.
Yeah, just to quickly answer, it was a question about the cost of capital. And it's, we're in a place right now in the world where, interest rates are higher than they've ever been before. So we're just seeing a delay on builds across the globe. And unfortunately, that hits emerging markets the hardest. What I would say to great operators, one of the key data points we look at whenever we finance any project is what we think about is kind of a maniacal focus on reducing the cost of service delivery. Just to give you an example, just on this panel, Teddy had mentioned how in the UK there's a subsidy of a little over £3,000. And part of that is just the cost to build in those markets is a lot higher. In the United States, it's even higher than that. And it's because this trade-off between capital and labor, and in markets where labor is more expensive. So I tell all the emerging market providers, first of all, if you ever need capital, please knock on our door. We're here to lend. But it is that focus on utilizing the services that you have, which are a lower cost of labor, to get that cost of install down. And that's how you can deliver an ARPU, in the $10 to $15 range, which is what we see as kind of the way to unlock access at that lower economic strata.
And given that there's so much interest online and in the room, we may start up a listserv or a group based on this workshop to have this continue the conversation, because I know there's one about Komesh. I think that one we could take onto a list group if you an email list if you don't mind. or Slack or wherever people want to set up. And I would just say that Teddy and Konstantinos, I'll give you 30 seconds if you want to give us a tweet, because I want to make sure everyone got a last question in. So Konstantinos, 30 seconds.
Thanks, Jane. So the only thing that I will say here is that let's have a conversation on infrastructure. Let's use what we have as tools, but let's make sure that we build them up in a way that everyone can participate, and there are accountability mechanisms for not misuse and mismanagement of these funds.
And Teddy, back over to you.
Thanks, Jane. I'll try to be quick. Didn't realize I was going to have the honor of being a closing speaker on this part, but I guess the thing I would stress is really important is regulators thinking about a level playing market field, a level field for the market for communications providers of all types. Part of that is also providing research and facts and evidence that make the regulators' decisions more robust and more understandable, but also can help others in the sector understand what are the factors at play, where is service not as good as it should be, what are ways that it can be improved. And so I think that's also a really important aspect to consider as we're kind of looking at a holistic image of what are the challenges we face in connecting the world.
Thank you so much. I would just like to give everybody a round of applause. Thank you to the wonderful panelists. You were excellent. Yay. And to Senka so much for not only the paper she helped draft, write, but also the great organization of this panel. So thank you all very much. This was excellent. And thank you to Carlos for being our online moderator. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Can I say something real quick? No.
Please go ahead, Natalia. We can listen to you.
Bye, everybody. She was clapping, I think.
Now we can't listen to you. Now we can.
Well, it's okay. No, I was just gonna say that I met Sol at IGF 2017, and today I learned that it's World Mental Health Day. I mean, yesterday, like the 10th of October, and I remember, I don't even remember, I guess she doesn't even remember the conversation we have, but she recommended a book called The Body Keeps the Score, which I have read and is really good, and I recommend to everybody else because today's World Mental Health Day. So, and I saw Sol at the session, and I haven't seen her since IGF 2017, so that's why I'm reading that. Thank you.
tech team? It's okay? Okay. Good afternoon from Kyoto. It might be good morning in somewhere around the world. Good evening might be around the world, somewhere around the world. And good afternoon, maybe late evenings somewhere. This is Baburam Aryal. I'm a lawyer by profession, and I'm from Nepal, and I lead Digital Freedom Coalition in Nepal, and moderating this session for today. And I have very distinguished panel here to discuss artificial intelligence and child protection issues in contemporary world. Let me briefly introduce my esteemed panelist. My next to me, Senior Advocate Gopal Krishna Gimire. He is the president of Nepal Bar Association, and he brings more than 35 years experience of litigation in Nepal. And Yuta Kroll is a very senior child right protection activist, and she is leading her organization and contributing through Dynamic Coalition on Child Rights. And Sarim Aziz is Policy Director for South Asia at Meta, and having long experience on platform issues and protection of child rights and other issues as well. And next to Sarim, Michael is there. Michael is directly dealing with various issues. He belongs to Zambian police and senior official at Zambian police, and especially focusing on cybercrime investigation and digital forensic analysis. So, introducing my panel, I have my colleague Ananda Gautam, who is moderating online participants, and I would like to begin with a very brief concept that what is the objective of today's discussion. Just right hand side, I am seeing two kids. Coincidentally, they are my kids as well. They are very passionate with the technology. They are very keen on using internet. And we have a big discussion whether we allow our kids to give access to technology and the connectivity. And our experience shows that allowing them in the platforms are opportunity for them. They are growing themselves with new regime, new world, and they have created their own set of world in their own way. I see, sometimes I fear whether I'm leading my kids to very risky world or not. And this leads to me to engage at this issue, technology and the risk, and technology and the opportunity. Now, artificial intelligence has taken over most of the human intelligence in various area of work, like education, law, and other area of profession. And artificial intelligence is giving opportunity, lots of opportunities are there, but simultaneously there are some risks as well. So in this discussion, we'll take the artificial intelligence issues and the child protection issues, and harnessing child protection through artificial intelligence. There are various tools available around the world, and these are accessible to these are accessible to all the segment of people, including child and elderly people. So I'll come to, at the beginning, I'll go to Michael, who is whose responsibility is dealing with this kind of issues regularly. I'll go to Michael. What is your personal experience from your department? What are the major issues that you have experienced? And once we hear from you, then we'll take this discussion at further level. Michael.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. So as a law enforcement officer dealing with cybercrime and digital forensic issues, moderating of content online from the human side and from the AI side has posed both a challenge to our little ones, in the sense that, speaking from somebody from the developing world, is that we are mostly consuming news or any other form of entertainment or any other form of of content online that is not generated in our region. Of course, we're now generating our own content, but the aspect of being a gatekeeper as parents, or using technology to filter that content which is not supposed to be shown or exposed to the little one, has become a little bit of a challenge. I'll give you like a simple example. If you are analyzing a mobile device from maybe a child, who can deem a child who is maybe 16, the content that you find in their phones, the data that they've, in terms of the browsing history, like there is no control. So whatever is exposed to an adult ends up being exposed to a little one. As a result, it has become a little bit challenge in terms of addressing issues of content moderation on both fronts. Of course, there could be some aspects of AI that could help moderate some of this content, but at the end of it, or if we remove the human factor out of it, AI will not be able to address most of the challenges that we are facing right now. Further on, in terms of combating crime or combating child exploitation incidences, you will find that most of these sites that host most of the content, despite them having clear guidelines and policing on gatekeeping in terms of age, our children still find their way in places online that they're not supposed to. Of course, there's no system that will detect the use of a phone to indicate their age or their gender as a human being would. It still remains a challenge, in the sense that once a phone is in the hands of a minor, you don't have control over what they see, you don't have control on what they do with it. So basically, it has become a serious challenge on the part of the little ones and us enforcing cyberspace to ensure that the little ones, the minors, are protected from content that is not supposed to be exposed to them.
Thanks, Michael. I would like to know your experience. I hope I belong to Nepalese society, and Zambian society might be a similar from education and all these things. What are the trends of abuse cases in Zambia? Do you remember any trends?
So basically, in terms of abuse, Zambia, like any other country, has those challenges. So basically, I'll give you an example. Of late, the talks on child online protections have been gaining momentum. There's been some clear guidelines from government to ensure that issues of child online protection, data privacy, issues to do with the safety and security of everyone, including the little ones online, has been gaining momentum through the enactment of various legislations. Like we have the Cybersecurity and Cybercrimes Act of 2021, which clearly has now outlined the types of cyberbullying which are outlawed. So basically, if you go on social media platforms such as Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, and all those, most of the bad actors who are engaging in these bad activities of either sending bad images to the children or any other content that we deem is inappropriate, most of them have been either arrested or talked to, depending. At times, it's within their age range. They share these things amongst their minors. If it's a minor, of course, you talk to them, you counsel them, you try to bring them to sanity in terms of their thinking. But if it's an adult, you have to know their intentions. So one of our experiences is that the law itself is slowly addressing some of these challenges that we are facing. But again, that does not stop there. There are a lot of cases or scenarios that remain unreported. So it is difficult for us to literally address those challenges. But in a nutshell, I would literally tell you that the challenges are there, the problems are there, but of course, addressing them is not a one-day issue. It's about continuous improvement and continuous usage of the law and technology based, especially from the service providers, to address some of these challenges.
Thanks, Michael. I'll come to Yuta. Yuta, you have been engaged in child protection since long. You have good experience. We are seeing each other in IGF for several times and shared the discussion as well. You also belong to, you are also a member of Dynamic Coalition on Child Rights. So what is your personal experience from protection issues and ethical legal issues on protection of children online, especially when AI is significantly contributing and intervening on these platforms? Yuta.
Yeah, thank you so much for not only inviting me, but posing such an important question to me. First of all, I would like to say you introduced me as an expert in child protection issues, and you may know that the Dynamic Coalition even changed their name from Child Online Safety Coalition to Children's Rights Coalition in the digital environment. I think it's important to put that right from the beginning, that children have a right to protection, to provision, and to participation. So we always need to look for a balanced approach of these areas of rights. Of course, when it comes to artificial intelligence, I would like to quote from the General Comment number 25 to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. You may know that the rights of the child have been laid down in 1989, when, although the internet was there, it was not designed to be used by children. And the UN Convention doesn't refer in any way to the internet as a means of communication, of access to information, and so on and so on. So that was the reason why 4 or 5 years ago, the Committee of the United Nations, the Committee on the Rights of the Child, decided to have such a general comment in regard of children's rights in the digital environment, to give a closer look into what it means that children are now living in a world that is mainly affected by use of digital media, and look into how we can protect them. And in one of the very first articles of this general comment, it says explicitly that artificial intelligence is part of the digital environment. It's not only a single thing, it's woven into everything that now means the digital environment. So it's therefore necessary to have a look whether artificial intelligence can be used or is able to improve digital environment for children, whether it can help us to address risks that have already been mentioned by Michael, whether whether it can help to detect content that is, on the one hand, harmful for children to be watched on the internet, but also for content that is directly related to the abuse of children, which is where we are talking about child sexual abuse imagery. But nowadays, and that is also due to the use of artificial intelligence and new functionalities and technologies, that the internet is used to perform online live sexual abuse of children. And that is also where we have to have a look at what artificial intelligence, how it can be beneficial to detect these things, but also where it might pose additional risks to children. And I stop at that point, and I'm pretty sure we will go deep into that.
I'll come to on detection side on next round. Yuta, can you share me some more issues from ethical and legal side, if you can share some lights on this?
You mean the ethical and legal side of detection of harmful, of child sexual abuse imagery in general?
Ethical issues of use and misuse of technology and platforms.
Yeah.
And
Okay, I do think that the speaker on my left side has much more to say about the technology behind that. What I can say so far from research is we need both. We need to use, to deploy artificial intelligence to become, yes, to monitor the content, to find and detect the content for the benefit of children. But still, I'm pretty much convinced that we cannot give that responsibility to the technology alone. We also need human intervention.
thanks. Initially, in my sequence, Mr. Gopal was next to you, but as you just referred, I'll go to Sarim first and then come back to Gopal. So, Sarim, now you have two very significant opinion on the plate, and to respond on that. And again, the same questions that I'd like to ask. Meta platforms are significant for not only for kids, for all of us, but kids are also coming to various platforms, and not only meta platforms. So we neutrally discuss as a platforms. So what is your thoughts on this? What are the major issues on the platforms, including meta platforms, about the opportunities? Of course, as you rightly mentioned, first comes rights, and then only if any violation, then production is there. So, Sarim, can you share some of your thoughts?
Thank you, Babu, and honored to be here to talk about this very serious issue, and humbled, obviously, with the speakers here. And I think as they've previously said, I just want to reiterate that this is a global challenge that requires a global response and a multi-stakeholder approach. And I think law enforcement alone can't solve this. Tech industry cannot alone solve it. So this is one where we require civil society. We need families. We need parents. So that's how we have, as Meta, have approached this issue. And so we work on all those fronts. In terms of industry, I think this is also a good example where the child rights and the child safety industry actually can be an example for many other areas, actually, like terrorism and others, because we are part of Tech Coalition, which was formed in 2014, and Microsoft, Google are also part of that. That's been in an excellent forum for us to collaborate and share best practices and come together to address this challenge. And we're actually, in 2020, as part of Project Protect, we committed to expanding the scope of that to protecting kids and thinking about child safety, not just preventing the most harmful type of stuff, which is the CSAM and other things, but also like keeping kids safe. So I think if I were to summarize the Meta's approach, we look at the issue in three buckets. So for the first would be prevention. And this is important because, and this is where AI can AI has a role to play in all of these three areas. So when you think about prevention, we have something called, for example, search deterrence. So when someone is going out there on platforms and trying to look for such content, I think Michael at one point talked about pre-crime, right? So I think we actually do, AI and type ahead's use is based on AI as well in terms of what people are typing. We prevent searches coming up within Facebook and other Instagram and other search mechanisms to prevent such content from surfacing. And if people are intentionally trying to type this stuff, we actually give them warnings to say this is actually harmful and illegal content that you're trying to look up, and divert them towards support mechanisms. So that's a pretty important for prevention, but also for if you think about the bad behavior, we sometimes kids are vulnerable, and they might get friend requests from people who are adults, or they're not even connected to strangers. So now we actually have in-app advice and warnings popping up to them to say, you shouldn't accept like friend requests from strangers. This person is not even connected to your network. So those are things that AI can actually help and detect and just surface, like in-app advice, safety warnings, notices, and also preventing unwanted interactions. So we actually do intervene and disrupt those types of suspicious behaviors when we detect that on using AI. So prevention is that one bucket where we are optimistic and excited about what AI can do to prevent harm from occurring. The second bucket is the large part of the discussion that we've seen already around detection. Detecting CSAM has been a large, I think for over a decade, that's been a large focus for the industry, using obviously technology like photo DNA, which was initially built on by Microsoft, and we've actually built on top of that, where we now have photo and video matching technology that Meta has open sourced, I believe just recently. That's called PDQ, and as well as TMK, which is for video matching. So that's been open sourced on GitHub. So now, yeah.
A bit clarification about PDQ and TMK, audience may know.
Yeah, I mean, those are acronyms that are easier to Google, PDQ, and these are basically, it's like built on top of photo DNA, but it's been open sourced so that any platform, any company, so we want to make sure that this is something that Meta truly believes in open innovation, that bad actors, they will use technology in multiple ways. I think our best defense is to open source and this technology, make it accessible to more safety experts and more companies out there. You don't have to be as large as Meta to be able to implement child safety measures. Now, if you're an emerging platform in Zambia or in any other country, you can take this technology and ensure that you prevent both sort of spread of this type of CSAM content, but also detection and sharing of hashes and digital signatures to detect CSAM. So that's where it helps for both photos and videos. So it's called PDQ for photos and TMK plus PDQF for videos. That's been open source on GitHub for any developers and other companies to take. And this also helps for transparency, and for you talks about ethics. Like, this shows the tech that we use, so we can be externally audited on what's the kind of technology that we use to detect this. This is also technology we use internally for obviously training our algorithms on detection. And machine learning technology to ensure that we are able to detect these kinds of contents. And lastly, the most important issue where AI is also helping is response, and that's where law enforcement comes in, and other civil society and safety organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They're a very important partner for Meta and other companies, where anytime we do detect CSAM content, we actually even help them build a case system using the same technology that I mentioned, and other. So if there's youth, for example, that are dealing with non-consensual imagery issues, that they've put up themselves, and so there's a project called Take It Down that's been launched by NECMEC, which helps. And that's cross-platform. It's Meta's on there, TikTok's part of it, other companies are part of it, where those images can be prevented from spreading. So those are important initiatives, and that response and closing that loop with NECMEC that works with law enforcement around the world. They have a cyber tip helpline that helps law enforcement in their response is really critical. So I think I'll just pause there, but I think that's sort of the three areas where we see technology as well as AI is playing a very important role in preventing, detecting, and responding to these child safety issues.
Thank you, Sharim. One very interesting issue that governments in developing world are complaining about the platform operators, that platform operators are not cooperating in the investigation issues when from a developing country, when they don't have much technology to catch the bad people. Michael, I'll come back to Gopal again. You just sparked that question. That's why I'm going to Michael. Michael, what is your experience while dealing with this kind of issues, especially what are the response from platform providers on child abuse cases online?
So basically, that depends on which platform that content is on. Facebook has been a little bit responsive. They are responding. Instagram, they're responding. TikTok, being a new platform, we're still trying to find ways and means of engaging their law enforcement department, liaison department. Also, we've seen an increase in terms of like local providers. Those ones, it's much easier for them to bring down the content. It's much easier for them to more like follow the guidelines of like putting an age limit to whatever they are posting. If it's a short video, if it contains a bit of some violence, contains some nudity or any other feature we can deem to be inappropriate for a child, they are required to do the correct thing of either block the age in terms of it being accessed on Facebook, because if I joined Facebook and I entered my age as 13, so that content will not reflect on my timeline or on my feed because of my age. But as I've said earlier on, it's difficult to monitor a child who's opened their own Facebook account because they'll just make themselves 21. You've seen on Facebook, there are people who are 150 years old. You check on their birthday, they say this person is 120 years old, because this platform themselves, like Facebook, does not actually help us in addressing the issues of age getting. So basically, as a way of addressing most of these challenges, I will restrict myself to Meta because they can answer to the question, to any issue I'm going to raise, because they are part of the panel. I can't discuss about Google, I can't discuss about any other platform which is not here. So Meta has been responsive, though in a way, at times it is slow. But based on their law enforcement portal, issues of child exploitations are given priority. Issues to do with probably freedom of expression, those ones may be a little bit slow. But on Meta's part, I would still give them 100%, because within the shortest period of time, when you request either for a takedown of data or for information behind this account and that, they will still provide you within the shortest period of time. So my experience with Meta so far has been okay. Thank you.
Can I just?
Yeah. Please.
Oh, thank you for that. That was not pre-scripted. I had no idea what Michael was going to say, but thank you for that feedback. I did want to just comment on the age verification issue. I think that's something that's obviously in discussion with experts around the world in different countries. Lots of discussions going on. But we at Meta, we are testing some age verification tools that we started testing in June in some countries. And based on our initial results, we see that we have about 96% of teens who tried to change their birth date, we were able to actually stop them from doing that. And so again, I don't think any tech solution is going to be perfect, but we are, there are sort of attempts being made to figure out what is, and this is on Instagram, by the way, this age verification tool that we have. And we hope to, based on those results, expand it further to prevent minors from seeing content that they shouldn't be seeing, even if they've sort of tried to change their age and things like that. So just wanted to comment on that.
Thanks, Sarim. Now, finally, I'll come to Mr. Gopal. So we have discussed various issues from technical perspective, some direct enforcement perspective as well, and Utah has discussed certain issues, and she also referred Child Rights Convention as well. As a long practicing lawyer, what you see in your country perspective from Nepalese context, what are the major legal protections for children, especially when we talk about the online protection over the online platforms. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Babu. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to say something about my country. Of course, I am representing Nepal Bar Association. That means the human right protector, the institution of human right protector. Basically, we have four subject we are just focusing on. Just first is we are human right. We deal with human right. Secondly, the democracy, the rule of law, and the human. This. The fourth issue is, the independence of judiciary. The issue of independence of judiciary. Of course, being a human right protector, we have to focus on the child right issue too. This is our duty, that we are focusing on the human child right issue. We in our present constitution, Article 39 explicitly says that we have right to child. Every child shall have a right to name, birth, and recognition, along with her identity, his or her identity. Every child shall have a right to education, health, maintenance, proper care, sports, entertainment, and overall personality development from the families and the state, both. And every child shall have a right to elementary child label, elementary child label, child development, and child participation. No child shall have engaged in any factory. This is the important right for a child in Nepalese constitution. Mine or similar other hazardous work. No child shall be subjected to child marriage, transported illegally, and kidnapped or taken hostages. No child shall be recruited or used any army, police, or any armed group, or to be subjected in the name of culture or religious traditions to abuse, exclusion, or physically or mentally, physical, mental, sexual, or other form of exploitation or improper use by any means or any manner. And no child shall be subjected to physical, mental, or any other form of torture in home, school, or other places and condition whatever. So this is the constitutional right.
You mean very clear protection of child in abuse of children online as well. That reflects in the constitution.
Yes,
you mean?
Yes. In our constitution, we have clear provisions for protection of child right, and we have Child Protection Act also. The Child Protection Act, it is criminalizes the the child abuse and activities, online and offline. Child abuse activities, online and offline both. And we have a child, this pedophile cases, and the courts in Nepal is very strictly prohibit such type of activities. It is clearly our court is in practice. And we have this online child safety guidelines also. Online child safety guidelines explicitly told that this provide recommendations of action to the different stakeholders. And we have, though we have not gone through AI, and not even think about it. I would like to say not to even think about it, but our constitution, whatever we have, the legal provisions and whatever we have the legal constitutional provision, the child right is in this phase is especially our constitution and our legal framework, especially very close to the child protection issues. What would I like to say? And this, I can say that child right is our focus, and child right is the core issue for our legal provisions, constitutional and legal provisions too.
Thank you. I'll go to the next round of discussion of this session. Basically, when we propose this workshop, our workshop is harnessing AI to child protection, right? So I'll come to Sarim first. How technology are leveraging protection of child online, especially when AI tools are available. What are the tools, what are the models, and how this can leverage on protecting child online?
Thanks, Babu. So yeah, I think can dig a bit deeper into the sort of my overview I mentioned. So as I mentioned, AI has been a critical component of online child safety prevention, detection, and response for a very long time. So this is actually, even though I think the Gen AI discussion has sort of maybe hyped the interest around AI for child safety, it's been a very critical component of that response. As I mentioned, so the most obvious one, as I mentioned, is the CSAM, child sexually abusive material, and it started with Microsoft 10 years ago with photo DNA technology, which has evolved, and we've open sourced our own since then, and you know that work on detection is the most crucial, because that's also helps with prevention, detecting things at scale. Especially we have a platform of 3.8 billion users, so we want to prevent such content from people even seeing it, from people from even uploading it. And then also that involves still requires a lot of human expertise. That's important. I don't think it's completely like humans are not involved, because making sure you've got large, high quality data sets of CSAM material to train the AI to be able to detect this is sort of requires a lot of human intervention, and we still need human reviewers for things that maybe AI cannot detect. So that there's definitely a challenge with Gen AI in terms of maybe on the production side, where people might be producing more of this more easily, but I think we are, on our side, we've got the defenses ready to build on and improve on to make sure that we're able to leverage AI to also detect those kinds of things. I think there's a lot more work to do in that space, but we have a good, the industry has done well in terms of leveraging AI on the detection side. I think the prevention side to us is more exciting, because that's something new that we've focused on in terms of for user education, youth education, preventing them from interactions that are suspicious, that are with strangers and adults that they shouldn't be having. I think this issue of the parental supervision is an interesting one. We obviously have parental controls built into our products, into Facebook and Instagram. We believe that parents and guardians know best for their kids in terms of, but at the same time, there are obviously privacy issues that we also have to consider. So those are some of the ethical discussions that are ongoing. Yeah, I think prevention and detection are excellent. I think the response side, this child safety is one of the few areas where the partnerships like NECBank and multi-stakeholder responses are so critical to ensure that we're able to work with safety partners all around the world, law enforcement around the world. We have a safety advisory group as well of 400 experts from around the world that advise us on these sort of products and our responses.
A very quick follow-up question, Sarim. You just mentioned that we have safety partners, and how it works, especially while protecting child. There are various community standards, and there are even some countries they their age of, though CRC has very specific age group on minority and majority, and certain, even in my country, there are some debates in recent past that though it's the CRC says 18 years, and our local child legislation also says 18 years, but it's still, even in parliament, there was some discussion that we should reduce the age of minority majority threshold. So how dealing with a different legislative regime, platform operators work on combating this kind of issues?
Yeah, I think those discussions are ongoing as we speak in many countries on terms of what is the right age to, at what age do you require parental consent? And so those, I mean, everyone will have a different opinion on that. I think what we're trying to really focus on is that, of course, on Meta's platforms, for most products, you need to be at least 13 to create an account. In some jurisdictions, it's different, so we obviously respect law wherever we operate. However, I think our focus is really on, regardless of whether you're 13 or 14, like it's the nature of the interaction and making sure that you are safe. And same that whether if there's violent content, we have something what we call like marked as disturbing. So we as well, even for adults actually. So I think there's making sure that minors don't even see content like that, but also even if adults see it, that they, AI actually helps us to make sure that this might even make someone who's 18 uncomfortable. So we have technologies on that as well. So I mean, age is obviously a number, but at the same time, we need to make sure the protections are in place, the systems are in place to protect youth in general, whether they're 13 or 14 or 17.
Thanks. Michael, you want to respond on this? Yes.
I'm just adding on to what he has said. Among the issues that is a little bit challenging is a classification of an inappropriate content. I'll give an example. Under Meta platform, 13 years is the minimum age one can join Facebook. But based on our laws and standards in the countries that we come from, 13 years is deemed to be a child who can't even probably own a cell phone. The second part is the content themselves. An image of violence, probably in a cartoon form, or music with some vulgar, violent content, or anything that may be deemed inappropriate for Zambia might actually be deemed appropriate, say, for the US. A child holding a gun in Zambia or in Africa, either through the guidance of the parent or without, it's literally something that is unheard of. But in the US, we've heard of children going with guns in schools, doing all sorts of things. We've seen images where if you look at it as a parent, you'd be worried. But that image is there on Facebook and is being accessed by another child in another jurisdiction where it is not deemed to be offensive. So issues of clarification themselves, they've played a challenging role up, just to add to what he said. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Yuta.
Yes, thank you for giving me the floor again. I would like to go a bit more into where AI can be used, or probably also where it can't be used. And some of you may know that there is already new draft regulation in the European parliamentarian process on child sexual abuse, which differentiates between three different, it's not different types, but it's three things to be addressed. One is already known child sexual abuse imagery, which Sarum has described very well. It is possible to detect that with a very low false positive rate due to photo DNA, and the improvement that already Meta and other companies have made during the last years have led to also being able to detect video contact, which was quite difficult some years ago. It has become much better. Then the second part is not yet known sexual abuse imagery. So the new products, and they are coming in a huge amount, in huge numbers of images and videos are uploaded every day. And of course, it's much more difficult to detect this imagery that have not been classified as being child sexual abuse imagery, and the false positive rate is much higher in this regard. And then the third part, which is the most difficult, is detection of grooming processes, where children are groomed into a contact to a stranger in order to be abused either online or to produce self-produced sexualized content of themselves and sending that to the grooming person. So we know that these different areas react to different artificial intelligence strategy in a different way. And the most difficult is the part in grooming where obviously if you haven't the means to look into the content, because the content of the communication might be encrypted, then you would need to use other strategies to detect patterns, for example, of the type of communication. One sender addressing 1,000 different profiles to get in contact, in the expectation that at least maybe 1% of these addressees will react to the grooming process and getting in contact with the person. So, and that's, I think, it's where talking about shared responsibility, that could not be done by the regulator, it could not be done by the policymaker, but it could be done by the platform providers, because you have the knowledge, I do think, you have the resources to look deeper into these new developments and try to find a technological way based on AI to address these issues. And I push the ball back to you because I'm pretty sure you can answer to that.
Thank you. Actually, that's exactly, I think, the area of focus for us in recent times is to focus on preventing grooming, and that's where AI is playing a very key role, as I mentioned, on just preventing that unwanted interaction between an adult and a teen. So we've changed things like, for example, just preventing the default settings so a youth account would not be able to message, as like a stranger. So that, and also, even on comments, so public information, so if a comment that's done by a youth, for example, will not be visible to an adult. So we're actually trying to kind of reduce that sort of unwanted interaction. It's still early days for this, but I think we've taken measures already. We haven't waited we know this is the right thing to do in terms of ensuring that adults are not able to discover teen content. So in Instagram, for example, in our discovery reel, you won't see any youth content there. That's and same with whenever we detect this sort of any attempts of friend requests, as I mentioned, that was an example where it's someone who's not in your network. We do give warnings to teens, and that's an opportunity to educate, to say, like, shouldn't be, this person is a stranger, you shouldn't be accepting friend requests, to discourage them. So I think you're right. This is the right focus for us to kind of continue using technology and AI to prevent sort of grooming and protecting sort of unsuspicious interactions and unwanted interactions between teens and adults.
Very significant issue Yuta just referred, that detection of grooming process of a child in platform. I have myself dealt with certain cases in Nepal as well. So it's also Michael raised age classification of use of platforms, and there are various categories of age who gets they connected with the platforms. As a business or platform providers, one of platform providers, maybe my question could be a law enforcement issue, but from accountability perspective, if it is seen that a platform is used for a long grooming of child and leading a significant abuse to child, then do you see as you rightly mentioned that share accountability, do you see the platform also should share the accountability of that serious incident, not only the matter of law enforcement? Or you're not clear my question? Sarim.
I think platforms definitely have a responsibility to keep their users safe, and I think as Michael alluded to it, as I said, this is a global issue, requires a global response. We have to do our part in that, and we do that by making sure we create the product by having safety by design. And some of these changes we're making is literally safety by design, like when we're developing these features to make sure that how would youth use this, and how could we keep them safe. Even like, when you're, we don't suggest, for example, adults and your friends, like things like that. So this is safety by design, right, in the product. But beyond that, when something bad happens, absolutely, we do work very closely with law enforcement from around the world, including with NECMEC through NECMEC as well. When we see a situation where a child is in danger, and many times, I mean, you won't read about it in the paper, but platforms do cooperate, and they reach out to law enforcement with the information that they see to ensure that child or anyone can be kept safe. At least that's my view. I obviously can't speak for on behalf of every platform, but that's how we operate at Meta.
I have two questions for the panelists, but before going to those questions, my questions in future will be related with privacy and the future strategy. Before that, I'll take a few questions from the audience as well, and I open the floor for your questions. If you have any questions from the floor, I would like to welcome. Yes.
So thank you so much for the conversations. The question about...
please introduce. Because
oh, yeah, sorry. My name is Sumana Shrestha. I'm a parliamentarian from Nepal. When it comes to protecting children, one of the other things we also need to protect them from is bullying, right? So we've got so many different languages. What is Meta, for example, doing about content moderation in different countries in which it's used? It'll be great to know. Thank you.
Thank you for the question and for joining this discussion. Yeah, we have very clear policies against bullying and harassment on our platform across all our surfaces. It's the same policy on Facebook and Instagram and others. So we have the same policy is applied everywhere. So we want to protect the same protections to all youth, all adults as well. Of course, our threshold is much lower when it comes to kids and youth. When we see the type of bullying, if a minor is involved in that type of situation, that our policies are much more harsher in terms of the enforcement action that we take, as well as like the strikes against individuals who might be engaged in that behavior. We do a variety of enforcement actions, not just sort of stopping the behavior, but also some restricting sort of additional sort of abuse from those types of accounts. But of course, we rely on, bullying is a difficult one where AI, I have to say, I mean, it has made progress, but I think it's a difficult one where compared to CSAM and other areas in terrorism where AI has not been completely successful in sort of, like where we don't have a 99% sort of action rate on that, because of the nature of bullying can be so different, right? And it may not be obvious to a stranger that there's bullying going on because context is so important, between the two individuals involved, the cultural context. So I think the policies are clear. We do enforce and we do remove any type of and prevent such kind of content, but we largely rely on our human reviewers. We have people from around the world, including experts from Nepal who sort of review content in local language and help us enforce against that. But that type of content, we do rely also on the community to report, because if no one reports it, then platforms are not going to know that this is bullying. And this is why that context and intervention, including safety partners and civil society partners, we have partnerships in many countries with local safety organizations, including in Nepal, where victims of bullying can report such content to local partners who can ensure that Meta services take action quickly against that.
More questions? Audience? Online question? Okay. We have got one online question.
There is a question from Stacy. What are the current accepted norms for balancing teens' human rights with privacy and security? Are we good at it?
Any specific resource person?
No, they're not mentioned.
So, Sarim and Yuta?
Okay, I'm going to take that one first. I wanted already to refer to privacy rights of children because I think it's part of the UNCRC that is the most ambivalent paragraph of the Convention of the Rights of the Child, because children have the right to a privacy of their own. So that also means, and it's made very clear in the General Comment number 25, because with digital environment, with digital media, it has become more difficult also for parents to strike that balance between keeping the privacy of the children on the one hand, and that would mean not looking into their mobile phone like Michael had been talking about before, but on the other hand, parents also have it's their task, their duty to protect their children. So it's very difficult in the social environment of the children, in the family, to have a balance between their right to privacy and their right to be protected. But also when we look into that regulation, for example, that I've been quoting, the EU regulation that is underway, but also in other regards, that it is quite difficult because at the moment that we are asking for monitoring content, we know that is always an infringement of the privacy of the people that have produced that content or that are communicating. So looking into the private communication of people would be an infringement of their right to privacy, and that would also mean an infringement of the rights of children and young people, because they have that right to privacy as well. And on the other hand, if we don't do that, how could a platform like Meta or any other platform follow their responsibility and accountability for protecting their users? That is quite, and I do think it's an equation that doesn't come to a fair solution. We need to tackle it from different directions to try to find a balance in this way.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think this is a really important one. I think when you asked the question, it reminded me of the Google case where I think there was a parent, who took a sort of a nude photo of their child to to send to a doctor during COVID, and I think Google's AI sort of marked that as sort of really harmful, sort of content, and reported that that situation to law enforcement. So I think there is definitely that balance and the rights of the child versus rights of parents, and that's an interesting one. But I think I do want to say on the industry's view also is quite, I think, against sort of this scanning private messages situation, because the numbers seem to indicate that we don't need to actually do that. If you look, all the things that I mentioned in terms of prevention and detection is based on behavioral patterns. It's not based on necessarily content. CSAM aside, yes, of course, like that, requires that to be. I think if we focus our energy on just public surfaces, where users come and the behavior that we are trying to prevent, grooming behavior, I think there's plenty of opportunity for technology and civil society and experts to focus their efforts, and you don't need to get into a private messaging. In fact, a good statistic is Q1 of this year, and I'm only quoting Meta numbers. I think the global numbers from platforms is even more. This is just Meta's number. In Q1 of this year, we sent 1.2 million reports to NECMEC of child-related CSAM material, right? Without invading anybody's privacy, okay? That's a staggering number. That's just Meta, all right? Again, if you add the other numbers, I think it's even higher for other platforms. So I don't think we need to go there. I think that it gets into a lot of unwanted sort of side effects that you don't want. I think if you focus our energy on behavioral patterns, public surfaces, there's enough opportunity to prevent sort of grooming behavior and keep kids safe.
In previous conversation, Michael mentioned about the privacy, and I said before opening the floor, I said I have a separate question on privacy. Let's discuss more on privacy. I would like to ask more on privacy. In USA, there was big debate on COPA and CHIPA, Child Online Protection Act and Child Internet Protection Act, were largely debated, and those debates went to the Supreme Court and clearly discussed about the child protection is one side and freedom of adults are a different side, right? So how we can meet the better position, especially from talking from developing country perspective, like Nepal and Zambia. What kind of legislative framework could be more efficient? Because lots of countries, they don't have a specific legislation on online child protection. There might be certain provisions on the regular Child Protection Act, but not a very clear position on child protection online issues. And Michael, I'll come to you first on, to respond on this. What is your experience in Zambian legal regime? How your Zambian legislative framework is addressing this kind of issues?
So basically, as I alluded earlier on, in 2021, there was a split in terms of amending our Electronic Communication and Transactions Act, which contained both the aspect of cybercrime, cybersecurity, electronic communications, and other legislative issues on ICT. So now it was more like, I would say, we came up with two more legislations that we separated from the ECT Act. One of them is the Cybersecurity and Cybercrimes Act. The second one was the Data Protections Act. So basically, the Data Protections Act covers matters and issues to do with privacy. But of course, privacy is a generic term. At the end of the day, a child who's 10 years, what privacy do they need when they are under the control of a guardian or a parent? They may not know that which is good, that which is bad, because of their stage of their age and state of mind. Also, coming back to the issues of security and safety, they become vulnerable the moment issues of privacy comes in. If you ask a child to say, let me have your phone, let me see whom you've been communicating to, a child would say, I have the right to privacy. What do you do? It's true, as long as you've deemed that child to own a phone, silently you've allowed them to have a bit of some privacy. But again, it also depends on which platform they're using. I will give an example of my kids. My kids back home, for their YouTube channel or any product from Google, I use a family account. That allows me to regulate what app they're installing. Even if I'm not there, I will receive an email to say, this one wants to install this application. It's me to either allow it or block it. The same happens to YouTube. So basically, I've taken that step because the human oversight, I will not always be there to see what they are doing, but somehow technology will help me through AI to filter and probably bring to my notice on certain things that technology feels like this is above their age. There are some games online that would appear innocent in the eyes of an adult. But as a child keeps playing those games, a lot of bad things, a lot of images that may be of sexual exploitations will be introduced in the middle of the game. But when you look at it as an adult, you won't even see anything. So these providers, like in the case of Google, has a way of knowing which application, either on Play Store or any other platform which is appropriate for a child. So as a step to protect my kids, I've allowed them to use only a family-friendly account where, despite me being in Japan, I'm able to know if they've viewed this video, which I may deem to be inappropriate. I'll either block it from here or probably I'll talk to them that never ever visit this page. Of course, Microsoft also may come up with their own policies through their browser on blocking certain sites and probably pages or another thing that they may be doing online using their platform. But again, it comes back to the issue of human rights and privacy. To what extent are we able to control our kids? Are we able to control them based on the fact that they are using a single device in a house where this one uses in the morning, this one in the evening, or they've got single devices, or alternatively, we've allowed them to use single devices based on the fact that we've installed a family-friendly account which enables you as a parent to monitor it. But of course, it's not always the case because a child is an adventurous person. They always find ways and means to bypass every other control. They seem to know more than we do. The same also applies to crimes where a child is a victim. A child may be groomed by somebody they're chatting with. They may be told, you place that, place this, place that. They'll bypass all the controls that you've put in place. As much as you've put your privacy protections and probably safety laws to how they navigate their online space, there's a third party out there who's taking control of them and making them do and visit certain things that they're not supposed to do.
Sarim, same question.
No, I think this comes back to the prevention aspect of it, and I think the last example that Michael just mentioned, you know, we've changed our default settings for youth accounts exactly that to prevent any kind of interactions. I think prevention is really a good strategy and focusing, making sure having safety in there by design, and this is where AI is helping. I mean, on you know, the ongoing debate. As Michael said, I think kids are digital natives in this world, and so they, you know, they're good at sort of circumventing all this stuff. But if there's safety and design into products and services that we use, and you know, we have parental supervision tools as well on Meta's platforms, so parents are aware who they're communicating with and things like that, and what type of content are they interacting with. By default, kids don't see any advertising on Facebook, right? So that's obviously important. At the same time, you know, any content that might be violent or graphically violent or inappropriate is not visible to them. As I said, even for adults, it's disturbing. So we do mark that as disturbing for adults, so they don't have to see such content by default. So it's an ongoing discussion, I think, where the solution is safety by design and youth safety by design in products, because the kids are sometimes early adopters of these things that come in, and making sure that it's keeping them. If we keep them safe, we actually keep everyone safe as well, not just kids.
Jutta?
Yes, I have to respond to one thing that Sarim said, and that is when you say kids don't see advertisement on Meta, it's when they have been honest with their age. But when they have been lying on their age, they might see advertisement. We have already been talking about age verification or age assurance. I would just say that it's key to solve the issue. As long as we don't know the age, I would say, of all users, it's not only that we need to know whether a child is a child, we also need to know whether an adult is an adult, to know that there is an inappropriate communication going on. So I'm pretty sure that in the near future we will have privacy-saving methodologies to make sure that we know the age of the users to better protect them. But coming back to that question that you raised and posed also to Michael, I could say it's one sentence: talk to each other. Parents as well as children have to talk to each other, and it's always better to negotiate what is appropriate for the child to do than to regulate. And I do think that the same applies to policy and to platforms and to the regulator. Talk to each other and try to find a constructive solution between the two of them.
Yuta, I don't know whether this is proper to ask you or not. Before you mentioned about the upcoming legislation of European Union Parliament, can you share some of domestic practices of European member state about online child protection? Because I wanted to ask that question before, but sequence developed differently. Sorry for that. But if you can share any member state perspective on online child protection.
So do we have 2 more hours to talk about all the strategies
one more round,
that we have in Europe? Of course, it's different in the different countries. We see that, and I think that's for several years, that countries that start right now or have started to legislate 2 or 3 or 5 years ago have much more focus on the digital environment and how to legislate child sexual abuse in a way that is appropriate to the digital environment, while countries that have longer standing child protection laws that did not address the digital environment, of course, they need to amend their laws, but that takes time. So the newer the legislation, the better it is fit for purpose to address child sexual abuse in the online environment. What we did in Germany was in 2021, we got an amended Youth Protection Act that refers much more to the digital environment than it did before. And that has kind of that approach that I just have been talking about before. It's called dialogic regulation. It's not that it poses obligations on the platform providers, but it asks for a dialogue with the platform providers, try to find the best solution. And I think that is much more future-proof than regulating, because you always can regulate only the situation that you are facing in the moment that you are doing the legislation. But we need to look forward, and again, I'm referring to the platform providers. You're in the position to know what is in the pipeline, which functionalities will be added to your service. So if you do safety by design, then, or as Sonja Livingston put it just in another session, it should be a child rights-based design, then probably the regulator would not have so much work to do.
Thanks, Yuta. Gopal, you want to say something on this?
Though before some time, what is the right age of adult? This question is now debatable in our context, in Nepalese context. We have now the marriage is in debate. Though before some time, we have our parliamentarian, I think she has gone. What is the correct age for marriage? We have a provision that when a child completed 16 years of age, we provide him or her citizenship certificate. That means a type of adult certificate. Citizenship certificate is provided in 16 years of age when she completed. And a child can be voted for their representative in Nepal when he or she completed 18 years of age. The voting right is to be provided to the person. And third one is, what is the age of marriage? The age of marriage is 20 years. And many cases now, in my practicing life, many cases are laws before the court. The rape cases are laws before the court. when what is the consented age? What is the age of consent? That is in debate. And many people are in jail nowadays. Many people are in jail when they are, if they are conscientiously, they indulge in themselves before the age of 18. And it is the matter of questionable. That is why it is very important. And our civil society, this matter is now in debate in civil society too. And that is, it is very important for what is the proper, internationally, though we have set principles, we have examples, and what is the proper age for marriage, and whether it could be internationally settled, the similar age or not. This is a very important question for we now. That is why I just raised these questions to our fellow.
To link this issue, I'll go to Sarim very briefly. Sarim, especially when the litigation comes and the law enforcement agency see the different age group actors content, especially like sexual relationship or any kind of other similar kind of content. As he was referring, there are some different legislation that allows relationship between people, and there could be use or as an evidence. So this is the debate at different societies. So how easy to deal with this kind of odd situations for platform providers, and what are the platform providers' response on these kind of issues?
Yeah, I think these child safety issues are definitely top of mind for our trust and safety teams at Meta, and I'm sure for other platforms too. And I think the NECMEC number that I shared earlier is a good sort of proof point of how we cooperate with civil society and law enforcement. Of course, there are some cases where we don't wait for NECMEC if it's a child in imminent danger. We believe that we have child safety teams that look at this stuff in these cases, and law enforcement teams that directly reach out to law enforcement in the country. And yeah, there's been cases where we busted sort of these child rings as well. So I think that's an ongoing effort. I wouldn't say it's easy. I think it requires a lot of, I mean, AI has helped in that effort, but it still requires human intervention and investigation. I think the age verification piece is interesting. As I mentioned, that's where we are doing some tests, and the AI does help, because one of the solutions that they're testing is like, where the youth has to send a video of itself for verification. So I think you can rely on IDs to a certain extent, but there are other questions of data collection on that. How much private citizen data are you going to collect? And then there are other suggestions where you link into government systems, but then there are other surveillance sort of concerns on that. So I don't think there's a silver bullet here, and I don't think any solution is going to be perfect. Right? We are doing tests with age verification, as I said, on Instagram. I think let's wait and see what results say. There'll be some level of verification, but again, I don't think anything will be perfect, and certainly, but we do need to sort of figure out, as I said, that we need to figure out like whether an adult is an adult and whether a child is a child, and and especially we have other behaviors that we need to detect of, like suspicious behaviors and fake accounts and things like that as well. So that's where AI is also helping us definitely quite a bit.
Thanks. Follow-up, very brief question. You frequently mention we report to NECMEC, we send report to NECMEC. NECMEC is based in or not-for-profit organization based in US, right? So what could be your response if other jurisdictions wanted to collaborate with you?
NECMEC collaborates with law enforcement around the world. So if you are a law enforcement agency in any country, you can reach out to them. They have, I think there's another organization called ICMEC that they also partner with, which is international, and they work with law enforcement to set up their cyber tip helpline. So that gives local law enforcement access to that information.
Jutta.
Yes, I just wanted to add something because I'm very grateful for you to bringing in the question of consent, because the principle of age of consent has also come under pressure pretty much in the digital environment, where the question is what has been consensual and what wasn't. And the general comment that I have been referring to before says in Article 118 that self-generated sexualized imagery that is shared in consensus between young people should not be criminalized. So that, I think that is a very good provision for young people also need to experience their sexual orientation, to learn about each other. But when it comes to these images, I would not be able to understand whether it was a consensual sharing of images or whether it was not in consent. So that makes it very difficult to apply such a rule like, okay, what is consensual and what is not consensual? And that's also, as I said before, we can rely on artificial intelligence in very much aspects, and I'm pretty sure it will get better and help us better to protect children, but there are certain issues where artificial intelligence cannot help, and we need to have human interventions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from audience? If you have, we have very less time for the session. If you have any question, please.
Just for the protection of the right of the child, the companies or the social media groups should be responsible enough for the registration as well as the content and the use of AI to identify the local language so that there will not be any kind of misuse of the word or something else. Just like I would like to give my own example. It was about 8 years ago. I got a friend request by putting the name of the one beautiful child. She was about, the picture was seen about 13 or 14 years old. And I didn't accept. She frequently called me at the evening, and I ignored that one. And then what happened? I thought that, oh, I should tell, I should know that girl, and then I should tell their parents that your child is doing this thing. Then I asked her to give her, do you have your private number or phone number, something else? I don't like to talk in the social media. Then what happened that she was not the child. She was some woman that she wanted to have some informal relation with me or someone else. Then I asked her, why? Why did you put the name of picture of the child and the name different thing? And then she said, oh, if I put the picture of the child, then I would like that one. This is the case I face by myself. Similar things may happen for others also. So that the registration systems in the social media should have some authentication mechanism. Without that, there might be some similar cases that might happening to others also. So that my request to the social media agency is to be more accountable, responsible, and intelligent enough that our platform is not misused. That is my suggestion as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ashirwad?
Thank you, Babaramde. So I'll move a little bit to the human side while we're talking about AI.
Very, very briefly, okay? Time is very
Very
tight.
briefly.
Okay.
So young people have been very much, experience a lot of peer pressure, and in digital area, social media has caused it even more. For example, the increased level of anxiety, depression, body misconcern, disordered eating, and suicidal thought. And so when we look at the root cause of peer pressure, the need to fit in, the fear of rejection, and looking at the sense of belonging, those are needed. Those are the human aspects. And due to that, they are very much vulnerable to online exploitation, right? So what is a social media company doing in terms of the human aspect as well, along with the technical one?
Thank you.
Just a short one. My question is also for Sarim. I'm Binod Basnet from Nepal. So recently there has been some message that is circulating in the Facebook Messenger that you have been infringing some child protection policies of Facebook. So if you don't follow some instructions, your account will be suspended and stuffs like that. And when you go into that message, there's a photo of Meta with the Meta logo. And it's very panicking for young users, and they tend to give in their contact details and their ID and the password and stuff like that. But I think in reality, they are phishing sites that are seeking your passwords. So my question is, what is Facebook doing in regards to those phishing hackers? What is the retaliating, or what is the policy that Facebook takes against those phishing sites? Thank you.
Thanks. Though our original time is almost about to conclude, but questions are coming. So, Sarim, directly to you.
The questions are all directed at me. I'm happy to continue the conversation after this discussion. But look, on all fronts.
With your concluding remarks.
Yeah, concluding remarks would be,
forward.
I think I'm going to go back to my introduction to say this is not just a platform that can solve all the solutions. I think we have technology that can assist. Technology still requires human expertise, both from the platforms, but also expertise from civil society, law enforcement, and government, and parents and families. Phishing is a long-standing issue. I think the smartest people in this room have been phished, and it has, whether that's from Meta or some other logo that they recognize. I think it's a matter of like when you're short of time and your attention span is short, you could be phished very easily. So I think that's an issue where we need to increase digital literacy and education. And actually from a systems perspective, the way you fix that is you have authentication, right? One-time authentication, so that even if someone does get phished, that they're not able to, your credentials don't, one-time authentication will prevent sort of phishing attacks from getting access to systems. So that's, I think, systemically needs to change. So that's a separate issue. Absolutely, I think in terms of safety, Meta cannot alone solve these issues. I think in terms of the human aspect, we work with the 400 safety advisors we have, but there are other organizations that we're members of the We Protect Alliance as well, and other organizations where along with industry, we want to protect kids. And I mentioned earlier on how we are using our platforms and using AI to detect and educate kids on when there's potential grooming or potential unwanted interactions to prevent kids from interacting with adults. So those are some efforts, but there's a lot more that we can do, and we're open to ideas. The gentleman who mentioned that I think he was maybe phished, or maybe there was some other attempt to connect with him. Yeah, of course, I mean, we also rely on community. I think some of the challenges we have is people don't report. I think they think that platforms have the manpower or the ability to just know when something's wrong. We won't until civil society and users report things to us, and that's where we rely on our partners. So that's really key when these kinds of situations happen, to protect yourself, but also your community.
Very closing 1 minute, less than 1 minute response from Michael.
So basically, we will not address any of the challenges we've discussed here if there's no close collaboration between the private sector, between the governments and the public sector, and also the tech companies. So in as much as we can't put trust in AI to help us policy cyberspace, the human factor and close collaboration will be the key to addressing most of these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Yuta?
Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity for one last statement. I would like to refer to Article 3 of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child that states the principle of the best interest of the child. And in any decision that we may take, that policymakers may take, that platform providers may take, just consider whether this is in the best interest of the child, and that means the individual child, if we are talking about a case like we have heard of some of these cases, but all children at large. Also consider whether the decision that shall be taken, the development that shall be made, the technological invention that shall be made, is it in the best interest of the child? And then I do think we will achieve more child protection.
Thank you. Gopal, closing.
We are the part of child right. We already signed in the child right protection treaty. So being the part of very responsible part of society, being the president of Nepal Bar Association, I am committed to always in favor of child right protection acts and its amendments. It's possible subject, I mean, positive amendments and so on. So I'm very thankful to Bauram to give me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As we are running out of time, I'd like to thank my panelists, my team of organizers, and all of you who actively participated on this, and of course for the benefit of a child, dedicated to these childs. I'd like to thank all of you, and I close this session, and we hope we'll have a good report of this discussion, and we'll be sharing the report to all of you through our channel. Thank you very much.
Hello and good afternoon. I would like to welcome you all, but also ask you to please bear with us. Some of our speakers are a bit delayed in other sessions, so we'll wait 2 more minutes and then we'll start. Thank you. Okay, let's start. Again, welcome all of you here in the room today and all of you joining us online. As you know, today we are hearing about many processes at the national, at the regional, and the global level that seek to propose standards, regulate the internet and its governance. However, we feel that a foundational discussion that should precede those discussions about governance architecture and policies, concrete policy proposals, should be, it's not gaining sufficient attention and should be then a bit more of a priority and have more space for discussion. And that's pretty much what we are trying to create with this session. And these questions have to do with what is the nature of the internet itself, how it has changed over time, and what are the fundamental characteristics of the internet in the past, today, and what are the main ones that, how we want them to be in the future, what are the main ones that we want to remain as they are in the years to come. So in the session, we'll have a stellar group of experts that will share their views on the answers for all these questions. I'll present each of them as I give them the floor. And to begin with, we'll hear some opening remarks by Mr. Pablo Castro. Mr. Castro is coordinator of cybersecurity from the Ministry for Foreign Relations of Chile. Mr. Castro, you have the word.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Hope so, yeah. So good afternoon to everyone, and also have to say good morning and good night to everyone who is connected online. Thank you very much to all who organized this important panel. It's an honor for the government of Chile to participate in these joint sessions with representatives from civil society at the 8th annual meetings of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum. It has been 17 years since the Internet Governance Forum was established. And since then, the internet has acquired relevance that is increasingly linked with people's quality of life, enabling them not only to connect with family and friends, but also to exercise fundamental rights. It is essential that the internet, including its supporting infrastructure, remains open, safe, interconnected, and accessible to all. From our country's perspective, it is only possible to address this significant challenge through increasing international cooperations among different stakeholders. In recent years, there has been a debate around the nature of the internet. Is it a right by itself or a tool to exercise these other rights? The answer to these questions could have deep implications for the formulations and development of public policies related with the internet and from definitions of the obligation that each state has regarding this technology. On one hand, if we consider the internet as a right by itself, different questions arise in relation to whom should guarantee access to it and under what conditions, as well as the implication to shared infrastructures and regulations on internet providers. On the other hand, if we consider the internet as a tool to exercise of other rights, such as freedom of expression or access to information, then the obligations states should have will be focused on guaranteeing that people have the capacity to use the internet for this purpose. These include reducing the economic, geographic, and technological barriers that limit access to the internet. The question of whether internet providers from the private sector and concessions holders of public service is another key issue surrounding this debate. If the internet is considered a public good, that internet providers can be seen as agents that give access to an essential service, which poses question about regulation ensuring equitable access. In Chile, Congress is discussing a bill related to acknowledging the internet as a public service. The goal that underpins the discussion is to reduce the gap in internet accessibility that keeps nearly 35% of Chilean homes without access to this network. The project considered imposing certain obligations regarding universality in relation to the areas of coverage at the time to connect them. Related to this is the possibility of giving subsidies for the demand for the connection service. The motivation behind the discussions, which affects both public and private investment, is to allow most citizens to have access to all services offered through the internet. Furthermore, the intervention of a state in the name of public interest is an issue that must be analyzed with caution. Even though it is necessary to guarantee equitable access and protection of citizens' rights, it can be also invoke risks such as censorships and limitation to freedom online. Ultimately, common goods governance, such as the internet, is a complex challenge. It requires a balance between the protection of individual rights and the promotion of the public interest. It also implies collaboration among different stakeholders, including governments, private sector, academia, tech community, and civil society. In this stakeholders' dialogue for public policies about the internet, we invite you to think about this question and search for answers that can reflect the evolving and essential nature of the internet of our current society. Thank you very much for all your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Castro, for setting the scene. And what we'll have now is the first round of comments. So we have some speakers that will talk about different approaches to looking at the internet. We'll have each speaker talking about one specific approach. And then in a second round of contributions, we'll have commentators that will be reacting to what they heard in the first round. And as I said, I'm going to move on introducing then as I pass on the microphone to each of them. And we'll start looking at the internet as a public good, something that Mr. Castro already referred to in his opening remarks. And I'll invite Luca Belli. Luca Belli is professor of the Fundação Getúlio Vargas Law School in Brazil and coordinator of the Center for Technology and Society. So Luca, what does it mean to refer to the internet as a public good? What are the concrete policy consequences of doing that? The concrete responsibilities that arise to different stakeholders based on that?
Thank you very much, Paula, for the questions, and apologies for being late. I was lost in the conference venue. And so I have two key considerations here. If we speak about the internet and its relation with public goods, or whether the internet itself can be considered as a public good. The first dimension is that the internet is a facilitator of public good, but at the same time can also undermine public good. So if we think of public goods like justice, democracy, security, public health, they can all be facilitated by ICTs and by the internet, but at the same time, if we think about all the infodemics that we have just lived during the pandemic, if we think about cybersecurity attack, if you think about meddling in democratic processes, they can also be undermined by the internet. So this first dimension of the internet as a potential instrument to strengthen public goods or to undermine them is very important, and is a function of the kind of governance, as it was just mentioned, the kind of regulation that they ensue from the governance that we are able to define. The other dimension is the internet itself as a global public good. There are people that are much smarter than me, like Stiglitz, that spoke about this already in the late 90s when he was theorizing. Joseph Stiglitz was theorizing a culture as a global public good that is non-rival in its access, and the benefits are not exclusionary, and so, but there is a huge transaction cost to have culture, and the internet breaks these transaction costs But here again, it really depends on which kind of internet we are speaking of. Because if we think about Joseph Stiglitz having a very good broadband connection, a nice PC, and living in a wealthy area where you have, it's easy and affordable to have good internet connectivity, that is an excellent example of how the internet is a global public good, because it allows him to directly connect with the global community and freely exchange, seek and impart ideas and distribute or obtain culture. If you think about how the majority world access the internet, through a smartphone, usually through prepaid internet access plans, where you have sponsored, zero-rated social media that are sponsored for free, of course, paid with your data, but not paid with money, whereas all the rest is capped. That is not really what Joseph Stiglitz had in his mind, and that strongly undermines actually public goods. So at the same point, the internet could be an enormous engine for strengthening public goods, a public good itself, but also an incredible machine for undermining public goods, and also just to capture individuals into a set of tools that basically datafy them to then manipulate them, and therefore undermining democracy, human rights, the economy of entire states, right? So I think that we have to consider this double nature of the internet when we think about the internet in comparison with public goods.
Thank you so much, Luca, and thank you for calling attention to the different ways of looking at the internet as both an instrument for accessing public goods and the internet itself as a public good, and what kind of internet we are talking about. So I'll now pass on the floor to one of our online speakers. And we'll have now two speakers that will be discussing the internet as a commons. Where is this concept coming from? How do you apply it to the internet? And again, what are the concrete consequences of applying it to the internet, especially when we use it in policy spaces? So I'll start with Nandini Shami. Nandini is Deputy Director of IT for Change, and she'll be joining us online. Nandini.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
We are.
Yeah, okay. So just quickly getting into the subject at hand, and what does it mean to apply a commons perspective to the internet? I think at a very foundational level, all of us recognize that the entire charm and promise of the internet is its affordance of being a communication commons for the entire world. And compared to all the other communication technologies that came before it, there is this possibility of many-to-many communication that is unmediated by a central broadcaster. And right from the beginning, this is the promise that feminists and progressive movements have always seen. And this is the web that we all celebrate. But when reflecting on the internet as a commons, I want to come to this with a reality check orientation also, that the communicative ecology of the internet today is such that, as somebody once made a quip about, realistic perspectives on the world, the end of the world seems like far more easier for us to imagine than to think of the end of the big tech business model and its stranglehold over the internet. We are staring at a reality like that. I think that if we have to reclaim the internet as a global communication commons, there are three critical areas that I place before all of you for consideration, and I think we need to fix that. So the first is the issue of the infrastructure layer and its capture by a few powerful corporations. We all know who holds the lion's share of the world's, deep sea cables. And in the other, layer of the web, when we look at cloud services, we know that just 4 companies own 67% of the cloud services infrastructure today. And if the infrastructure is controlled by private sector in such a massive way, what is the scope for commoning? And then we also know that there are these egregious moves where the companies operating in the network infrastructure sector are also getting into the communication services sector. In my own country, there is a debate on net neutrality violations about what happens if telecom companies that hold the lion's share of the Indian market are going to operate in the network like services, digital services layer, and also demand a network usage fee from the digital services. There is a policy move being pushed like that. So what does it really mean for net neutrality? And what does it mean for the voices of everyone? And the other problem we are all familiar with about like what happens when big tech, who started out in the communication services layer, is controlling the deep sea cables that reach the internet to the most marginalized regions of the world as well. And we know this issue and we have to do something about it. The second issue, when you look at the digital services itself, the entire point that there is a surveillance advertising model, and this has completely destroyed the generative power of the hyperlink, which was the open sea of the web, where the web ran on serendipity. And instead you have this kind of social media model of the stream, where we are all locked in our own like echo chambers and bubbles, and there is no possibility of commoning or any community building. We have discussed this problem ad nauseum, so I will not get into that problem again. But in terms of looking at solutions, if the most radical thing we can come up with is like the model like a Digital Services Act, that bodes very ill for all of us, I think, about how do you actually get out of surveillance advertising and think of something different to reclaim communication platforms and the digital spaces. I think this is a question that stares us in the face. The third point that I would like to make, and some of you may have seen this op-ed piece that came out a couple of days ago, which was co-authored by the chair of the IGF leadership panel and the technology envoy, where they actually argue about how in the future of internet governance, there needs to be a protective moat around the technical governance in terms of preserving the apolitical structure and functioning. But looking back at what has transpired and the history that has occurred, is actually like internet governance really apolitical? We all know the story of the incomplete internationalization of ICANN, and we know the default is like one state is able to control the critical internet resources still. So if we are not truly internationalizing internet governance, and we are still continuing to hold on to a somewhat fictionalized idea of a political technical governance, where at another level we all recognize that all technical choices are political choices. As Lawrence Lessig said, code is law and architecture is a policy choice. And we see that the different geopolitical or economic visions of development have led us to a situation where in contrast to the internet we have known, there is another vision of the internet that stands before us today, imagined by another state with a different political model. And we don't want to be caught in a geopolitical war of where different political visions lead to internet fragmentation. But if we have to address this question, we have to talk about what are these political choices, and not rest in this same old idea of a political internet governance. We must move beyond that and look at what would it mean to truly internationalize internet governance. The final point, and I'll just take very little time. I think that when we look at the approaches, it may be important to not to see the global public goods and commons as oppositional approaches, as is traditionally done, like when you talk about commons and when you talk about public goods. At some level, there is this interesting research work that is coming out of Utrecht University, which is talking about the fact that oftentimes a public goods approach will provision the infrastructure on which commoning can take place, because it's important to think of commoning as a noun, and also remember the communities, the people who are commoning. And then we have to make choices where we may be kind of like having this realistic approach where like when you think about economy, and India, my country, has traditionally thought of mixed economy. You have public enterprise, you have private enterprise, you have cooperativist enterprise. So when we think of internet governance model, we must be actually asking ourselves, how do we get the public infrastructure and the public financing and generally like the governance of the standards in a way that is truly public? So you build a commons that is truly belonging to the people and not a pro-capitalist commons that is then just cannibalized by big tech. So looking forward to hearing from everyone. I'll just stop here.
Thank you, Nandini. Well, for calling attention about the idea of the commons and the reality check of the critical areas that need fixing so that we can actually have a commons, and for already touching on what will be the second part of our discussions here today. And I'll invite now Bruna. Bruna will also talk about the internet as a commons. Bruna Martins Santos is a global campaigns manager at Digital Action. Bruna, you have the floor.
Always forget to turn it on. Thanks a lot, Paula, and thanks APC for the invitation as well, and to bring such a relevant debate to the IGF, right? I guess in the past years, all of us had spent at least a week in one of these forums or spaces discussing the most relevant issues. But we all live these spaces feeling really bad and heavy from the pessimistic approach that normally the internet governance discussion has taken. So it's good for once to be doing a more positive debate and one that looks towards to the future. I would say, I would maybe start by saying that for the past 30 years, internet governance discussions have all guided us through the processes, right? And operated under a normative framework that's focused on rules and values. All of that because it acknowledges how relevant the internet is for societies and for its development. There is a rich story and experience on how the internet works, what are the bodies that are involved in it, but we do lack sometimes the further inclusion of some other parts and some other groups in society, or even we do fail in bringing in this very strong global majority narrative to the conversation that's so relevant for everyone involved in this discussion to understand what are the problems in reality. But despite of that, we have also been watching the world go more and more complex in the past years, and the equation around things such as elections or human rights gets even more complex, with many stakeholders being called to the responsibility to protect ecosystems and rights. And to me, this is very much connected to this discussion, right? But at the same time, I think it's also possible for us to say that despite a lot of the society issues we face nowadays and sometimes problematic governmental intervention, the internet remains resilient, and its core characteristics and aspects are still there. And it still allows for everyone to exist and express itself, and it's still perceived as a basic and common and really core aspect of every place that we're at. I would like to also add that it's interesting to see how the community is evolving towards reflections and debates about things such as the failure of some companies and corporations. But in the end of the day, this is really a conversation about what are the discrepancies, what is lacking in access when we talk about access, what is lacking when we talk about empowering stakeholders and bringing more voices. As the good and old saying says, access to Facebook is not access to the internet, and we should not really rest until everybody understands and adds layers to that. Just to maybe start going towards the topic more further, as a global public resource, I would say the internet has to be universal and affordable, and its governance should be grounded in international and human rights standards and public interest principles. Technologies in the internet itself, they do play a crucial role in addressing a lot of the global challenges, and we do need global calls to action to advance access to them and encourage countries to build what is needed in terms of technologies for everybody. And this says a lot about enhancing safeguards, addressing governance issues, and mitigating some of the abuse and some of the problems in this space, as Luca was also referring to. Last but not least, I would say that more proactive engagement of the technical community is also required in this debate. The internet doesn't magically exist or simply operate. We do rely on a lot of folks and expertise for it to exist. So the success of all of that and the success of spaces such as the IGF is also reliant on these types of communities, such as the technical one. And the last thing that I would say is that when we talk about all of this, the global equity crisis needs to be a key aspect of such discussions. A lot of the internet-related problems are rooted in inequality. This is one of them. Abuse of power is another of the issues, and insufficient collaboration is another one of the topics. And the fact that the narratives from the parts of the world that suffer most with said interventions are not the ones shaping the policies is problematic, so we need the global majority to be making the calls and leading the processes. And I do hope that in the future of spaces such as the GDC and Summit of the Future, we take that into consideration. So I guess I'll stop here, and thanks a lot, Paula.
Thanks to you, Bruna. Thanks for talking about the importance of actually not only reflecting about different approaches, but also different realities, the role of inequalities and power politics behind the policy choices. And with that, I'll move on to our final speaker of this round that will be again joining us online. And I'll invite Azim Tadini. Azim is Human Rights Officer from the Rule of Law and Democracy section of the Office of the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Azim, can you hear us? You have the floor.
Very well. Thank you so much. And I hope you can hear me as well.
Yes.
It's a great pleasure to be with you and to also listen to people whose work I admire so much. So I'll say a few words about internet or internet access as a human rights or as an enabler of human rights. And this is a question that also Mr. Castro alluded to in the beginning about how to actually legally conceptualize the internet and internet access, which is a big debate. It's also a big debate also in the human rights world. Is it a human right in itself? Is it not? And what difference would it make? So there's these two poles that we have. On the one side, the view that internet is a technology and it's a means to an end, but not an end in itself. And so it is not a human right and it shouldn't be a human right. And this, the view that, well, it's an enabler of human rights is what is currently reflected in the state of international human rights law, where internet access yet is not recognized as a right in itself. But it is recognized as an enabler right in the sense that restrictions to internet access can constitute undue interference with rights such as freedom of expression or freedom of peaceful assembly, but also of socioeconomic rights such as the right to education, the right to health. So in other words, from this point of view, there is this conceptualization means that there is a negative duty on states not to unduly interfere with rights as exercised online, but there's not a positive duty to actually provide internet access. And on the other hand, there is the view that internet access is not only a tool, but it's become so intertwined with our basic ability to exercise our rights that it should be considered a human right. And then, in other words, there's a positive duty on states to ensure access. And I'll go a bit back to this, but even though I initially mentioned that internationally there's no such, or we haven't reached a state where international human rights law actually creates a legal obligation to ensure internet access. At the domestic level, in some states, this is already considered a right. So it's an individual or a constitutional right in the sense that the law establishes a positive duty on the state to ensure universal access, and in some cases also affordable access. So some examples that I think we have all heard of is, for example, the Constitution of Greece that states that the facilitation of access to electronically transmitted information and the production, exchange, and diffusion of such information constitutes an obligation of the states. And there's also similar language from the Constitutional Court of France and the Constitutional Court of Costa Rica, and a bit similar to what also I think the bill that is proposed in Chile. There is a law in Finland that has declared broadband access a basic right, and similarly in Estonia, internet access is part of the universal service that the state has to provide to all its people. So at the domestic level, there has been a development towards recognizing internet access as a right and as a positive obligation of the state. And at the international level, that's not the case. Although here, I think it's also important to bear in mind where we've come from. So the development of how international human rights law deals with the internet. And one milestone is, of course, the 2012 Human Rights Council resolution that was adopted to protect free speech on the internet, and that called upon states to promote and facilitate access to the internet and international cooperation aimed at developing media and information communication facilities in all countries. So it was the first UN resolution of its kind. And since then, there's a growing attention by human rights mechanisms, treaty bodies, special procedures, as well as regional human rights mechanisms about the importance of the internet and internet access to the ability of people to enjoy and exercise their rights. And this is also recognized by the Sustainable Development Goals, which reinforces an obligation to work towards universal and accessible internet. So there is this development, and I think from an international human rights perspective, what would be important to ask if we recognize human right if we recognize universal internet access as a right, what should that mean? Because there's no one form of right. You have rights that can be realized progressively depending on the resources of the state, and so what would a human right to internet access actually look like? Would it be an absolute right? Probably not. But if not, what would be the conditions for restrictions? What would it mean for the interplay between state and private sector? Given precisely the sort of global nature of the internet. And what would it mean, for example, for a state duty to protect people from cyber attack that inhibit their access to the internet? So even if we move towards, or if international human rights law moves towards increasingly recognizing universal access as a human right, the question still remains, well, what kind of right do we want it to be, and what kind of obligations should it actually create? I'll stop there, and I'll look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for telling us a little bit of the state of the art, where we are exactly in the discussions. We still have two views on the internet as a right in itself and the internet as an enabler. But I understand that not only in the examples of national legislation, but the other examples of global policy that you mentioned, this direction, that it seems that we are taking to recognize it, access to the internet as a right in itself. And with that, we'll move on to the second part of our discussion here today, that is inviting some commentators to react to these different approaches that were shared with us. And the question is, what are the main takeaways from what you've heard? What are the main commonalities, the divergences, and how these different concepts can be combined, complemented, how they relate to each other, and how we could use them in global policy spaces? Easy questions. So Henriette, I'll start with you. Henriette Esther Huysen is Senior Advisor for Global and Regional Internet Governance with the Association for Progressive Communications. Henriette.
Thanks. I was just trying to convince David to go first. Thanks very much. And I'm sorry I was late. I had another session that ran a little bit late. I don't know if I have anything useful to say, even though this is a concept that I've personally been grappling with for a long time. And I think what I really want to celebrate and thank APC for doing is to actually get us to talk about this at the IGF, because I think what this is responding to is a conversation that internet governance should have started with, not actually be trying to end with or go into its next evolution cycle with. I think that, I mean, anyone from the technical community who, if they were here, would say to you, the internet is not one thing. But actually, as I listened to the speakers, it resonated with me. The internet is not one thing. And for me, that also resonated with Nandini's comment about not looking at commons and public good as being in opposition. And I think similarly, looking at internet or access to the internet as a human right or as an enabler of other human rights, that's also not a conflictual. So I think that there's real synergy between these three different concepts that are being discussed. And I think what they all speak to is the fundamental problem. And I think Nandini articulated that well, and maybe also before I came, but the fact that how we imagined this internet as a connector of people, as a disruptor of concentration of power, as a leveler of distributing more voice and more influence. We've lost that to a large extent. And I think what we are really talking about here, whether we are entering it from the commons perspective, the rights perspective, or the public good perspective, is to look at a framework that will allow us to reclaim that. And then I want to just go back to reflect on maybe this is about the internet not being one thing. And I think we also have to keep in mind that it evolves. And that if we are going to try and make a contribution to internet governance and encourage some kind of paradigm shift, if we can get as far as that, I think it has to be something that is future-oriented, that can address the challenges of how a technology that emerges within the public domain, for example, can then become appropriated by commercial interests, further developed and invest. It's a little bit like the pharmaceutical industry. We wouldn't have medication if it wasn't for private sector money going into it, but we also wouldn't have drugs and retrovirals in my country if governments did not intervene to ensure that those patents were available. So you need a shift of some kind. So I'm going to let David give you all the answers, but what I want to say is that I think we can look at the concept of the public core of the internet. That is a norm that has been developed. I was personally involved in that. The Dutch government, Dennis Bruder, did some work on this, a Dutch academic, but trying to identify if there are parts of this distributed, interconnected internet which we can actually govern and regulate and manage as a public good, a public infrastructure. There are analogies. We can look at places where water is supplied in a municipality by private companies, but there are standards and procedures that private companies have to adhere to ensure that that water is affordable, that it's available, that it's clean. So, and then we have the notion of the protection of the public core as well, which it requires both governments and companies not to interfere with it in particular ways. Then I think there's the idea of the commons, and I like Nandini telling us that we don't have to think of them as alternatives. Public good, which generally comes with more of a sense of the public sector and the state having to play a stewardship role, and the commons, which is much more of a bottom-up process. There are parts of the internet which I think is the commons, but then there are also part of the internet that is run by the private sector and that's built out by the private sector. And we have to accommodate that. We can't change that. I don't believe in nationalizing the internet, but I also don't believe in surveillance, capitalism, and models where we are, our data, our behavior, our communications are being extracted for commercial gain. And I think there are ways of looking at very practical ways, for example, such as the data that emerges from all these companies. The European Union now has regulation that ensures researchers have access to that data. If you're in Brazil and you want to access what happened during the election with social media last year, was it last year or the year before? Last year, you'd have to pay millions of dollars to get access to that data. So there are lots of things, there are parts of the internet that I think that we should be able to claim as being in the public domain. And then I think, then I'm just going to end with 2 bullet points before I give this to David. I think it is important to recognize that the architecture of both the internet and of internet governance, so the technical architecture and the governance, including the technical governance, is not apolitical. I think that's a very important starting point. And I think Bruna also made that point about power. I think that's important. And then my final bullet point is, Mr. Castro, I didn't hear your comments, but I think Luca's point about both the positive and the negative outcomes of looking at the internet as a public good. I think all governance models, including the status quo governance models, we need to look at both the intended and the unintended positive and negative consequences. And I don't think we're doing enough of that with the status quo. But as we develop alternative models, we also need to look at intended and unintended consequences.
Thank you, Henriette. David, we are ready for all the answers now. So I'll invite you to share with us.
As a historian, you don't get answers.
Let me just
from
introduce you.
historians.
Let me just introduce, because I failed to do so. So David Soter is Managing Director of ICT Development Associates. David, now you go. Sorry.
Sometimes I have the misfortune to examine PhD theses in the social sciences, and to some extent, I felt like this is like the opening chapters of those theses, where the poor student has to go through every kind of theory that there has been in the area in which they're trying to work on, and then bring those things together and come up with some kind of new concept, a new contribution, which draws on each of those other areas of previous work. And in very many cases, they get trapped in the semantics of this. And I think there is a danger here of being trapped in the semantics of this. Okay, so there are different conceptualizations here, and you can draw on all of them. Necessary to say A is better than B is better than C, or A plus B plus C is essential. You can draw on these things without putting them together. And that's, say, I was trained as an historian, not as a social scientist, and historians start from by looking at the evidence and only come to the conceptualizations that social scientists use at the end of their analysis of the process. So that's how I tend to look at things. I'm saying don't be trapped in the semantics. I think these are fairly random thoughts about the three points that were made. So they're not, there is no constructed theory here, because you can't write an essay while sitting listening to the presentations. Just in terms of public goods, I mean, when this was first talked about in the internet, public goods about 20 years ago, there was a lot of confusion because there is the economic definition of public goods as non-excludable and non-rival, which was understood by economists. But then non-economists were using the term to refer to things that were for the good of the public, and in particular to see the internet as a delivery mechanism for things that were for the good of the public. And that very much puts it in the kind of area of traditional regulation of utilities. It's saying it's a utility which provides a service to people and therefore should be universally accessible and available at affordable prices so that everyone can benefit from it. It seems to me that that's the kind of genesis of that concept of public good. Whereas the concept from the commons seems to me to be derived more from the internet as a communications medium. In that context, so it's a communications medium, and it should be universally available because it is a communications medium and enables everybody to talk to everybody else, as opposed to a medium that delivers to them products and services. And I think the issue here is to do, to some extent, with the evolution of the internet. So, once upon a time it was small, and now it is large. And in things that are as large as the internet, you have infrastructure and you have intermediaries. It's not possible for something that large to be conducted without those things. And if you have infrastructure and intermediaries, you have the power structures that go with that. You have a requirement for capital investment, and there are not many places where that capital investment can come from. And in the case of the internet, you also, and other communications media, you also have network externalities. So the more people there are on Facebook, the more valuable it is by a factor that is more than equivalent to the numbers. If you have 10 million people on something, it is much more valuable to you, one person, than if there are only 10,000 on it. And those things drive the power of data corporations. It's very difficult to see how you can avoid those power structures. So if you can't avoid those power structures, well, it's not possible to say how you can avoid them if you have to regulate them. It brings, I think, back to the regulatory structures that are required. And there are traditional economic models for doing that as well. The rights perspective is obviously crucially important, but the rights framework, the international rights framework, doesn't cover everything that needs to be considered here. And that's, I think, part of the difficulty in trying to root things in a purely rights perspective. So the rights perspective focuses, the rights framework focuses on states, not on corporations. And increasingly it's corporations where the real power lies. So where are the responsibilities and obligations that are placed on those corporations? Generally, there's been a discussion in a rights context about particular rights, and there's been an underemphasis on economic, social, and cultural rights, and so on the development and environment kind of domains. And I think the rights perspective is a different lens to that which is used by the most powerful actors within the internet world. So it's a different lens to that used by governments. It's a different lens to that used by corporations. It's a different lens in particular to that used by some governments and some corporations. So it's an extremely important perspective, but it's not sufficient in itself to cover all that is required. Those are random thoughts, not yet in essay form.
Thank you, David. And I think our proposal is not to get lost in translation. It's not merely a theoretical exercise, what we are proposing for the discussion here today, but really to think about the policy consequences and use these entry points to discuss the nature of the internet and what kind of policy responses we're looking for the upcoming years and for right now, actually, for the present, not only for the future. What we'll have now is we'll open the floor for questions. So Nandini, in a second, I'll give you the floor to share if there are any questions online. Then I'll ask here if there are any questions in the room. And after that, I'll give you all, speakers from the first round, a final chance to react again to the comments that you heard from the commentators. You have 2 minutes each, so it's just like firing back, maybe if there are any specific questions to you. And then we'll wrap up with my colleague Valeria that will try to systematize the key points coming out of the discussion. So, Nandini, do we have any question from the online participants?
Yeah, there are about like 4 questions. So how many can we take, Paula?
Let me see how many questions we have in the room. 1. If you are going to read them quickly, they are all questions or comments?
They're all questions.
Okay. So yeah, just read them all. We'll give the floor here in the room, and I'll just invite you to do your best to respond to them. Go ahead, Nandini.
Yeah. So the first question is about how do we ensure that, what are the best approaches to ensure that we bring affordable connectivity to the largest number of people? The second question is actually, the second one is a comment about the internet as a tool for empowerment. So I skip that. And the third is a question about what do we do about the energy footprint and the consequences of the greenhouse gas emissions and everything of like digital technologies, and how do you think of the sustainability question in the era of 4IR? And the last question is about when is it possible to make internet available and accessible for the underprivileged in developing countries, and what should actually be done about it? Like, what can we do next?
Thank you, Nandini. Dinesh, if you could use the microphone to your left.
Thanks, Nandini. I think what you said actually kind of addresses, like mentions what I want to ask, but I want to be very specific in what I want to say, which is internet for all of us is the web, and not accessibility in terms of infrastructure, the fiber, the something and all that. Internet is the web, which is hyperlinks, interlinking, hypertext, and all those things. Now, there are 3 billion people in the world who cannot read and write. 1 billion in India who cannot do Google search, make sense of the results. And if you can't read and write, what is internet for you? Why are we not pushing technical people to look at this and see what is hyperlinking when you don't have text? What is, and there's so much we can do. And we as a group of very highly evolved, literate people stop asking questions when it comes to the web and the internet. For example, when you give a book, you write on the margins. How many of you have asked, why don't I have it on the web? This is a starting of a beginning at like why we need to push things. Okay, this is all I want to say. And we need to look at it. IGF is a forum, not like the Silicon Valley, not like the corporate, not like something where we can actually take a decision on what is the technology that helps push the web to the low literate people.
Thank you, Dinesh. Mr. Castro, can we start with you? 2 minutes. Everybody will have 2 minutes to react, or both to respond to questions and also some reactions. Would you like to? Yeah? Okay, so Luca, we'll start with you.
All right, so I want to react quickly to the comment that has just been done about the fact that for most people the internet is the web. I think I disagree. And my point before was precisely that for most people, actually the internet is not the web. Because for those who have the privilege to have fixed internet access, and you can use the web as an app to browse through the internet, and that is a chance. But for most people, actually, a couple of billions at least of people in the world, a web is only a small part of what they do in the internet. What they primarily do on the internet is using 2 or 3 applications, which is on their mobile phone. So it's a very tiny part of the internet, and it's really an enormous walled garden in which they don't have the privilege of being internet users browsing through the web, but they are datafied basically the entire day, and they are fed with algorithmically recommended content based either on their profile or based on who pays the most. So I think that if we want to start then to get into what the IGF could do, well, what has been doing over the past years is allowing a platform for these issues to be discussed. What the IGF has not been doing but should have been done is also to try to recommend solutions that could be utilized to, if not solve, at least mitigate these kind of issues. And these kind of issues, they require cooperation. If you take my point on the possibility to consider internet as a public good, any kind of public good requires cooperation then to be managed, right? commentator explained about the fact that then at the end of the day, public goods end up being utilities, of course, because the market does not know how to price them, and then you have usually the state intervening to provide them. But it is also actually a huge problem when you undermine them, because if you lock, for instance, 3 billion people into a couple of social media platforms and you feed them only with fake news, then you are undermining democracy, you're undermining human rights, you're undermining the economy, but you cannot price it. You cannot say, you can say 10% more connectivity penetration equals to 3.6% increase in GDP, but you cannot say 70% of people in a country only having access to Facebook equals to minus 50% of democracy, because you cannot price democracy. You cannot price, you cannot meter it. So that I think that we have to be a little bit creative, not only discussing these issues, but also understanding. My point on public goods is not necessarily, I'm not advocating for considering the internet a public good. I think one has to consider both sides of the coin. And then the interesting part of it would be then not to understand whether the internet should be considered a public good, but whether when it undermines public goods, how to meter it and which kind of solution, who should pay this cost?
Thank you, Luca. Yes. Nandini, thank you so much for doubling as our speaker and our online moderator. I would like to give you the floor now to have your final remarks.
So I would just like to take on one of the questions that came from the Bangladesh Remote Hub, that what is it that it means to make the internet accessible and available and affordable for the most marginalized? Because I think it speaks to everything we have been talking about so far, including the internet as a right, the public good questions in the provisioning, internet as a communication commons that is not like cannibalized by surveillance capital. It speaks to all dimensions of the question. Here, I think that right from the time of the World Summit on the Information Society, we have been like, we failed to find a proper public financing model that can ensure that the internet in its foundational sense and not like a zero services type of walled garden version is available to everyone in the world. And 20 years after the Visasur mood, we are still talking about that agenda. So I think we need to kind of like have a way to discuss the financing question about that. And secondly, I think when we are talking about internet access, the question of access to what, which many of us have been talking about today, that needs to also be addressed, because what is it that this access is supposed to do? Like there's a study by Research ICT Africa, which actually talks about the connectivity paradox, where connectivity actually means like more digital inequality. Is that what we want? Or are we talking about a world where connectivity means equitable access to the data dividends and the development dividends of the internet for everyone? So we might have to kind of like push this like in however we engage with in the Global Digital Compact process and the World Summit on the Information Society action lines that may come up. So I feel we have all a lot of work to do here. And thank you again for organizing this very, very important and critical discussion.
Thank you, Nandini. Bruna.
Thanks, Paula. Yeah, just to add some more thoughts to this, I think I agree with some of both our commentators' additions to the conversation about, from Henriette, that this is a debate where internet governance might have started, right? But it's also important to be coming back to this at this point in history where we still see the gaps, right? And also agree that some of the concepts are definitely not opposing, as well as with the idea of not getting lost in the semantics of the whole conversation. At the same time, addressing the gaps is urgent, mitigating the abuses and discrepancies as well. We are at a moment in history where it seems to be a need to cooperate even further in order to advance the development and use of digital public goods or internet as a common or as a human right. At the same time, it's important to discuss appropriate safeguards to ensure the protection of rights, privacy, data protection, as well as inclusion of all communities and genders and regions and claims. This will help us build trust around this space, foster an inclusive technology ecosystem that also meets the needs of the local populations, because that's what we're talking about. And last but not least, I would say we do need, and I hope we get out of the GDC, more recognition of the internet and information as a commons or a public good, and how are we moving forward in governing that and managing that as a collective resource. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Bruna. Azin, can we hear from you?
Thank you, and thanks to everyone, including the questions online. So, yeah, just to start, I think I completely agree with David's point that the rights framework doesn't and cannot cover all the elements of internet governance, all the questions that arise there. But I think it's still the development of the development in the rights landscape will also impact very much on the reality. So rights will not just reflect the facts. Very often they don't, but the way in which these discussions are later articulated in terms of rights, legally conceptualized rights, will also impact how of course, internet governance takes place, and so it's a very central part of the discussion. And also just on the sort of question about infrastructure versus access, I think one added value of the rights framework is particularly the question about what type of internet or what type of access do we actually speak about, and what kind of content do we speak about, considering that so much of the content in places where people actually do have access to the internet is very heavily interfered with by states, but also by private sector. So that's where I think there's an added value of the rights framework, which provides for the free flow of ideas of all kinds.
Thank you, Azin. I only refer to the speakers, but we still have some time, so I'll give our commentators also the chance to share some final remarks before we have a quick systematization of the key takeaways. David, Henriette, who wants to start? No, I'm asking if you want to. Yeah.
Maybe I'll just pick up on a couple of the questions and kind of raise some complications with them. So firstly on empowerment and tools for empowerment, I've always had a slight problem with the way in which this concept is used, because innovations like the internet empower everyone, not just those who are disempowered, and not just those who we might hope to empower because they, because they are disempowered or for progressive reasons. The internet empowers everybody, including people who are powerful and abuse their power. And in particular, it can empower people in the sense that people who are disadvantaged, in the sense that it gives them additional resources which they can use in effective ways. But at the same time, it can empower those who have power over them more than it empowers them. So think of that in terms of employer-employee relationships, say, or landlord-tenant relationships, or some gender relationships, family relationships. So empowerment is a more complicated issue, I think, than is often discussed here. On the environmental points, I didn't quite catch the question, I'm afraid, but I spoke in the main session from the platform this morning in the main session on the environment. And so I do think this is a particularly important dimension and is often still missing from our discussions about the direction of internet development and more generally digital development, which is now much larger than internet development. And I think there are many dimensions to it. It's often discussed in digital fora on the basis of what can be done with digital technology to address particularly climate change. but it's important to look at this in a broader perspective. So there are three ways in which the digital sector is currently unsustainable in the way that it is progressing, and those are to do with the overexploitation of scarce resources which are used in digital devices, the energy consumption growth rate, and e-waste, which is rarely recycled and substantially dumped in developing countries. So all of those things need to be addressed. And what I was proposing in the session this morning was that we need to introduce into across the board in internet governance and in the thinking of governments and businesses and the technical sector, an environmental ethos which thinks about environmental impacts as part of decision-making processes, for example, in setting standards, in developing new applications, in deploying networks, so that the goal is both to maximize the potential value of those innovations and to minimize their environmental footprint.
Thanks very much. Well, I mean, thanks for the questions. And I mean, I think much as we want a paradigm shift, we're not going to get one. So we have to start somewhere. And I think the one thing that there is a lot of regulation of the internet. I mean, we've talked about the European Digital Services, Digital Market Act. There's regulation at many country levels as well. But I think the problem is that the regulation, a lot of the regulation is actually not targeting the powerful. It's targeting people. It's targeting users. It's not targeting the manufacturers of the devices. Or the builders of the infrastructure. So I think maybe a shift away, yes, regulatory response is necessary, but shift that regulatory response in such a way that it actually tries to address concentration of power in a more effective way. And this applies also to the issue of the environment and environmental impact. So we need more common acknowledgement and some principles that we need to regulate how companies do business on the internet, and not just in the European Union and not just targeting the big tech companies. Actually, we need to look at business as a whole and look at diversifying and opening markets more and opening innovation more. You know, this notion of permissionless innovation is another thing. We need to be able to regulate innovation in such a way not to prevent it, but to prevent harm. We have principles from the pharmaceutical industry, the idea of the precautionary principle. If new apps are developed that could change how children learn or how people interact with one another, why should those not be first tested before they can go into operation? I think we need to also regulate how infrastructure is built from an environmental impact and energy perspective. And yes, I've mentioned devices already, and this includes the disposal of the devices, but the endurance of the devices. I mean, surely we should have regulations that stop e-waste from proliferating at the rate that it does. One can introduce standards for the manufacturing of devices so that they last longer, so that they can be updated. It is possible to change that. But I think to change that, we also need to shift our understanding of development, this whole notion that growth equals development, that will alleviate poverty by creating more rich people. You know, we need to shift away from those conceptions. But then I think one of the real challenges here is that because we're dealing with a globalized network and a globalized market, we cannot rely on our traditional, I think the rights, by the way, I think the rights framework does give us what we want, but there's one thing in the rights framework that doesn't work that well for us, and that's the concept of the state as duty bearers and the rest of us as rights holders, and that it's the state's responsibility to ensure that private sector actors comply with rights frameworks. It's very hard to make that work within the current internet context, both because the companies are so powerful and because the states are so unaccountable. It becomes very hard to trust states to play the role of holding business accountable when states themselves are not accountable for acting in the public interest and managing and growing the internet and regulating the internet in the public interest. And then I think we also need to have a third dimension here, and that is about empowering communities and allowing communities to create their own approach to internet. I mean, one of the things that we've learned in APC by working with community networks is that there are communities who only want internet in their village. They don't actually want to connect to the global internet. They're quite happy just to be able to have free WhatsApp calls, you know, in their own area. So I think that's the third thing. So I want to stop at that, but I do want to say I think with, you know, as in mentioned, the complexity of the human rights framework, I think it gives us a lot to work with. I disagree with you in that, David. And I think she didn't mention specifically, but the business, the guidelines on business and human rights, which will probably never become a treaty, because some governments will block it, but it's providing us with really good guidelines on how to ensure that companies are accountable.
Thank you all for the very insightful contributions, very, very interesting. And I'll give now the floor to my colleague, Valeria, that took lots of notes, and she's going to tell us how we are going to use all these insights that we just compiled here today. Valeria.
Thank you so much, Paula, and thank you so much to all of you for your insights. Actually, Andrea did my you did my job, so thank you so much, Andrea, because yes. So I won't repeat what has been said. I just want to say that we were motivated to convene this conversation because obviously there are questions that are not resolved, starting by the basic one about what the internet is, and also how we can deal moving forward with the governance of not only the internet itself, but the governance of the implications and impacts of its use. And we are in a very particular moment in which also the evolution of internet governance is proving that it is interplaying very directly and deeply with the broader governance of the digital realm. So in this current moment in which several spaces and processes dealing with issues of the internet policy and internet governance and digital governance have proliferated. So what we can do, what's next, how we can keep contributing to it. Like 2 years ago, we started a process to imagine the future of internet governance. And this session kind of closes that initial phase of our reflection, and also the thinking and analysis of how we can fit into these several processes that are looking at the configuration of the digital future. So in this moment, I think, well, the speakers have said it all. I think what we can push for and how we expect to use the outcomes of this conversation is to precisely nurture and feed into the thinking of what are the compromises that are needed between the different stakeholders, and what's the principles that should guide internet governance and digital governance moving forward to precisely avoid what Andrea was saying, to avoid like causing further harm and putting people in the center and regulating in a way that we address the structural problems and particularly the concentration of power in corporations, but also the lack of accountability of public actors, in particularly government. So we expect to use those not only in the framework of the IGF and the conversations happening here, but also in the framework of the Global Digital Compact and the WSIS Plus 20 review and the commitments emerging in the context of the acceleration of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. So the role that we want to play and how we want to use these inputs is to make sure that these questions that have kept unresolved for so long are still addressed, and that we address in a way that help us to move towards basic compromises to address structural inequality, towards ensuring that the internet can serve the purposes of ensuring a dignified life for everyone. So that's what I want to say, and then I pass it to you, Paula, for closing.
And I would just like to thank you all again. Thank you, Valeria, the participants online, the speakers online. And with that, we wrap up the session of today. Bye.
supposed to upload messages in the next 2 hours. I think with Paula. I don't think it's good enough. I've not put names of. I've tried to just pick keywords that they spoke about.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, great. It's weird to see my face so big there, but good afternoon, good morning, good evening if there is people joining online. Thanks so much for being here, and I hope you're enjoying the IGF so far. My name is Veronica Ferrari. I am Global Policy Advocacy Coordinator at the Association for Progressive Communications. I invite those who are in the room and want to come a bit closer, that's fine. We are a small group, so the idea is to have a conversation and to hear from you also. So quickly, for those who don't know APC, we are an international civil society organization, and we are also a network of members from over 40 countries, mostly from the global majority, working for gender, social, and environmental justice and the intersections within digital technologies. And in today's session, we are going to discuss, as you may know, about gender perspectives in cybersecurity, specifically cybersecurity policy. So we all know that traditionally cybersecurity debates were mainly centered on national security, the security of systems, but in recent years, we are seeing an increased conversation about the need for a human rights-based approach to cybersecurity, which is an approach that places humans at the center, since are the ones impacted by cyber threats, cyber operations. And additionally, we see more and more a recognition in international, regional, and national spaces about the fact that different social groups are in different positions with dealing with cybersecurity threats such as surveillance, hacking, censorship, data breaches, disinformation campaigns, and also shutdowns. And research by the Association for Progressive Communications and others have also shown that cyber incidents disproportionately impact and harms individuals and groups in society on the basis of their gender, but also their sexual orientation, their gender identity or expression, but also because of their race, religion, and their profession, in the cases of journalists, activists, human rights defenders. And in addition, civil society has been documenting and producing research that shows that around the world, legal cyber frameworks are being used to silence and persecute women, LGBTQ people for their activism, their gender expression, or simply because of expressing dissent. So these are some of the issues we want to discuss today with all of you. What do we mean by a gender approach to cybersecurity? How we can integrate such a perspective in debates at the national, regional, and international levels, and also how to deal with the challenges when integrating this perspective. And also it would be great also to discuss what are issues this agenda should focus in the future. So for this, we have great speakers here that will be sharing examples of how cybersecurity directly affects the lives of women and diversities in different regions of the world. They will tell us also what is the status of the integration of gender in national but also international cyber policy debates, among other issues. So quick intros for our great panel. Our first panelist is Kemly Camacho. Kemly is the co-founder and current general coordinator of the Sulawatsu Cooperative in Costa Rica. Next, we have Grace Gitaga, CEO and convener of the Kenya ICT Action Network, KICTANET, which is a multi-stakeholder platform for people and institutions interested and involved in ICT policy and regulation. Also joining is Jessamine Passis from the Foundation for Media Alternatives, where she works on issues related to privacy, data, and cybersecurity. And finally, we also welcome David Fairchild, First Secretary at the Permanent Mission of Canada. David focuses on digital policy and cybersecurity and represents Canada, for example, at the UN Open-Ended Working Group on ICTs. So again, thank you all for being here. So we plan to have a round of interventions from our speakers, and then the idea is to open the floor for comments, questions, or anything you want to bring. And my colleague Pave is helping with the engagement of online participants if we have any people joining online. But before we dive into the discussion, I quickly wanted to provide like a background of APC's thinking on gender and cybersecurity, and also a bit more about the specific tool we have developed that we have here these brochures. We have copies in English and Spanish, and you can use the QR code here to download it. So firstly, for us, it's important to note that the gender approach to cybersecurity is not only a women's issue, that gender goes beyond that, and gender is about power relations. The idea also that cybersecurity is not only a technical issue, that technological and also policy solutions can actually contribute or be used to mitigate discrimination and inequalities in societies. So for APC, a gender approach to cybersecurity is about understanding and addressing differentiated risks and also needs faced by complex subjects. Should be explicitly intersectional, so should take into account gender, but together with other intersections and factors that compose our identities, such as race, ethnicity, religion, class. So cybersecurity is actually responsive to the diverse security priorities, the perceptions, and practices of different groups and people. Our approach also recognizes that we are all active subjects that have agency in the process of creating a more secure environment online for everyone, and questions and works to overcome one of the main challenges regarding cybersecurity, which is the lack of intersectional diversity in the tech sector, in the cyber sector, but also in cyber diplomacy and cyber policy. So all in all, this perspective means that in every step of the design, implementation, and evaluation of cybersecurity measures and policies, the goal should be to positively impact the greatest number of people in all of the diversity and complexity. And what we argue in this and other publications is that without these more holistic or systemic approaches to cybersecurity, large segments of the population will be vulnerable to cyber attacks, and as a consequence, national security, the security of systems, as well as human rights are affected and weakened. So the framework that I mentioned before, just a quick about that. So basically from our research and an initial mapping that we conducted at APC, we found it difficult to find references to gender and gender equality in cybersecurity policies and strategies around the world. And it was even more challenging to find practical recommendations or guidance on how to incorporate such a perspective into cyber policy. So because of that, we believe it was key to offer a reflection on why it is important to include a gender approach to cyber, but also guidance on how to do it. So in collaboration with cybersecurity and gender specialists, activists, and also policymakers, we developed this framework to support, first, mainly policymakers working at the national level in cybersecurity policy, but we also think that this could be a useful tool for civil society when working at the national level, engaging in regional discussions, and also in the international level. And we also think that this could also fit the discussions happening, for example, at the UN on cybersecurity. So basically, we want to help and support different audiences and groups in different ways. So this framework is made up of an overview. It's a document that compiles norms, standards, and international guidance connected with gender and cybersecurity, from Human Rights Council resolutions to ITU guidelines, report of UN processes. We have another document that maps the existing research addressing gender and cybersecurity that is still scarce, but has been growing in the last years, and also an assessment tool that provides the practical recommendations to develop this gender approach to cybersecurity policy. So as I said, we intend this framework to be useful for different audiences and in different ways. Also thinking about the international organizations and the regional organizations that are the ones that provide advice for the development of cybersecurity strategies. So basically this framework has been designed as a starting point. We acknowledge that the recommendations are general and we need to adapt them to local and national contexts. This is why we have been organizing regional conversations with civil society, with policymakers in regional IGFs, to socialize and also enrich this framework, and we are discussing it now with the IGF community. So I will stop here. So we would like to hear from our speakers. Kemli, if that's okay, I will start with you. So Sulabatsu has a lot of experience engaging in cyber policy in Costa Rica, but also in Central America. So I wanted to ask you, what are, in your view, the main issues that a gender perspective on cybersecurity should consider in the region? And also, what do you think is the status of the integration of a gender perspective in cybersecurity policy in Costa Rica and broader? So yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. I can pass you this mic. Okay, you have it there. Thank you, Kamli.
Thank you, Veronica. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This is, I think, a really key discussion. I decided to go to the very practical aspects, based in the experience that we have had now since 2018, working in integrating gender in policies in general and the cyber security strategy in Costa Rica. I'm going to try to reflect a little bit and get some of the good practices and the lesson learned also. Just very fast, Sulabatsu, we participate in Costa Rica. We have a policy of gender science and technology, which is the big framework to work in these issues. And we participate very actively in the building of this policy, and then later we were designated to elaborate the monitoring and evaluation framework for the policy. And now, this year, we are designated to begin, when I return, to develop the action plan for the policy of science, technology, and gender in Costa Rica. Yes, and also we are part of the national committee as representative of the civil society organization, the National Committee for the Cybersecurity Strategy. Then one thing that first here, my first thing is, I don't know in all your countries we have this strategy, mandatory in Costa Rica, you have to have a committee, a multi-stakeholder committee to develop and to follow up the policies and the strategies. Then we are part of this committee. The first thing that I have to say is budget. Budget, where the budget is allocated. I think this is, to be honest, the possibility to do or not to do things, yes, and to define which is the vision of one government, yes, about what you are going to prioritize, and if gender is prioritized in the strategy, is the budget. Then this is something that one of the lessons learned, or the thing that we wanted to share. As Veronica said before, when we began, we have two moments in Costa Rica. Costa Rica was hacked as a country in 2020, exactly after the pandemic, yes? We were hacked totally as a country, yes? Health data, banking data, everything was hacked as a country. Then there is a before and after for the hacking, yes? And also, at the same time of the hacking, we got an authoritarian government, yes? And the other was more open, and we have hacked and have an authoritarian government, okay? Then I wanted to say first that the cybersecurity strategy was totally, at the beginning, or totally oriented to attend, to take care of the attacks. That is the cybersecurity policy. I imagine in many of your countries is the same, yes? Nothing more than that, and all the budget was related to react to the cyber. Even with that, we were hacked as a country totally, okay? But when we were hacked, something very important is, because of the country was not prepared, they asked the country, they asked to the private sector to be in charge of the cyber security of the country, okay? And this is something that continues happening, okay? And also they ask some governments to support the country in the cybersecurity part. Then in this context, we have tried to integrate the gender perspective in the cybersecurity strategy, yes? Then what do we do to try to integrate the cybersecurity, the gender in the cybersecurity strategy? One thing that we do was to convene civil society organizations as a network. And we, as representative of the civil society organization, we convene a network, or a network of organizations that were not interested in cybersecurity at all. Organization working with kids and young people, organization working with sexual workers, organization working in environment, or organization working in VHS, organization, LGBT organizations, really a big network of organizations to do the advocacy based in this big movement. If not, it's for us impossible to integrate a gender perspective in the strategies. One first thing I don't see here, we participate on that, then is something for ourselves also, is something that we have to do with this organization was a training program about what cybersecurity is, yes, and why it's important for organizations working in indigenous aspects, yes. The education part about what cybersecurity is, using a popular education approach, I think is something that we have to do. For this organization, even more than cybersecurity, they are worried about the management of the personal data, yes? And not necessarily, it's connected, but it's not the same. Then I think this is something that we have learned. We have to dedicate almost 6 months of training programs to really, for the people to understand not only what is cybersecurity, but which is the connection between cybersecurity and sexual workers, for instance, yes? Then this process is, for me, crucial because it's the only way to really advocate. We believe a lot in the advocacy based in social movements. Then this is one point I wanted to say. We have discussed in, I don't remember in which of the panels, about the issue of the consultation, because we were consulted by the strategy builders, yes, but this consultation, we participate a lot, we dedicate a lot of time, we did the recommendation, we comment everything, and when the first cybersecurity strategy came out, any of our comments were integrated of the civil society comments. Then this consultation processes also is something that we have to take a lot in count. I'm going to finish very fast. I have other things, but I wanted to say that after the hacking and the authoritarian government come, we continue the last cybersecurity strategy. I don't know if that happened in your countries, but when the government changed, they trash it, okay? All this process, they trash it, and they begin another process, okay? They begin another process, and then this is something also that we have to take in account when we are working on these issues, because we have to begin again. All the process of developing the strategy. Something that I wanted to say also is in the second strategy led by the private sector, by the big companies that have their headquarters in Costa Rica, my country, they are pushing a lot for having more women studying cybersecurity. And this is one of their most important strategies inside the cybersecurity strategy. Women study cybersecurity as the gender focus of the strategy. And of course, this is wonderful, more women in IT and all of that, even if this is because of the private sector agenda to cover the deficit of human resources that they don't have at this moment to answer to all the digital development, yes? And then this part we have to take a lot of care because it's not necessarily one aspect related with the gender approach to the cybersecurity strategy. Just two more words for the other. We also have this policy, what we could was to integrate in the policy of gender science and technology a big area related with violence against women, a big area, a big strategy, yes? And then we could integrate that. And because this is the umbrella, maybe we can take this part to develop the strategy. And then we could integrate that. And we also could integrate a data monitoring of the gender and not only women, but gender, yes, data monitoring related with VHS work, people or sexual worker, etc. Yes, about the violence against them. Even if we know violence against gender diversity is not the only thing, but those are the issues that at this moment, we could integrate based in our practice. Then I leave it there. Okay.
Thank you, Kemli. Yeah, so many great things that Kemli shared from their experience working at the national and regional level, from the need of awareness at the very beginning, the need to form coalitions and to be linked also with organizations working on other agendas, not necessarily on cybersecurity and gender, but human rights, development, children's rights more broadly, and also the need to think a gender perspective in cyber beyond the idea of diversity and inclusion of more women in ICTs, which I think is really important. So I'd like now to turn to Grace. So Grace, you also have extensive experience working in cybersecurity policy at the national, the regional, and also the international levels. But direct work, for example, on cyber capacity building for groups that experience marginalization, such as women, but also persons with disability, persons living in rural areas. So I wanted to ask you about more the intersectional challenges that, for example, policymakers should consider when working on cybersecurity policy, and also how can these policymakers effectively address these intersectional challenges that are about gender, but also about broader inequality issues. So yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts about that.
Okay, thanks, Veronica. I think before I respond to your question, I just wanted to say that at KICTANET we work on cybersecurity and cyber hygiene, and that is in line with our mandate to push or agitate for inclusion of communities in ICTs and in whatever that we do. So, for example, we have been working, we have dedicated an entire program on just working with women in all their diversity, and this has included training women in digital security and in cyber hygiene practices, and just encouraging them to form communities of practice so that they're able to protect each other, especially when they are attacked online, and to also to be able to push for their issues so that then they can get that policy attention. We also, in terms of also working with other groups like you have raised, we work with persons with disabilities. We also work with farmers. We work with home caregivers, and we also work with youth in the informal settlements. In terms of supporting, that's our work at national level, and we also sit at the Kenya SAT as the civil society representatives. In terms of regional work, we run what we call Tatua Digital Resilience Center. Tatua, it's Swahili, meaning that it will solve. And this is to support social justice organizations that are working in very sensitive issues to basically enhance their digital resilience. And and then of course, internationally, we participate in the open-ended working group, just making sure that we are bringing on board the perspectives of ordinary people in that in those conversations. Now, the question that you have asked me about shaping that, about contributing, or what policymakers should consider at that intersectionality. I think the first thing that I want to say is that cybersecurity, unlike your other policy issues, I think it's a complex issue, as it requires a multifaceted field that intersects with different stakeholders and different domains. And therefore, because of that, I think policymakers need to consider certain range of intersectional challenges. But I'm just going to highlight 3. And one of them that has been drawn from our experience of working with ordinary marginalized communities is on the issue of cyber security awareness, that policymakers sometimes will sit and determine what policies need to come in place, but the people who are affected, or the people who are part of the perpetrators, are not participating in shaping some of these policies. And so there's a need to understand what informs those who are the perpetrators, but also for ordinary people, do they really understand what cybersecurity is all about? So cybersecurity is very critical, that creation of awareness of the risks, as well as the best practices, is crucial. And therefore policymakers, apart from coming up with the policies, there's need for them to be at the forefront of supporting awareness creation among citizens and among businesses, and to support that collaboration between different sectors on how to create awareness and how people can position themselves in order to benefit from the policies. The second issue I want to talk about is on human rights. When we work in civil society, we work with ordinary people. We work with people who are affected in different ways. And sometimes policymakers, because they are in a position of privilege, they may not understand some of the issues that affect ordinary people. And therefore, it is important for them, to ensure that as they come up with the cybersecurity policies, that they do not disproportionately impact vulnerable populations, and that there is need to respect those rights as a vital consideration. And when I say about vulnerable, populations, is because there's that element of thinking up here and forgetting that there are people who are affected here, and not thinking that the issues of the people down there matter. And finally, when it comes to cybersecurity and policymaking, there's the need to consider innovation. Like in Kenya, we have all these young people who are innovating. And we also have them innovating both positively and negatively, because we have a lot of cyber attacks actually coming from young people who, young people who are unemployed and are consistently thinking of how they can make money. So they are always thinking of how to break into banks, into mobile money, into conning ordinary people. And therefore, the tendency is to respond to that with, with a policy that sometimes curtails innovation. And therefore, policymakers need to keep up with the rapidly evolving technologies and that ever-changing threat landscape. And the threat of landscape is that today, threats are going to be identified. And once people know that those have been identified, they are consistently thinking of how to go behind what has been done to come up with new threats, and therefore policymakers need to be above. So there's need to balance that need for innovation with securing the digital infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. I think, yeah, it's a really critical point. One of the things that you mentioned a lot of critical points, but I was thinking about the need to actually involve the communities and these groups that experience these differentiated impacts and have specific needs and perceptions around cybersecurity when policy securities are actually drafted, but also implemented and evaluated. So in the framework that we put together, there are some recommendations in that regard. So I think it's a key point to have in mind. Thanks so much for sharing about that, Grace. I would like to turn to Jess now, if that's okay. So as I mentioned, we're organizing some regional conversations around this framework. We organized a good session during the Asia Pacific IGF. So participants there highlighted challenges, for example, in the region related to a shrinking civic space, challenges for civil society inputs to be taken into account. That challenge, clearly we heard from Kemley, appears in other regions in the world. And also another thing that came up in that conversation is cyber-related laws that are ultimately used to censor and even criminalize. So you and your organization have done research and advocacy around those issues in the Philippines context. So I wanted to ask you if you can briefly share what were, for example, problems from a gender perspective with cybercrime legislation there in the Philippines. And it could be, I think, useful for all of us if you can share about what strategies you put in place to engage in cyber policy discussions to bring gender and feminist perspectives. So yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you, Veronica, and thank you firstly for inviting us to share our experiences from the Philippines. We also have a national cybersecurity strategy, national cybersecurity plan, which is actually currently in the process of being updated this year. So I hope we'll have time later so I can also talk about that. But as to the cybercrime law, which is another piece of legislation that's very crucial and impacts gender a lot. Well, let me start by saying that the cybercrime law of the Philippines actually has a lot of problems. So from a human rights perspective in general, so we have the criminalization of cyber libel, we have this very generic and wide-reaching blanket provision that imposes excessive penalties to crimes that are done with the use of ICTs. But one of the most problematic provisions, especially related to gender, is that the law introduced this new crime called cybersex. And it was very broadly defined as the willful engagement, maintenance, control, or operation, directly or indirectly, of any lascivious exhibition of sexual organs or sexual activity with the aid of a computer system for favor or consideration. So it's a very broad definition, and the law didn't even define some of the critical terms here, like what's lascivious exhibition, what do we count as sexual organs, what do we count as sexual activity, which, you know, makes this provision prone to arbitrary interpretation of whoever is made to interpret it. And so that brings us a situation where even things like consensual acts done online, or artistic works or works of art or legitimate expressions of women and LGBTQ persons, for example, could fall under this criminalized um, provision. And also considering that the Philippines is still, the Philippine society and Philippine culture is still highly patriarchal. We're very predominantly Catholic, so there's still a lot of conservative values there. And with this policy being made subject to these kinds of moral standards, it really disproportionately endangers women, LGBTQ persons, and their rights to their freedom of expression. The good news is that this provision has actually been very recently repealed. I think early last year. It was not through an amendment of the entire cybercrime law. It was through a repealing provision under a new legislation on online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. So it was quite an unconventional route that it take, and it was not ideal, but also I think we also need to recognize that this was also a product of years of advocacy by women's rights groups, by LGBTQ advocacy groups in the Philippines. And as to the second part of your question was on the strategies. So as the strategies that led to this small victory, as I consider it, it was like Kamli mentioned earlier, it was really working with the networks. It was a lot of collaboration and coordination across different advocacy groups. So women's rights groups, for example, children's rights groups, because like I said, it was repealed under a law on online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. So we worked also with children's rights groups, LGBTQ groups. So because, like I said, because the law is very problematic on a lot of different points, it was also very clear to us early on that we had to also attack it from different points of entry. And it was also fortunate for us to have a champion in the Philippine Senate who is a staunch advocate of women's rights, and really also remains open to speaking with civil society on various issues, including cyber policy. So that was I think it was a key point in pushing for that kind of legislative change.
No worries. Thanks so much. Just I think that was a key point, the idea of the idea of forming coalitions and also identifying a champion within the government that could actually be working on cybersecurity specifically or not. So I would like now to move to some of the international discussions and to David, because I would like you to share a bit of what's happening at the international level and how do gender considerations appear in some multilateral processes on cybersecurity, for example, the UN Open-Ended Working Group on ICTs, and what are, if you can share, in your view, crucial factors that a gender perspective on international cybersecurity should consider moving forward. So over to you, David, thanks.
Great. Hi, everybody. It's end of day, it's day 3, bottom of the 7th. 9 innings. Okay, we're going to try to, I guess I'll try to capture some salient points. I have speech, but I think given the time, I'll pretty much dump most of it and I think get to the point. Canada has long supported gender issues at the international level. It's a core component of our foreign policy and our foreign international aid policy. So I don't think it goes without any saying that, of course, we support this issue entirely. This is a base plate to our international policies, whether it be cybercrime, Cyber Open and Working Group, and elsewhere. So I don't think I'll spend a lot of time on that, despite the fact that I probably got 2 pages of notes. None of it's really that relevant. I think what is really relevant is sort of painting a bit of a canvas of what is going on, because I think what people only see is the final product, right? After the after the negotiations are over and the text is resolved is what you see. What you don't see is what goes on in between, in the interim period behind the closed doors, where countries like Canada and like-mindeds are fighting for inclusion of specific language that I think we would all agree with, and there are a cast of countries, which I won't bother naming, I'm sure you can figure out who they are doing for their own purposes, have an alternative narrative that they're pushing. This is a constant fight. It is not going away, and I would argue that in some cases, we're backsliding. I do cover lots of UN agencies. I sit in Geneva, so including the Human Rights Council, where this is often a front and center element to many negotiations. This is just more of a clarion call to repeat that we are not necessarily, we are winning battles, but the war is not over. And I think it's in critical importance that we continue to frame our activities in a rights-respecting manner. The OEWG itself has a Norm E, which says that countries must respect in the uses of cyberspace basic international frameworks, including UDHR. Some countries, as we know, don't necessarily respect they may respect the principles and say that they respect the framework, but their implementation of those rights are not the same. So this is an important message. I think that's probably one of the most important messages I can convey. We are seeing backsliding on SOGI language. We are seeing efforts by some countries to reframe how we talk about rights away from individual rights to people-centric rights, which we know is a crafty way of reducing the role of the individual and upplaying the role of the state. These are unfortunately traps that some people fall into, because what starts to happen is that these languages are brought to different forums, they're brought in different ways, and some of the people in the meetings aren't necessarily as imbued with the human rights expertise as in other places. And so we see this in places. I cover the ITU, which is also a fascinating place if you want to spend a few hours. We see, one would think standards are not necessarily political, but we do find sometimes we get wrapped around the axle fighting over gender language. I've been up till midnight, 2 in the morning, fighting about inclusion on gender language in a technical standard negotiation. It's not pleasant, but it's necessary. And so I don't really want to spend time with the notes, because I don't think that's really what's relevant. I think it's really to reinforce to this community that, of course, Canada, but in person, we are in the room, we are fighting, but we need support. I think we need to continue to raise our voices to those who disagree. I think we need to be sophisticated. There is also a trend, of course, of overemphasizing gender, and that, in fact, has a strategic negative effect. So it's being smart, it's being nuanced, and it's being appropriate to where we want to push it. But I think we just need to keep pushing. This is not going to go away, and frankly, as we all see, cyber, digital tech is becoming much more front and center in international geopolitics, geostrategic competition. And so I think there is a new demographic of fora that are not necessarily well imbued with the human rights understandings that other fora, like the Human Rights Council and others, have a much more sort of mature conversation and folks who understand the issues. So it's imperative that we support the technical community. It's imperative that we support the civil society in the member states to the extent that we can to understand why we need to make sure that that there's no backsliding and that we reinforce the existing international human rights frameworks. I think that's more important than probably what somebody from Ottawa sent me yesterday. I will stop there.
Thanks for that, David. And well, we just were talking about the need to identify champions, and Canada has been, pushing for the inclusion of this type of language in negotiations, and also being a key ally in terms of civil society participation in some of these international processes, and how important it is to have the groups, as Grace and others were saying, affected by these operations in a differentiated way, like in the discussion too, or the organization that we try to bring these perspectives there. So thanks for that. I have a couple of questions. I don't know if we can technically showcase them there instead of seeing my face at that size. So yeah, I have a couple of questions for the speakers, but also in the case somebody wants to jump in from the audience or physical or online audience, because I wanted to quickly hear your thoughts also on main challenges. Jess, you mentioned some of them, but Kemley too. But so main challenges you have faced or you consider you would face when advocating for gender and intersectional perspectives in cyber policy. Also, any thoughts on how a tool like this framework could provide some support for different stakeholders in integrating a gender perspective into cybersecurity policy and norms? And also, what else? Also, like what resources, support do you think you need to champion gender in cybersecurity policy in your work? Any specific resources or guidance that you think could be helpful? Just wanted to open the floor to see if there are any thoughts on that from the audience, but also I would like to hear from the speakers. So I see a hand there. Do you want to jump in? Yeah. Camille, can you pass the mic to the colleague? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Imad Karim from UN Women Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. And I have 3 quick questions. The first one, which I also noticed here during IGF, that the conversation with private sector and tech companies is very gender blind. And it's most of the time, it's very generalizing all users in one basket, or take a global perspective, or the focus is just on the minors. But women and girls are excluded, but other genders are also not part of that design. And I wonder if you have any strategies or like ways of how can we change that conversation and make them a little bit gender sensitive and include gender in the design itself of their platform. Second question is related to inclusion of the cybersecurity agenda in the national action plans. And I wonder if any of you have had that experience within the national context with national action plan, and what are the elements of the women cybersecurity agenda could be included there. And last question is more for like David on those nuances in between, the dark side before the text is finalized. And I wonder what are the main issues that usually gets the pushback against inclusion of a gender language in the final text. And what do you think is, where is this coming from, and how can we, from civil society and the UN, can help in eliminating some of those concerns for inclusion? Thanks.
Great question. Thanks so much for that. I see Angela's hand. Do you want to jump in? And then we try to address or distribute the question. Please, go ahead.
For me, I wanted to attempt question 3 on what can we do to bring the gender agenda in the cybersecurity space, and also to respond to your questions and concerns, because I have the same concerns. And this is something I've spoke to with Grace, that we need to have research on the gendered impacts of cybercrime. Because the reason the companies are so blind is because they're treating it as a neutral issue, as an issue that affects everyone the same way. But we both know that it disproportionately affects women, minorities, and sexual minorities. So even just thinking about what kind of data KSATs have on complaints they receive on cybersecurity could give us very helpful insights on the forms of attack that most women and maybe sexual minorities get, the impacts in terms of even monetary and mental, so that they can enrich the policy decisions that are made. So I think that's my contribution to that question.
Thanks so much, Angela, for the contribution and the response to the colleague here. Shall we, Kemley, do you want to address some of the questions? Then, yeah, I don't know if somebody else wants to jump in, and then we'll go to David if you want to address the comment. Kemley? What do you prefer? No, Kemley, go ahead, please.
I wanted to address the first question. For me, it's my passion, to be honest, because I have been working for, I don't know, 14 years now in the creation, in the issue of gender and technology, yes. And I have to say that we have switched a lot the focus of the work that we are doing there, okay? Because, I wanted to say, this is really, I think, really important, yes, because, you know, at the beginning, we began with this idea of integrating more women in the IT sector, yes, and do capacity training for them to be integrated in the sector and to have opportunities of jobs in this sector, in the IT sector, because it's really a sector of opportunities, yes? And I think this is good, yes, but it's not enough, yes. More and more, we have now in Latin America, I have done for UNESCO a mapping of all the initiatives to attract women to the IT sector and to integrate women in the IT sector. And there is a lot, but at least in our region, the percentage, 20%, 80%, haven't changed in 15 years, yes? It haven't changed at all. Even with all this effort and all its investment, it hasn't changed a lot, yes? And I think this is because I want to say, this is because this IT sector is very expulsive of the diverse. And the condition for women studying and working in the IT sector are hard, yes? Then in one point, we decide we are going, instead of continue doing that, others are doing, and we think is part of the economical rights of the women, we are working very much more in creating a women leadership for the IT sector, yes? Creating a women leadership, an analytical women leadership, understanding their own conditions, and this is connected with the cybersecurity, what means to be part of this society as women, and we, women in the IT sector, how we can contribute to the fighting of the women in general. And this is where I connect with the third question, yes? Is this solidarity, sororidad as we call in Spanish, yes? Where we have to connect the process of getting this women leadership, yes, to reflect on cybersecurity from this really analytical and collective action of women in IT supporting women. Then for us, this is the strategy of women. We think it's very crucial that women work and study ITs, but the problem is that we have a lot of evidence because we have done a lot of research, a participatory research with them about this condition where they work and they study, yes, and that we have to change also. For us, this is part of the violence against women, some violence against women that we haven't integrate in the discussion around violence against women. Then this is my question. A big leadership of women in IT supporting the women agenda, including cybersecurity. And just to finish, we understand cybersecurity as the right of the people to have a safe space on the digital world as they need a safe space in their neighborhood. Yes, then this is the way that we are focused on. Thank you for the question.
Just do you want to quickly address some of the questions? Then I'll try to go to David so we don't forget that question about the push back in international negotiation. And there is one another question. Go ahead briefly.
Yes, very briefly, because it's also related to what Kemli said. And I was thinking about this based on the questions that you posed, but it might also address your concern. And I really think that we have to go back and reevaluate our concepts of security. Because unless this is, like you said, how we frame security issues now is still very highly masculinized, you know, And unless this kind of thinking is addressed, everything that we would do, even if we push for policy changes, even if we encourage women to go into tech and ICT sector or the cybersecurity sector, that all of those will just be stopgap measures. You know, we will all, like a new policy will come in and it will regress to the same traditional frameworks that we're used to, and all of that. And this is what I also like the most about the APC framework, which is it highlights the need to really go back to the ways that we think about security, and through that, then we will be able to change policy, change the frameworks, change the institutions and the structures that are already very deeply ingrained in the security sectors now, and change the attitudes of the actors as well. So people in government, even people from businesses and the private sector. So I think that's really where we need to start.
Thanks so much for that, Jess. David, do you want to jump in on the question about discussions?
Oh, yeah. All right. Couple things. So it's not just, I'm going to sorry, this may sound a little bombastic, but it's not just women who are the front and center. I mean, gender is not a gender-specific term. It's also something that I think, whether you're man, woman, or whatever you want to describe yourself as, it's an effort that everybody has to get behind. So I'd just like to sort of slightly correct the record that even though I'm a man, that doesn't mean I can't be highly supportive of the gender movement. That being said, so the backslide and how we can fight it. I mean, it's an upstream. I'd say I would focus on the upstream. So let's take, for instance, the International Telecommunications Union. Not a very, let's say, it's an old organization. In fact, it's the oldest organization in the UN. It's very technical, so human rights is not something that comes up as an idea front in mind for many of these highly technical engineers and so on and so forth. So it's really education. But of course, their demographic and the pools of interactions and stakeholders they deal with are not the same, in the human rights world or otherwise. And so there is a sort of reaching across the hallway and reaching out, which is partly our job, but also I think from a civil society. It's just a sort of like we say in French, les deux solitudes. There's the two solitudes, right? There are people who have their demographics and their stakeholders. Sometimes it's getting better, but it's not great. A lot of it is simply because member states have certain things that are red lines. It's normal. We have red lines when we're in negotiations, which are framed around our values and our policies in the same way. I don't have to agree with them. And so the fight is about trying to find, obviously the UN works on consensus, which, just to remind, is not unanimity, but consensus tends to focus on getting everybody to agree. And so sometimes some countries or blocks will hold out on something of substance because the gender language is something they don't like. Sometimes it's a change, sometimes it's to have it extracted. Sometimes it's just because they know it's important to us, it's used as a weapon for concessions in other ways. So that's a bit of the, as they say, pulling back the kimono a bit to reveal what's going on in the background. But I really want to just finish, and I realize we have 2 minutes left. I see the hand up. I won't name the state, but the Human Rights Council Session 54 is currently ongoing. In one of the item 8 debates a few days ago, a state, I won't be named, got up and in a statement called for the end of the integration of Soji language in UN documents on the basis that it's not recognized as a legal form of discrimination under international law. Now, this state isn't perhaps the one you might think would make this statement. I won't name it, I'm happy to tell you offline, but just to give you an example, it's happening even in the Human Rights Council, it's happening everywhere. We have people who understand these debates in the Human Rights Council and so can defend our values, can defend the international human rights framework, but that doesn't necessarily mean at an IEEE meeting or at the IETF or at the ITU that those same expertise exist. And so that's where the civil society and I think stakeholders who are more educated need to work with and help those who don't.
Thanks, David, for that. And I'm aware of the time, but I want to give the opportunity to jump in. And there is another. Tigis, you have your hand. Okay, let's do that, and then I can try to wrap up, please.
I can also talk about this after this session. But my name is Farzan Abadi. From Digital Medusa. We are doing this research for USAID, and they are looking at what human-centered approaches to digital transformation. And one of the strategies that they have is cybersecurity, to kind of incorporate cybersecurity in digital transformation. And I was wondering if you know of any kind of like gender framework that can help with these development organizations that help with digital transformation to consider gender as a factor when they want to have cybersecurity in place, and like kind of like help from the beginning instead of doing things after the technology is in place.
Thanks for that question. I know we have to finish the session. It's okay. Tigis, do you want? I encourage you all to continue the conversation after the session ends. We can, in fact, touch base because we have some recommendations in the framework about how to link this agenda to other agendas, to, for example, the agenda for sustainable development, also to digital economy indicators. So connecting those with broader arguments could be useful, for example, for a digital transformation strategy discussion. But we can continue the conversation after the session. I don't know, Grace, I want to give you the opportunity to say something before we close, if you want to. No, okay. Thank you for being mindful of the time, and thank you all for the discussions. There are a lot of great points. They need to continue to keep pushing for this, also to produce more research, more evidence, and the importance of continue creating awareness and rethinking the concept of security, as Jess was saying. So thanks so much. Please reach out to APC if you want to stay in touch, and enjoy the rest of the IGF. Bye.
Okay, I think we can get started. So welcome to everyone here in the room. Maybe still a few people are still coming. And also welcome to the online audience. To this session, which is here, at least in Japanese time, quite late in the afternoon on the third day of the IGF. My name is Rosanna Fanny. I have been actually working for the Center for European Policy Studies, in short CEPS, until last week. This session is a very special one because it's a topic that I'm personally very passionate about, that I've been working on for quite some time now. And it is also a special session because I think the topic that we are going to address today is normally not really at the center of the IGF discussions, which is, of course, the use of AI and emerging technologies in the broader defense context. Why is that topic relevant for the IGF? Well, let's just consider for a moment that almost all AI systems that we are currently speaking about, the models that are currently being developed, they are, of course, used for civilian purposes, but at the same time, they could also be used for defense purposes. So that means they are dual use. And as we also know today, literally anyone has access to data, and can easily set up machine learning techniques or algorithmic models, can use coding assistants such as ChatGPT. And so this means that basically almost all the technology, the computing power, programming languages, code, encryption, information, big data, algorithms, and so on, has become dual use. And of course, the military, not only the civilian sector, but also the military has high stakes in understanding and using these technological tools to their own advantage. Of course, we know that these developments are not really new. Things started with the DARPA, which some of you may are familiar with, the US Defense in-house R&D think tank. And DARPA was already at the time central to developing the internet, software, and also AI that we all use today. But as we now see with the conflict in Ukraine, AI is already in full-scale use by defense actors and also has the big potential to change power dynamics considerably. And our panelists will speak to that. While we have seen numerous developments, the use of AI already in those contexts, we see that there's quite a disconnect to the civilian developments in AI, which include a large number of ethical principles, ethical guidelines, regulation, soft law, hard law, and so on. However, we don't really see that happening yet in the defense realm, which for me is quite concerning because the stakes and the risks in the defense context may even be higher than in civilian ones. This is also, I think, a great example for, or a surprising example, when we look at the current European Union approach to AI, so the much applauded AI Act, which is risk-based. It actually excludes virtually all AI applications that are used in a defense context. So AI is completely excluded from the scope of the AI Act, which is funny because it's called risk-based approach, right? So this, just as a means of introduction, we have a lot of urgent questions and very little answers so far, so I hope that our panelists will enlighten us. I will introduce the panelists in the order that they are speaking, and before they are speaking, so I will now introduce the first speaker. And I also first want to introduce Paula, my now former colleague who's based in Brussels and joins us today as our online moderator. We have foreseen half an hour or maybe the second half of the session, so to say, where we want to hear from you, so answer any questions that you have. So with the panelists, obviously, so get your questions ready. And I think now it's time to dive right into the discussion. And to do that, I will introduce the first speaker, who's joining us here in person. I will introduce Fernando Giancotti. He's a Lieutenant General of the Italian Air Force, retired now. And he's also a former president of the Centro Alti Studi per la Difesa, which is in short, the Italian Defense University. Fernando, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rosanna. I'm very honored to be here to share some thoughts about this topic, which in the great debate about ethical use of emerging and disruptive technology kinds of lags behind. We have heard so many organizations involved in so much, and rightly so, in ensuring ethical behaviors in many of the domains of our lives. And we don't see as many taking care of one of the most dangerous and relevant threats to our security and to the lives of our fellow people. So this panel, which I think is the only one here about the topic, is meant to give a, let's say, a call on this. Wars are on the rise, unfortunately, and conflicts. I don't need to expand on that. I think we have enough from media. And in the field, a lot of violence is going on. And while this is in the forefront of attention, not so the implication of what is being already used on the fields. Yeah? Closer? Yeah. So, I argue that this is important both for ethical and functional reasons. According to a research recently published about ethical AI in the Italian defense, a case study, commanders need clear guidance about these new tools because first, the ethical awareness is ingrained both in education and in the system, which implies also swift penalties if you fail. And this is due to the, in democracies, to the assignment of the monopoly of violence to the armed forces. So ethical awareness is high, and also of very practical grounds, accountability issues. Commanders are afraid that without clear guidelines, they will have to decide, and then they will be held accountable for that. And furthermore, and this is another major point, what came out from the research, which, by the way, was authored by the moderator and co-authored by me. You can find it on LinkedIn. There is what I call the bad guy dilemma, which is a very functional problem about ethics in AI and EDT in general, applied to warfare, which is if we do not carefully balance value criteria with effectiveness, and so we don't do a good job in finding that balance, and the bad guys do not, let's say, follow the same principles, we will be in disadvantage. This is another worry that came out from the research. So now let's go very quickly in a few words through what's going on the battlefield about this in the industry and in the policy realm. On the battlefield, we can see three main timelines: before Ukraine, during Ukraine, and we can imagine what's going to happen after Ukraine, given many indicators. Before Ukraine, AI was not much used in warfare at all, and but for experiments and a few isolated cases. But with the breakout of the Ukraine war, things have changed massively, which means that there has been a strive to employ all the means available. There is no evidence. There is a very recent report a few weeks ago from the Center for Naval Analysis, which shows that there is no evidence of extensive use of AI in the Ukraine war, but except for decision-making support, which is, of course, critical. Now, still, there are several systems that can employ AI, and maybe they have in cases. And there is, for sure, a big investment in trying to increase the capabilities of artificial intelligence in warfare. What we can expect, given also the big, huge programs that are being developed, in which already by design include artificial intelligence, there will be a huge increase in that. And the industry, as a matter of fact, also because it's a dual-use industry largely, is working much on this, and we cannot expand on the systems that are being developed, but really there will be a major change in the nature of warfare due to AI. So this is briefly what happens now in the battlefield, what happens in the industry with governments, commissions, and now what happens in the policy realm. The policy realm, the EU does not regulate defense because it's outside the treaties. But Europe, the EU is doing many things that are outside the treaties regarding defense, especially for the Ukraine war. So it's kind of a fig leaf, let's say, I think, this point. The UN, as a major international stakeholder, has focused on highly polarized lethal autonomous weapons initiative, which doesn't move forward. But there is no comprehensive approach to tackle with a more general framework. Single nations have developed ethical frameworks for AI in defense, but by definition, and remember the bad guy dilemma, these kind of frameworks are relevant if they can be generalized at the largest possible level. So we should, I think, according also to the multi-stakeholder approach that is typical of, for example, of this forum, have the UN join and lead the way for a comprehensive ethical framework, kind of a digital jus in bello in a multi-stakeholder approach. The UN was born out of a terrible war. Its core business is to prevent and mitigate conflicts, and as there are some good news. As Peggy Hicks said of the Office for the High Commissioner for Human Rights on Monday, she said, we don't need to invent from scratch an approach to digital rights, because we have decades of experience in the human rights framework application. I can say that we don't need to invent from scratch a way to implement and operationalize ethical principles in operations, because we have decades-long approach in application of international humanitarian law with procedures and structures dedicated to that. The bad news is that we don't have those general principles to operationalize at the strategic, operational, and tactical level. Before coming here, in my previous job, I've been the president for the Center for Higher Studies, which is our National Defense University, but also before that, the operational commander of the Air Force. And I can guarantee you that every operation has a very tight, rigorous approach for compliance to international and humanitarian law, which goes to specific rules for the soldier on the battlefield, rules of engagements and things like that. So my, let's say, thought that can be, of course, discussed, it's very simplistic put in this way, and maybe in the question and answer we can expand, but it's that we should really get a general effort, because I think there is evidence that these ugly things that are wars and conflicts are not going away. We better try to do our best to mitigate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando, for your contributions. And I guess we will, I have already some questions prepared. We will come back to you when we speak about the question and answer session. So yes, exactly. I will hand over to the next speaker, who's also here with us in person, Pete Furlong. He's a senior policy analyst at the Internet Policy Unit at the Tony Blair Institute think tank. Yeah, the floor is yours, Pete.
Sure, yeah, and thank you for having me here. I think, it's important when we talk about these issues that, we kind of ground it in, specific technologies and think about what technologies we're talking about. I think, like Fernando mentioned, we can often get caught in these conversations about lethal autonomous weapons that can be, pretty fraught, but, there's a lot of other technologies that are important to talk about. And, especially when you think about the emerging and disruptive technology beyond just AI. And I think, when you look at the Ukraine war, like things like satellite internet are a very good example of that. But also kind of the broader use of drones in the warfare. And, I think it's important to realize that extends beyond just traditional military drones, but also through to like consumer, commercial, and hobbyist drones as well. And I think that, when we talk about things like that, it's important to realize that, these systems weren't designed for the battlefield. And I think that's often the case for a lot of dual-use AI systems as well. And they weren't designed, with maybe the reliability and the performance expectations that, a war, brings. And, the reality is that when you're fighting for your life, you're not necessarily thinking about these issues. And so it's important that, in these forums that we start thinking about and talking about these issues, because, this technology has a really transformative effect on these conflicts. And I think, the use of consumer drones in Ukraine is a great example of, an area where Ukraine's been able to leverage, US and Turkish sophisticated attack drones, but also, simple like custom built, even like DJI, which is like a, consumer commercial drone provider, drones from different companies as well. And I think that, you're really blurring the lines between these different types of technologies, which have different governance mechanisms and different rules in place. So I think that's important for us to think about. And I think the one other thing that I would bring up is that, again, moving beyond just the discussion about AI and weaponry, but also by the military more broadly, you really have the potential to escalate the pace of war significantly. And I think that's something for us to really consider when we talk about things like, ensuring there's space for diplomacy, ensuring there's space for other interventions as well. And again, really the intent is to accelerate the pace of war, and we need to really think about the consequences of that as well. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, also good that you came back to this aspect that I already mentioned in the beginning, that the wars, so to say, are now almost, as you say, like a community, you know, because everyone can build a drone, can develop a model and kind of be an own actor almost. And that, of course, has manifold implications. Yeah, thanks a lot. I will now hand it over to the third speaker who joins us online from New Delhi. And I hope we are also able to see her on screen soon. I'll introduce her in the meantime. Shimona Mohan is a junior fellow at the Center for Security Strategy and Technology at the Observer Research Foundation, also think tank, based in India, New Delhi. Shimona, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you, Rosanna. Just wanted to check if you can see and hear me well before I start off.
Excellent. We can see and hear you well.
Fantastic. Okay. Thank you so much for having me on this panel. It's the perpetual blessing and curse of having talented panelists that my job is simultaneously easier and harder. But I hope the issues that I will be speaking about will be of value as well. Since Fernando and Pete sort of spoke about why ethics are important already, I will just probably take the conversation further and into the domain of two separate methodologies around AI in defense applications that we have seen being employed recently, and how they've sort of come about in the defense space. So the first one, which I'd like to sort of give a characterization around, is explainable AI. And while there is no consolidated definition or characterization of what explainable AI is, it's usually understood as computing models or best practices or a mix of both technical and non-technical issue areas, which are used to make the black box of the AI system a little bit more transparent, so that you can sort of delve in and see if there are any ethical issues or if there are any blocks that you're facing with your AI systems in both civilian and military applications. You can sort of go in and fix them. So that's definitely something that we're seeing coming up a lot. And as Rosanna mentioned earlier, DARPA was actually at the forefront of this research a few years ago. And now we are seeing a lot more players sort of come into this and sort of adopt XAI systems, or at least put in resources into the research and application side of them. So for example, Sweden, the US, and the UK have already started research activities around using XAI in their military AI architectures. And then we also have a lot of civilian applications which are being explored by the EU, as well as market standards by industry leaders like Google, IBM, Microsoft, and numerous other smaller entities which have much more niche sectoral applications around this. So that's one. Another thing that a lot of us are sort of noticing in the defense AI space now is something called responsible AI. And responsible AI is sort of understood as this broad-based umbrella terminology that encompasses within it stuff like trustworthy AI, reliable AI, even explainable AI to a degree. And it's mostly just the practice of sort of designing and development and also deploying AI, which sort of impacts society in a fair manner. So countries like the US, the UK, Switzerland, France, Australia, and a number of countries under NATO have also sort of started to talk about and implement ethical and responsible AI strategies within their military AI architectures. And for those who work around this area, they may also be aware about the Responsible AI in the Military Summit in the Netherlands, which was convened earlier this year as sort of a global call to ensure that responsible AI is part of military AI development strategies for about 80 countries that were there at this particular meeting. But the interesting thing, and this is where I'd like to bring in a geopolitical angle to this, is also the fact that out of those 80 governments that were present at this meeting, only about 60 of them actually signed this global call. And it's interesting to note that the country where I come from, India, was one of the 20 that did not sign this call. So the analysis for this ranges from considerations around national security and a prioritization of national security over international security mechanisms, which is something that countries like India have pursued before as well. So India is actually one of the 4 or 5 countries which have not signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty either. And that was on the same sort of principles of ensuring its national security over aligning itself with international security rules and regulations and softer laws. So that's an interesting dilemma here. And another dilemma that I'd like to sort of put my finger into is something that Fernando mentioned earlier, which is the bad guy dilemma. And of course, there's no clear answers to sort of solve this bad guy dilemma. But something that's been brought about by the responsible AI in the military domains discourse around military AI is the fact that AI-based weapon systems like lethal autonomous weapons and other defense aids, which have not been screened for responsible AI considerations, carry a lot of tangible risks of exhibiting biased or error-prone information processing for the operational environment in which they are deployed. So systems which actually don't have responsible AI or ethical AI frameworks around them also pose unintentional exclusive harms not only towards adversaries against which these military AI systems are employed, but also possibly for the entity employing them itself, which makes their use unnecessarily high risk despite their other benefits which they give to the employing entity. And while we're on the subject of ethics and AI, I'd also like to just spotlight another sort of aspect of this ethics debate, which is gender and racial biases in military AI. So we already know that there's a ton of biases that AI brings to the fore, not only in civilian applications, but also in defense applications. And something that's given a little bit more, a little bit less emphasis on is gender and racial biases. So gender is sort of seen as a soft security issue in policy considerations, as opposed to hard security deliberations, which are given a lot more focus. And the issue of gender in tech, whether it's in terms of female workforce participation, is also characterized as sort of an ethical concern rather than a core tech one. So this characterization of gender as an add-on essentially makes it sort of a non-issue in security and tech agendas. And if at all it is present, it's usually put down as a checkbox to performatively satisfy policy or compliance-related compulsions. But we've seen that gender and AI and race biases in AI systems can have a lot of devastating effects on the applications where they are employed. So there was actually a Stanford study a few years ago on publicly available information on 133 biased AI systems. And this was across different sectors. So it's not just limited to military AI, but across the ambit of dual use AI systems. And about 44% of these actually exhibited gender biases, amongst which 26 included both gender and racial biases. So similar results have also been obtained by the MIT Media Lab, which conducted the gender shade study for AI biases, where it was seen that the softwares, the facial recognition softwares, which are popularly employed in a lot of places now, recognize, say, for example, white male faces quite accurately, but they don't recognize darker female faces up to 34% of the time, which means that if your particular AI system that you employ in your military AI architecture has this kind of biased facial recognition system, 34% of the time when it looks at a human, it doesn't recognize her as a human at all. Which is, of course, a huge ethical issue as well as an operational issue. So going back to the argument given by Fernando that ethics are not only just a soft issue, they also have a lot of operational risks attached to them. And my last point here would then be also about how we're seeing these sort of blanks emerge in how military AI is developing in terms of both gender and races. So the first, and these blanks are sort of threefold. So the first blank here would be the technological blank itself, which means when you have and are developing these AI systems, that you have skewed data sets or you have uncorrected biased algorithms, which are sort of producing these biases in the first place. The second blank then would be your legal systems, your weapons review processes, which don't have gender reviews, gender sensitive reviews, or race specific reviews, or any other particular aspect of your military AI system which could be biased. And then the third set of blanks would be normative blanks, which would be in terms of a lack of policy discourse around AI biases in military AI systems and how they affect the populations which they affect most. So the idea for us now is to sort of take forward these conversations about ethics, about biases, about geopolitical specificities in military AI policy conversations, and sort of put them wherever we can so that these don't get left behind. And we are not sort of only looking at military AI systems as killing machines and not as systems that need to be regulated according to a certain set of rules and regulations. Thank you so much. And I look forward to all the questions.
Thank you, Shimona. That was also super insightful. And also, thanks a lot for raising the issue of gender and race, which I think is already a big issue in the civilian context. But again, this is replicated in a defense context, and definitely not sufficient attention at the moment, at least, is paid to this issue. Okay, so that concludes the first round of the interventions. Thanks a lot to all the speakers. I will hand it now over to our online moderator, Paula, to give us a short summary, so to say, of the points that we've just heard. And then maybe also already start with a question and answer session. So I'm taking some online questions first. And I will invite you, the three of you, once you answer, you can also refer to the points that you made, as we don't have a, so to say, a circle of points or reactions from your side, but feel free to include them in the question answer session. Okay, over to you, Paula.
Yes, thank you. Greetings from Brussels, where it is still in the morning. So thank you for an interesting start into my day, so to speak. For me, there are so many interesting points that you've raised that it's really difficult to just settle on three takeaways. For me, the first one would be, though, that we need ethical principles at international level, so that we need to find some kind of agreement so that we can move forward with ensuring more ethical practices in military AI applications. That also relate to accountability issues that were raised by the commanders in the Italian military defense. The second one is, for me, the main takeaway probably of the entire session is that the conversation is much bigger than laws. And by just focusing on legal autonomous weapon systems, we really miss out on much of the conversation on explainable AI, responsible AI, and also what you mentioned, Shimona, in the last intervention, that we really miss out on gender and racial biases if we just focus on laws and these extreme use cases. So I think really that the conversation is bigger than laws is one of the main takeaways. And another one that complicates the whole use of AI in military is, of course, geopolitics and the power plays that are pitting stakeholders against each other. So I think this is already so many interesting points. And I would love to give our online audience a chance to raise their questions. Please feel free to raise your hands, type in the chat if you have any questions. But if there aren't any, I have my own questions, which I'm really excited to ask. So I will just start off with my own question and then come back to the online participants. Please don't hesitate to be in touch via the chat. So what I'm wondering is, on the ethical principles that we need for AI in military use, I'm wondering, do we need different ones than for those that we already have? We know how many ethics guidelines are floating around and about, and I'm wondering, do we need different ones for use of AI in military contexts? I also heard bias plays a role, responsible AI, explainable AI. Do we need ethical principles that look different to those that we have right now to cover the military domain? So thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to the continuation of the discussion.
Okay, I don't know who wants to address this question. And then we also, of course, go to an in-person round of questions. You will not be forgotten, but maybe we can first address this one. I don't know who wants to go first. Okay, we do first this round, and then we'll have another round of questions with the in-person one. Yeah, go.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question, and I think, you know, in an ideal world, you know, these principles would be the same, and I think, you know, that would be great. But I also just think there's an element of maybe not necessarily do we need different principles, but do we need maybe more targeted principles that address some of the issues, you know, that we're seeing more specifically? Because I think, you know, again, most of these AI principles are very useful and important, but they're, you know, intentionally broad because they're meant for a wide variety of applications. And I think that, you know, that poses a challenge when we talk about how do we implement them. And, you know, you can end up in a situation where different countries interpret these things very differently. And I think that's maybe the risk in having, you know, pretty broad interpretation here. But
Shimona, and then Fernando. You also want to say something? Yeah, maybe we have Shimona first, and then you.
Excuse me?
We will have Shimona first, and then you can go. Yeah. Please.
Thank you, Rosanna. Just to add on to Pete's already a very substantive point, I would also like to highlight the fact that in the absence of national policy prioritization of military AI, it's very hard for countries to actually go ahead and form intergovernmental actions around military AI. So while we speak of ethical principles, since AI itself is not really a tangible entity that you can control via borders, the most effective sort of ethical principles might only emerge from intergovernmental processes around this. But to get to that step where we are discussing substantive ethical principles in substantive intergovernmental processes, I think the first step is to have a good national AI policy for all the countries who are currently developing military AI systems or any other systems around AI which might have military offshoots. So that would be sort of my 2 cents on this.
Very quickly, I think that quality of the process does not change from what has always happened. Also, for all the other ethical issues that have been raised and tackled, for example, after World War II with the constitution of the UN, and then the implementation of the agreed guidelines, there have always been a very dialectic and contradictory process. And we will never get a perfect framework everybody is going to comply with. But striving for the best possible balance, I mean, I think it has no alternative, because the alternative is to let things go, you know, possibly in the worst possible way. So we have no certainty, according also to what we see for the other big agreements, like the agreements about the nuclear and also, you know, unconventional weapons and many other frameworks. And Shimona mentioned exactly that some countries prefer the national interest in specific cases. And so this is going to happen. But this doesn't mean that we shouldn't strive to push forward the compliance as much as possible through the, as it has been said, the intergovernmental process, and especially the organizations that are the responsibility to promote this.
Thank you. Fantastic. We're already in the midst of the debate. We will now take the in-person questions, maybe also one after each other. And then I also hear from Paula that we have another online question, so we will take that afterwards. But first, if you would like to ask a question, also maybe briefly introduce your name, your affiliation. I see you don't have a microphone. Maybe you would like to use this one. It's a bit far away, but and if you have this one already, then
Yes,
perfect.
my name is Julius Endert from DW Academy from Germany, so from a Deutsche Welle broadcaster. So I would like to ask Fernando, as from your perspective as a military leader, so does AI make our world safer or not? Because we are coming from the massive retaliation strategy from 25 years ago. And if I see now that we are living in a situation where we may think from a perspective of states or NATO that a preemptive strike is better when the other side has massive AI capacities, and also in tactics when we compare our own capacities on the battlefield, then we also might think, okay, let's go for a preemptive strike, and so that in the end would mean that our world will be more unsecure than it was before because of AI. So what do you think?
Thank you. We will just take the other question first, and then we'll answer together. If you would like to ask a question also now, I see you have a microphone. Excellent. You have to switch it on. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. I'm Rafael Delis. I'm a scientist in infection biology, and I am concerned about an invisible battlefield, and that is biological warfare and non-state actors. Now with AI and deep learning, generating bioweapons has never been easier. So I'd like to use this forum to ask what should we do to ensure biosecurity and peace.
Thank you. Also, very a pressing question for sure, especially in the international context. Over to the speakers for their replies. Maybe Fernando, you'd like to go first this time, and then I'll let Shimona and Pete fill in.
The question is very interesting. By the way, this paper I just mentioned, the one of the CNA, talks about this also, whether massive use of AI will, let's say, make things more stable or more unstable. Now, there are good grounds to say that could be either way, and which is like things are always been. It could have been the other way, one way or another. What I think, and I'm very interested in the augmented cognition that AI can bring. What I think that many strategic mistakes that led to wars, if we really get to an excellent degree of cognition, augmented cognition, could be avoided. For example, if you study wars, you see that most of the time there was a strategic miscalculation that led decision makers to start wars for which they paid a very high price, much more than expected. Had they had lesser fog of war, most likely they would not have done that. The Ukraine case is a perfect case of that. So I think that if we can, and now we cannot, use AI for an actual quantum leap in strategic decision making, then this should be a stabilizing factor for most of the cases. There will be anyway cases, I think, in which this augmented cognition will prompt, intervention, and so again, either or. But better to go toward augmented cognition, judging from the blood that has been shed for miscalculation so far.
Okay, Shimona, Pete, I don't know who wants to also add something, maybe also do the second question. Shimona, you want to go next?
Sure. I can add just another point to Fernando's already Very well done answer, and also take the second question. On the question of whether military AI makes our world more more unsecure or safer, I think all weapon systems are developed with the singular focus of giving yourself an edge over your adversary. As a result of which, in like a systemic format, it definitely makes the world a lot less safe. But then we also have this idea of what kind of cobra effect will come about from this. What kind of opposite effect can we see emerging from this? And I think Fernando highlights that very well when he says that this augmented factor might lead to a higher threshold of war, which might eventually then make it safer. But again, these are just optimistic viewpoints at this point, and it remains to be seen how this plays out in the global scenario. On the second question of biosafety and security as well, it's very correct to say that AI is something that will contribute a lot to this domain as well. And in fact, it's already a risk factor that a lot of issue domains and experts are already aware of. So there's this documentary on Netflix. It's called Unknown Killer Robots, and it was chilling in the sense that it showcased a lot of these military AI application potentials, which we haven't really explored a lot in the lethal autonomous weapons debate at the intergovernmental level. And one of these risk potential factors was how AI can be used to make a lot more poisons and biotoxins and generate them at an alarming speed, which we as humans at this point are not capable of. And this is even more exacerbated by generative AI applications now. So it's very right to have the assumption that AI will lead to a lot more of these risk potentials around biosecurity also coming up. But at the same time, anything that is a genius for the wrong things can also be a genius for the good things. So let's hope that while we have malicious actors or nefarious entities sort of taking over the biosecurity domain, from the negative side, there are also scientists and policy researchers and normative actors working on the regulation side to help prevent that from happening, or at least having punitive measures in place before and when it happens. And that's unfortunately the best I can say for now.
Yeah, and just to add to what my colleagues have said sort of quickly here, I think, on the biological, weapons side of things, I think, one of the concerns that I have is that, when you talk about for these types of use cases, right, if I'm using a generative AI system to develop some sort of, drug to help people, right, that needs to work every time. If I'm developing a biological pathogen for some sort of attack vector, it only needs to work once. And so I think there's a gap in terms of capabilities that, when we talk about trying to address at this stage is very important for us to recognize. And I think that it poses a significant challenge. The good thing I will say is I think that on this issue of like biological weapons is something that people are starting to talk about a little bit more. I know with like the UK Summit for AI Safety, that's been one of the topics that is going to be addressed at that. And then just actually to build on what Fernando said earlier, I think when we talk about this idea of improved cognition, I think one of the potential fears that I have with that is that cognition is only as good as your sensing. And so actually my background's in robotics. And so, one of the things in robotics that's very challenging, right, is that, you can have a very good robotics software system, but if your sensors aren't strong enough and your sensors aren't able to perceive the information, then, that doesn't really buy you anything. And so I think it's important for us to consider that, these AI software systems exist in a broader system and in a broader ecosystem. And it's important to consider all those factors as well. So.
Absolutely, thanks a lot. And if I maybe just abuse my moderator role a bit, and also add one tiny point about bio risks, bioethics, bio tech, so to say, is that I think with COVID, of course, you have seen a complete shift of mindset when we look at institutions, and I can just speak about the EU because that has been the focus of my study. But I think with a lesson learned, so to say, of the COVID pandemic, institutions have, I think, at least woken up and have seen that they will need to be prepared much better to tackle those challenges and those risks also emerging from the rapid spread and also the cross fertilization between technology and bio. As you may know, also the Commission itself has established an entire new Directorate General, so a new DG, which is called HERA, which just deals with pandemic preparedness, but not only pandemic preparedness, but also the future of indeed protecting civilian, civils, people from those risks, also bio risks. I have friends that work also in this department, so it's always very insightful to hear that actually institutions are already thinking about this issue. But I think still there needs to be done so much more, and I think especially also when you look at international institutions, much more foresight, I think, will need to happen. And foresight, as we know, is a tool. It's not to foresee the future. It's not to be a storyteller of what actually happens, but to be prepared and to know certain scenarios and to know certain risks. And I think there needs to be much more investment in research and development into foresight, into methodologies, into actually training also civil servants, capacity building, what is also mentioned here a lot in this context, so that eventually institutions themselves can be prepared, and hopefully also then the world as such, so that, also especially global South nations are not left behind, because of course, if you have more capacities to set up your institutions accordingly, then you will be better prepared, hopefully. But this should not mean that there should be, again, a race between global North and global South countries who arrives there first. And of course, often global South countries do not have the appropriate resources to work on those topics. So I think it's really important that especially international institutions such as the United Nations take over more responsibility in this point. Okay, now I talked a lot as my moderator role is abused. I'll hand it over to Paula for the online question. I hope the person is still there and also interested in following. So yeah, over to you, Paula.
Yes, I think I can confirm that the person who asked the question is still here and interested and engaged because they asked a second question. And I would like to offer it to you, Lloyd, to actually take the floor yourself, if that is possible. Otherwise, I'm also happy to read your question aloud.
So I think it should be possible if the technical department is just able to, I think the person can unmute himself, and just ask the question out loud.
A very good morning, all protocol observed. Thank you so much for the session, first and foremost. And it's a great pleasure to be part of great conversations that would obviously be impacting the way the world is going to be looking at things. So my first question is, my name is Lloyd, and I'm actually calling in all the way from South Africa. Looking at obviously the great work that everybody's doing on the platform, my first question would obviously then be more around what are the ethnical considerations when developing and deploying autonomous weapon systems, right? And how do we strike a balance between human control and automation? How does the body, obviously, as IGF, look at that? And then shall I just quickly ask the second question? Sorry, Paula. Okay, awesome. And then the second question is, how can AI be leveraged to reduce civilian casualties and minimize collateral damage and obviously armed conflicts? And what ethical principles should guide this use itself? If there's any thought been put around that as well. So yeah, those are my call them three main questions from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd, for asking the question and joining us all the way from South Africa. Greetings from Kyoto. I don't know who wants to answer this question. Pete, do you want to go first this time?
Yeah, I mean, thanks a lot for some great questions. And maybe just to take your second question first, I think there's been a lot of talk about, trying to use AI to better target strikes and reduce the likelihood of civilian casualties. So that's been kind of a way in which people have been talking about using AI to reduce the likelihood of those issues. But I mean, I think it's worth also bringing up kind of the flip side of that, which is that, if you can conduct more targeted strikes, we might see more strikes. And I think, when you look at, the use of drone strikes in, the past 20 to 30 years, maybe that's the reality. In terms of, ethical principles being used for autonomous weapons, I think the ReAIM summit was, its goal is to try to get to that, but for now it's more of just a call to action at this point, and I don't think we necessarily have anything concrete. And the UN Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons has tried and somewhat failed to this point to address that as well. So.
Thank you. Over maybe to you, Shimona.
Sure. Thank you so much for those questions. And I think these are sort of the cardinal questions that we also have to ask ourselves when we research around military AI and ethics. On your first question about the balance between automation and ethics, I think that's a very, very pertinent question because that's also something that the explainable AI domain is sort of struggling to contend with. In fact, the performance and explainability trade-off is something that's very well established within the AI and machine learning space, which tends to the fact that the more explainable, or let's in this case say the more ethical your system is, the less it would be, the less performative it would be, or the less capable it would be in terms of its performance levels. So there is this sort of idea established which sort of pits these two values against each other. My personal take would be that it probably is a false dichotomy. There's definitely a lot that we're looking into, which sort of makes sure that we're not compromising on one aspect of a weapon systems to ensure that another aspect is fulfilled. So in an ideal scenario, of course, this would not even be a question. You would always go for the ethical point over the performance factor. But because this is a realistic question, I think the idea is more around ensuring that these systems have and retain their level of performance while also having an add-on of ethical or responsible or explainable AI systems attached to them. Of course, how well they are ensured is something that only the country's military systems know about, because this kind of information is usually classified or is behind a number of barriers when it comes to weapons testing, etc. But the idea would definitely be to make sure that we're not compromising on one for the other. And I think policy conversations are also going according to that tune itself. That we're not policing your capacity to build your weapon systems to its fullest capacity, but we'd also like to make sure that these particular systems are ethical enough to send out into the world without causing undue harm. So as of this point, that's where the conversation is stuck. Of course, as and when we advance more in this field, we'll have a lot more nuanced ideas around where this particular balance stands at that point. On your second question, I think Pete sort of summarized it perfectly, and I have very little else to add, except for the fact that maybe in terms of casualties, we're still looking more towards civilian AI systems being employed rather than military AI systems. Of course, this line is blurred in a lot of places, but for example, facial recognition systems are a good example of a dual-use technology. And these systems have been employed in, for example, the Russia-Ukraine conflict. where soldiers were sort of identified through these facial recognition systems, and then their remains were sort of transported to either side. So there are a lot of these so to speak, civilian AI applications which are being employed in conflict spaces. Whether or not they minimize civilian casualties is still a larger question that we're contending with.
Thank you. And the last word to Fernando.
Thank you, Lloyd, for your great questions. Very quickly, the research I mentioned before, and by the way, I want to thank the Center for Defense Higher Studies for having sponsored this research, has a table. And so if you go on the LinkedIn profile of Rosanna or mine, you will find this table with 5 examples of ethical principles which have been developed by UK, USA, Canada, Australia, and NATO, which talk basically about human moral responsibility, meaningful human control, justified and overridable uses, just and transparent system and processes, and reliable AI systems. So these are, as we said, the principles which have been developed by single nations, and I just got kind of a summary because they're different, okay? They are not the same on the table. Now the problem is to get, let's say, a more general framework, as we said, which will have to be negotiated, and that will not be easy. So for the collateral damage, there I can speak with cognition because I can guarantee you that when I talked about operationalizing the international humanitarian law, there is a process with specific process and procedures with specific rules and specialized legal advisor which evaluate the compliance and let's say clear the commander decision to engage. In some cases, I can tell you that, it's not a classified information, we held drones for 48 hours over an area to observe movements before deciding to engage, you know. So this means that in the today's system already, this is, let's say, this issue is of a high priority. That doesn't mean that there are never mistakes, unfortunately. The AI, if it is used as with the man in the loop, can help doing better. I can tell you that at this point, at this stage of the game, I've heard nobody saying that they would relinquish the final decision to the machine. I think we cannot think that. We cannot trust AI to drive a car, which is a simple task. Can we trust it to do much, you know, more relevant things?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Being mindful of the time, we're already 3 minutes over time. I would conclude the session now saying that I think we answered some questions, but we have added probably a lot more questions during the conversation. So yeah, feel free to reach out to the 3 speakers. You can find them all, I think, on LinkedIn, and they're always more than happy to engage on the topics. Feel free to connect, and also my colleague Paula has, or my former colleague Paula has put the link already in the chat to the study, so you can also yeah, retrieve it and read it on your own. The case study that Fernando and I co-authored. And yeah, with that, wishing everyone a great rest of your day or evening wherever you are. And thank you a lot again for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.